As the House comes to order for this important historic meeting, let us remind that each side, House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans, each have 11 members allowed to be present on the floor. Others may be in the gallery. This is at the guidance of the officiating attending physician and the sergeants at arms. The gentleman on the Republican side of the aisle by the rule. Let's go. Let's just start. Okay.
You guys ready?
He needed you. I know what you're going to do.
Madam Speaker and members of Congress, pursuant to the Constitution and the laws of the United States, the Senate and House of Representatives are meeting in joint session to verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors of the several states for President and Vice President of the United States. After ascertainment has been had that the certificates are authentic and correct in form, the tellers will count and make a list of the votes cast by the electors of the several states. The tellers on the part of the two houses have taken their places at the clerk's desk. Without objection, the tellers will dispense with the reading of the formal portions of the certificates. After ascertaining that the certificates are regular in form and authentic, the tellers will announce the votes cast by the electors for each state, beginning with Alabama, which the parliamentarians advise me is the only certificate of vote from that state and purports to be a return from the state that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors. Mr. Blunt.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Vice President. In order to follow with the Speaker's instructions that only a limited number of people be on the floor, may I ask how one would make an objection or make a parliamentary inquiry in the future if you're not on the floor but in the gallery?
Of Title III of the United States Code, debate is not permitted in the joint session.
You want to hand that to
The parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Vice President. I am not attempting to debate. I'm not attempting to debate. I'm trying to find out how a parliamentary inquiry or a parliamentary point of order would be made in following with the Speaker's request that most of us not be on the floor. How do you make one of those points of order when you don't know what's going to happen later?
Respectfully,
Yes, sir.
the gentleman's parliamentary inquiry constitutes debate, which is not permitted in the joint session under Section 18 of Title III United States Code. With that, Mr. Blunt. Microphone needs to be on.
Is this mic on?
Yeah. Is my statement out?
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you. Try again. It's not on.
Mr. President, do you think this is on?
I don't believe it's on.
It's not on.
Try it one more time.
Is it working? Okay.
You could ask one.
Are you ready?
Let's get order, gentlemen.
Want me to read it whether they can hear it or not?
They think it's working, so we'll try again. Okay, order.
Mr. President,
Order in the chamber.
Mr. President,
Gentlemen will continue.
the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Alabama seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 9 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 9 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Alabama that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Alaska, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Alaska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Alaska that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic?
If not, there are none. This certificate.
Hearing none. This certificate from Arizona, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote that the state purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arizona seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 11 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arizona that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic?
Mr. Vice President, I, Paul Gosar from Arizona.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
I rise up for myself and 60 of my colleagues to object to the counting of the electoral ballots from Arizona.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, it is.
It is. An objection presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law, Chapter 1 of Title 3 of the United States Code. The clerk will report the objection.
Objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. We, a member of the House of Representatives and a United States Senator, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Arizona on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given.
Are there further objections to the certificates from the state of Arizona? The chair hears none. The two houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session. The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
The chair will remind members of the need to adhere to the decorum requirements of the chamber as laid out in the Speaker's announced policies of January 4th, 2021, in accordance with the guidance and advice of the attending physician. Members are advised to remain in the chamber only if they are participating in debate and must wear a mask at all times, even when under recognition for debate. Members must also practice proper social distancing when present in the chamber. Let the record show that there is a gross violation of this guidance from the attendants on the Republican side of the aisle. Please, in the interest of your own health and as an example to the American people, abide by the numbers, now up to 25 on each side of the aisle, to participate in this stage of the development. Okay? Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, and Section 17 of Title III of the United States Code, when the two houses withdraw from the joint session to count the electoral vote for separate consideration of an objection, a representative may speak to the objection for 5 minutes and not more than once. Debate shall not exceed 2 hours, after which the chair will put in the question, shall the objection be agreed to? The clerk will report the objection made in the joint session.
Objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. We, a member of the House of Representatives and a United States Senator, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Arizona on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Paul Gosar, Representative, State of Arizona. Ted Cruz, Senator, State of Texas.
Thank you. The chair will endeavor to alternate recognition between members seeking support of the objection and members seeking opposition to the objection. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to object to a number of states that did not follow the constitutional requirement for selecting electors. Madam Speaker, this is something that is clear that our founding fathers debated about as a fundamental decision of how we choose our president. There was a lot of back and forth, if anyone reads the founding documents of our country, about the different versions they went through to ultimately come up with a process where each state has elections, each state has a process for selecting their electors and sending them to Washington. And Madam Speaker, in a number of those states, that constitutional process was not followed, and that's why we're here to object. If you look at what the requirement says, nowhere in Article 2, Section 1 does it give the Secretary of State of a state that ability. Nowhere does it give the governor that ability. Nowhere does it give a court that ability. It exclusively gives that ability to the legislatures. And in fact, in most states, that's the process that was followed. But for those states that this wasn't followed, unfortunately, this is not new. We've seen over and over again more states where the Democrat Party has gone in and selectively gone around this process. That has to end, Madam Speaker. We have to follow the constitutional process. Now, there might be reasons why some people don't like the process laid out by a legislative body. Madam Speaker, I served on one of those legislative bodies when I was in the state legislature for 12 years. I served on the House and Governmental Affairs Committee where we wrote the laws for our state's elections. And I can tell you, when we had to make changes, those were extensively negotiated. We would have people on both sides come, Republicans and Democrats, Madam Speaker, would get together to work through those changes, any minute change, to how a precinct would function, to how a change would be made in the time of an election, signature requirements, all the many things that involve a clerk carrying out the duties in each parish, in our case. You would see people come and give testimony. Madam Speaker, both sides could come. Clerks of court were there in the hearing rooms. It was an open process, by the way, not behind closed doors in a smoke-filled room where somebody might want to bully a Secretary of State to get a different version that might benefit them or their party or their candidate. That's not what our founding fathers said is the process. Maybe it's how some people wanted to carry it out, but they laid out that process. And so when we would have to make those changes, they were in public view. They were heavily debated. And then ultimately, those laws were changed in advance of the election so everybody knew what the rules were. People on both sides knew how to play the rules before the game started, not getting somewhere in the process and saying, well, you don't think it's going to benefit you, so you try to go around the Constitution. That's not how our system works. It's gotten out of hand. And so President Trump has called this out. And President Trump has stood up to it. So many of us have stood up to it. And in fact, over 100 of my colleagues, Madam Speaker, asked the Supreme Court to address this problem just a few weeks ago. And unfortunately, the court chose to punt. They didn't answer it one way or the other. They didn't want to get in the middle of this discussion. We don't have that luxury today. We have to discuss this. We have to fix this. In fact, on our first full day of this Congress, many of us brought legislation onto the House floor to start fixing the problems with our elections, to restore integrity to the election process, which has been lost by so many millions of Americans. And we had a vote. Every single Republican voted to reform the process. Every single Democrat voted against it. They don't want to fix this problem. But the Constitution is our guide. And it's time we start following the Constitution. It's time we get back to what our founding fathers said is the process for selecting electors. That's the legislatures. In public view, not behind closed doors, not smoke-filled rooms, not bullying somebody that might give you a better ruling. Let's get back to rule of law and follow the Constitution, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman It's over now. I thought it was Jamie. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for
Madam
5
Speaker,
minutes.
Madam Speaker, this day marks a crossroads for American democracy. Those who object to the counting of the Electoral College votes, which reflect the votes of the American people, want to substitute their preferences for the voter's choice. That's not what our Constitution requires, and it's at odds with the American Democratic Republic. If Congress selects the next president instead of American voters, we'll have no need for an electoral college. In fact, we'd have no need for presidential elections at all. We'd be moving from a government elected by the people to a government selected by those already governing. That's not America. In the United States, we abide by the choices of the people, not an elite few. The framers of our Constitution considered whether to have Congress select the president and specifically rejected it. Instead, they wrote Article 2 and the 12th Amendment. Article 2 creates the Electoral College, where each state appoints electors. Laws of all 50 states and D.C. require electors to vote for the winner of the state's popular election. Each state provides for the orderly conduct of elections, including lawful challenges, recounts, and the like. The 12th Amendment is what brings us to today. It says the electors meet in their states. That happened December 14th. The amendment says the electors shall cast their votes, sign and certify them, transmit them to a seal. That's been done. The sealed envelopes containing the signed, certified ballots from each state's electors, reflecting the votes of the people, were in those mahogany boxes. The 12th Amendment directs the President, as the Vice President, as the President of the Senate, to do only this: open the sealed envelopes, and then the vote shall be counted. Simple. It doesn't say counted in a manner that some members of Congress or the Vice President might prefer. No. The votes are simply to be counted as certified and transmitted by the states. During Reconstruction after the Civil War, more than one slate of electors were appointed by states. Dueling lists were sent and protracted processes were undertaken in presidential elections. And as a result, to make an orderly process, Congress enacted the Electoral Count Act of 1887. This law governs our proceedings today. The act provides dispute resolution mechanisms. Under the ECA, if a governor certifies a slate of electors and there are no competing slates from that state, the governor's certified slate must be counted. Today, every single slate of electors, won by Joe Biden or won by Donald Trump, got their governor's certification. Not a single state submitted a competing slate. There's no dispute to resolve. The 2020 election was the most secure election conducted in modern history. Challenges were resolved by lawful recounts and audits. The result, Vice President Biden won the 2020 election. More than 60 lawsuits were filed contesting elements of the election process. None of these lawsuits prevailed. Why? As even President Trump's own judicial appointees ruled, there was no evidence of any wrongdoing that would change the outcome. The people spoke. It was not a close election. The margin of victory for Biden in 2020 was larger than Trump's margin in 2016. In fact, the Biden victory is one of the most decisive in modern times, exceeding the margin enjoyed by Reagan when he defeated Carter in 1980. Congress has gathered in joint session to count electoral votes every 4 years since 1789. I understand the disappointment people feel when their candidate for president loses. I've felt the same several times in my voting life. When that happens, it's not an invitation to upend the Constitution and the laws of the United States. It's an invitation to work with the new president for the good of the country and to wait for the next election in 4 years if you're dissatisfied. In that spirit, I urge my colleagues to uphold the American democracy and reject the objection, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Who is that? For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, Americans instinctively know there was something wrong with this election. During the campaign, Vice President Biden would do an event and he'd get 50 people at the event. President Trump, at just one rally, gets 50,000 people. President Trump increases vote with African Americans, increases vote with Hispanic Americans, won 19 of 20 bellwether counties, won Ohio by 8, Iowa by 8, and Florida by 3. Got 11 million more votes than he did in 2016, and House Republicans won 27 of 27 toss-up races. But somehow, the guy who never left his house wins the election? 80 million Americans, 80 million of our fellow citizens, Republicans and Democrats, have doubts about this election. And 60 million people, 60 million Americans think it was stolen. But Democrats say, no problem, no worries, everything's fine. We asked for an investigation. We asked Chairman Nadler, Chairwoman Maloney for an investigation. They said no. Wouldn't want to investigate something that half the electorate has doubts about. It's just the presidency of the United States. Why? Why not one single investigation? Why not even one single hearing over the last 9 weeks in the United States House of Representatives? Why? Because all the Democrats care about is making sure President Trump isn't president. For 4.5 years, that's all they've cared about. July 31st, 2016, before he was elected the first time, Jim Comey's FBI takes out the insurance policy, opens an investigation on the president based on nothing. May 17th, 2017, Bob Mueller named special counsel. 2 years, they investigate the Russia hoax, 19 lawyers, 40 agents, and $40 million of taxpayer money for nothing. December 18th, 2019, Democrat House members vote to impeach President Trump based on an anonymous whistleblower with no firsthand knowledge who was biased against the president and who worked for Joe Biden. But none of that worked. As hard as they tried, none of that worked. They threw everything they had at him. So what'd they do next? They changed the rules. They changed the election law. and they did it in an unconstitutional fashion. And that's what we're going to show over the next several hours of debate. The Constitution is clear, as Whip Scalise just said. State legislatures, and only state legislatures, set election law. In Arizona, the law says voter registration ends on October 5th. Democrats said, we don't care what the law says. They went to a court, got an Obama-appointed judge to extend it 18 days. No debate, as Steve talked about. No debate, no discussion, he just did it. Pennsylvania, same thing. Pennsylvania law says mail-in ballots have to be in by 8 p.m. Election Day. Democrat Supreme Court said, nope, we're going to extend it. Election Day doesn't end on Tuesday now. They took it to Friday. Extended the election 3 days. Not the legislature, partisan Supreme Court. Pennsylvania law says mail-in ballots require signature verification. Democrat Secretary of State said, nope, I'm going to decide by myself that it doesn't, for 2.6 million ballots. Pennsylvania law says mail-in ballots can't be processed until Election Day. Some counties said no. And you can imagine which counties they were. Democrat-run counties said no and allowed ballots to be cured and fixed before Election Day. They did an in-run around the Constitution in every state that Republicans will object to today. Every single one. It was a pattern. It was their template. They did it in Arizona. They did it in Georgia. They did it in Michigan. They did it in Pennsylvania. They did it in Nevada. They did it in Wisconsin. And yet some members say, don't worry about it. We shouldn't do anything. Just let it go. It was just 6 states who violated the Constitution. What if it's 10 states the next time? What if it's 15? What if in 2024, 2028, it's 26 states? What if it's half the states do an end run around the Constitution clearly spells out? We are the final check and balance. The authority rests with us, the United States Congress, the body closest to the American people, right where the founders wanted it. We should do our duty. We should object to and vote for this objection to the Arizona electors. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized without objection for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, a little more than 2 months ago, America performed an extraordinary feat. Under some of the most trying circumstances in our history, our fellow citizens conducted a free and fair election, vindicating our founders' belief once again that we were capable of self-government and a peaceful transition of power. On November 3rd, the American people chose Joe Biden to be their next president by an enormous margin. The successful conduct of that election, among the most secure in American history, was not an accident. It was the result of the dedicated work of thousands of volunteers, canvassers, poll workers, electors, and state and local election officials. When the conduct of any state election was challenged, the courts, through judges appointed by Democrats and those appointed by Republicans, heard unsubstantiated claims of fraud, found they had no merit, and said so. But most important, the American people persevered. In the midst of the worst pandemic in a century, America had one of the most impressive elections in a century with historic voter turnout. Our fellow citizens did their civic duty. The question we face today is, will we do ours? That we are here with a substantial number of our members seeking to overturn an election is remarkable, tragic, and all too predictable. For it is the natural result of a locomotive set in motion months ago with a myth. For weeks and weeks before, during, and after our election, a dangerous falsehood was propagated that our election would be marred by massive fraud. Never mind, it was the same election which brought the very men and women to this chamber who would challenge its results. What value has consistency when measured against ambition? A former senator from Georgia, remarking on a contested election over a century ago,
said that able men, learned men, distinguished men, great men in the eyes of the nation seemed intent only on accomplishing a party triumph without regard to the consequences to the country. That is human nature. That is, he said, unfortunately, party nature. Was he right? We stand in a house which was once the place of giants. Have we become so small? Does our oath to uphold the Constitution, taken just days ago, mean so very little? I think not. I believe, to quote our dear departed friend Elijah Cummings, that we are better than that. I think Elijah would be proud that the debate here today is not between Democrats and Republicans, and that some Republicans, including the Republican leader of the Senate, remain devoted to the principle that we are a nation of laws, not individuals, let alone a single individual. It may seem unfair to the new members who have only just taken the oath for the first time that they should be so soon tested with one of the most consequential votes they may cast, no matter how long they serve. But it is so, and none of us can shrink from that responsibility. Nor can we console ourselves with the intoxicating fiction that we can break that oath without consequence, because doing so will not succeed in overturning the election. An oath is no less broken when the breaking fails to achieve its end. We must be mindful that any who seek to overturn an election will do injury to our Constitution, whatever the result. For just as the propagation of that dangerous myth about this election made this moment inevitable, our actions today will put another train in motion. This election will not be overturned, but what about the next, or the one after that? What shall we say when our democratic legacy is no more substantial than the air, except that we brought trouble to our own house and inherited the wind? This isn't the first time we've had a contentious election, and it won't be the last. In 1800, John Adams lost a closely contested election to Thomas Jefferson in the first peaceful transition of power from one party to another in our history. Adams was hardly pleased with the result, choosing to skip the inaugural activities. But he did what leaders are required to do in a democratic government when they lose. He went home. He went home. Jefferson, has my time expired, Madam Speaker?
10 seconds.
Would later refer to his victory as the Revolution of 1800, but marveled that the revolution had occurred by the rational and peaceful instruments of reform, the suffrage of the people. It has never been our place to overturn an election. And if we hope to remain a democracy, it never will be.
Arizona? For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I rise to support the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join the objection to counting votes of electors from my home state of Arizona, as well as Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada, because election integrity is the heart of our American constitutional republic. In a representative form of government, we must be able to trust that our elections accurately represent the will of the American voter. This is the appropriate forum anticipated and provided for by our founders to debate whether this election complied with the Constitution that we've all sworn to protect. Every particular of the Constitution is to be protected, including Article 2, Section 1. The debate as to the legitimacy of the 2020 presidential election has been suppressed by the left and its propagandists in the media until today. State legislatures are required to determine the manner in which electors are chosen. Arizona names its electors on the general election ballot and identifies what candidate those electors are required to vote for should that candidate obtain the majority of votes in the general election. As part of the manner for determining electors, Arizona also establishes deadlines for voter registration. The deadline has been in place for 30 years. This year, that voter registration deadline was October 5th. Early voting commenced 2 days later. 5 days before the deadline, a group filed a lawsuit demanding that Arizona election officials not enforce the deadline. the federal district court decided that since other states have a deadline later than Arizona's, and some even allow for registration when voting, that Arizona's new deadline would be a time he chose, not the legislator's timeline. The appellate court effectively overturned the lower court ruling and noted that the Arizona deadline established by the state legislature was sound and appropriate and complied with the Constitution. But the appellate court merely shortened the extension, the bypassing of the deadline, to 10 days. The appellate court, without legal justification, also decided that everyone who registered after the legal deadline, but before the deadline created by judicial fiat, could still vote. Note that the Arizona legislature was no longer in control of determining the manner of appointing presidential electors because the court had set a new deadline, even though the appellate court found the legislature's deadline was constitutionally sound. During that window, more than 32,000 voters registered in Maricopa County alone. Here are copies of those voter registration records. In going around the deadline set by the legislature, the court ignored the Arizona legislature's obligation and right to direct the manner for choosing presidential electors as set forth in Article 2, Section 1. As a consequence of that judicial usurpation, more than 32,000 people were allowed to unlawfully cast ballots in Arizona's presidential election in 2020. The Arizona legislature seeks an independent audit of the election. The governor refuses now to call them into a special session. The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors has refused to comply with legislative subpoenas. In Arizona, the people who control the evidence related to the election have done everything possible to prevent an independent audit directed by the legislature. Arizonans have used the limited amount of records available to investigate the 2020 presidential election. Of a limited sample of 1,000 addresses of voters, they found 539 voters did not live at the addresses on the voter rolls. Here is a stack of 1,000 declaration of affidavits supporting that. I object to the continuing counting the votes of Arizona electors because the federal courts went around a legislatively constructed mechanism for choosing Arizona's presidential electors, allowing tens of thousands of voters to unlawfully cast votes. The court usurped a key component of the Arizona legislature's manner of selecting presidential electors, thus violating Article 2, Section 1. The legislature is being obstructed in its efforts. And what little evidence we have, or little information we have, has produced this kind of evidence which indicates a significant problem with the integrity of the presidential election. Madam Speaker, I ask that my written comments, together with the voter registration records that reflect the 32,000 registrations permitted in contravention of state law, letters and resolutions from Arizona legislators pertaining to the count of votes from electors, along with approximately 1,000 affidavits and declarations pertaining to potential voter fraud in Arizona in the 2020 presidential election, and the statement of Congressman Randy Weber of Texas be made a part of the record. I yield back.
Thank you. Thank the gentleman. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized without objection for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you first and all my dear beloved colleagues for your love and tenderness, which my family and I will never forget. Thank you again. Abraham Lincoln, whose name is a comfort to us all, said, "We've got the best government the world ever knew." It's best because the first 3 words of the Constitution tell us who governs here: we the people. Watch this proceeding today and tell the world with pride, as Lincoln did, about the brilliant meaning and promise of our country. Our government belongs to the people. As President Ford said, "Here the people rule." Today, we are in the people's house to complete the people's process for choosing the people's president. We assemble in joint session for a solemn purpose that we've all sworn a sacred oath to faithfully discharge. The 12th Amendment obligates each and every one of us to count the electoral votes to recognize the will of the people in the 2020 presidential election. We are not here, Madam Speaker, to vote for the candidate we want. We are here to recognize the candidate the people actually voted for in the states. Madam Speaker, the 2020 election is over, and the people have spoken. Joe Biden received more than 80 million votes, 7 million more than President Trump, a number larger than any other president has received in U.S. history. This sweeping popular victory translated into an Electoral College victory of 306 to 232, a margin which President Trump pronounced a landslide when he won by those exact same numbers in 2016. So now we count the electoral votes that were just delivered to us in the beautiful mahogany cases brought by those hardworking Senate pages. These mahogany cases contain only the 538 electoral votes that were sent in by the states, not the 159 million ballots that were cast by our constituents. Those were counted 2 months ago by hundreds of thousands of election officials and poll workers across America who risked their health and even their lives in the time of COVID to deliver what our Department of Homeland Security called the most secure election in American history. Many of these officials have endured threats of retribution, violence, and even death just for doing their jobs. Just as the popular vote was for Biden, so was the electoral vote. On December 15th, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell recognized it. The Electoral College has spoken, Senator McConnell said from the Senate floor. Today, I want to congratulate President-elect Joe Biden. Yet we have seen escalating attacks on our election with unfounded claims of fraud and corruption. More than 60 lawsuits have been brought to date seeking to overturn the results. They have failed repeatedly, and they have failed spectacularly. Every objection we hear today maligning our states and their officials, both Republican and Democrat, has been litigated, adjudicated, and obliterated in both federal and state court. The president has not just had his day in court, my friends. He has had more than 2 months in court looking for a judge to embrace these arguments. In more than 50 cases, Madam Speaker, at least 88 different judges, including many appointed by the president himself, have meticulously rejected the president's claims of fraud and corruption. Take Georgia U.S. District Judge Stephen Grimberg, named to the bench by President Trump this year. Last year, he rejected Trump's prayer to block certification of Biden's victory in Georgia, saying it has no basis in fact or law. Take U.S. District Judge Brett Ludwig, another Trump nominee who took the bench in September. He dismissed a lawsuit seeking to overturn the results in Wisconsin, calling it extraordinary. A sitting president who did not prevail in his bid for re-election has asked for federal court help in setting aside the popular vote based on issues he plainly could have raised before the vote occurred. He wrote, "This court has allowed plaintiff the chance to make his case, and he has lost on the merits." Trump has asked for the rule of law to be followed, Judge Ludwig observed, and he said definitively, it has been. I've been a constitutional law professor for 30 years, and if I were to test my students on these decisions, it would be the easiest test in the world, because the plaintiffs have lost nearly every case and every issue in the most sweeping terms. That's all they would have to remember. There is no basis in fact or law to justify the unprecedented relief that is being requested of nullifying these elections. We are here to count the votes. Let us do our job.
Gentleman's time, Kevin. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
I rise to support the objection.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to ease everyone's nerve, I want you to all know that I am not here to challenge anyone to a duel like Alexander Hamilton or Aaron Burr. Madam Speaker, My primary objection to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Arizona is based on the Constitution and the direction of state legislatures through state law as spelled out in the following two clauses. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 states in part, and I quote, "Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors." And the election clause of the Constitution provides state legislatures with explicit authority to prescribe, and I quote, "the times, places, and manners of holding elections," end quote. For more than 3 decades, Arizona law set by the state legislature has required that voter registration end no later than 29 days before an election. This is clear. It is law. Unless amended by the state legislature, this is the way it needs to be carried out. In Arizona, the deadline for voter registration for the 2020 presidential election was October 5, 2020. Using COVID as a reasoning, Democrats filed a lawsuit to extend this deadline by 18 days. And an injunction was made by an Obama-appointed judge preventing the Arizona Secretary of State from enforcing the constitutional deadline set by the state legislature. As a result of this frivolous partisan lawsuit, 10 extra days were added via judicial fiat to allow voter registration. These 10 days were added after voting had already begun. This is completely indefensible. You cannot change the rules of an election while it is underway and expect the American people to trust it. Now, in this 10-day period, at least 30,000 new voters registered to vote in Arizona. All of these votes are unconstitutional. It does not matter if they voted for President Trump or if they voted for Vice President Biden. They did not register in time for the election. The law states October 5th. Either we have laws or we do not. If we allow state election laws as set forth by the state legislature to be ignored and manipulated on the whims, partisan lawsuit, unelected bureaucrats,
Order. The House will be in order.
If we allow state election laws as set forth by state legislatures to be ignored and manipulated on the whims of partisan lawsuits, unelected bureaucrats, unlawful procedures, and arbitrary rules, then our constitutional republic will cease to exist. The oath that I took this past Sunday to defend and support the Constitution makes it necessary for me to object to this travesty. Otherwise, the laws passed by the legislative branch merely become suggestions to be accepted, rejected, or manipulated by those who did not pass them. Madam Speaker, I have constituents outside this building right now. I promised my voters to be their voice. In this branch of government, which I now serve, it is my separate but equal obligation to weigh in on this election and object. Are we not a government of, by, and for the people? They know that this election is not right, and as their representative, I am sent here to represent them. I will not allow the people to be ignored. Madam Speaker, it is my duty under the U.S. Constitution to object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. The members who stand here today and accept the results of this concentrated, coordinated, partisan effort by Democrats, where every fraudulent vote cancels out the vote of an honest America, has sided with the extremist left. The United States Congress needs to make an informed decision, and that starts with this objection. I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Brian Mast.
Madam Speaker, I rise as well to support the objection, and I rise with a simple question. Can the chair honestly tell Americans that with pending Supreme Court legislation or pending Supreme Court case over legal observers not being allowed to observe and inspect signatures, that the laws and Constitution of that state were not violated to change voting outcomes? Madam Speaker, I will wait for a response.
I'm sorry? Gentleman has 25 seconds remaining.
I will repeat my question. Can you honestly tell Americans that with pending Supreme Court case over legal observers not being able to observe and inspect signatures, that the laws and Constitution of Arizona did not be violated to change voting outcomes, and I will wait for a response.
Okay. Gentleman's time has expired. To what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, today is an important day. In 1862, during the depths of the Civil War, President Lincoln submitted his annual message to Congress, to this body, and in it he wrote the following: "Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. We shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth." We gather today, Madam Speaker, to ensure the survival of our grand American experiment, the greatest democracy this world has ever known. And there are millions of people watching today's proceedings. The eyes of the world are on us now, my colleagues, wondering if we will keep the faith, wondering if our constitutional republic will hold. Will we adhere to our Constitution, that solemn, visionary document that has guided us so well for so long and enabled the peaceful transfer of power for the last 230 years? Will we continue to be a country premised on the consent of the governed, a Congress that respects the will of the people, and a republic that will endure? Those are the questions before us today, Madam Speaker. With respect to my new colleague from Colorado, the question is not whether Joe Biden was elected the 46th President of the United States. He clearly was. The people of Arizona, like so much of the country, spoke clearly and resoundingly. They voted in record numbers, and over 81 million Americans selected Joe Biden as the next president. Now, today we hear from some in this chamber, not all, but some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, vague claims of fraud. No substance, no evidence, no facts, no explanation for why over 88 judges across this land have rejected the very same claims. Madam Speaker, the bottom line is this. As my colleague Representative Raskin so eloquently put it, the people have spoken. And that is why on December 14th, the Electoral College met to certify the election of a duly elected president, just as they've done for centuries during terrible world wars, recessions, depressions, plagues, and pandemics. They met their duty, and they once again rose to the occasion and certified the election. And the question now is, will we do ours? Now, I know there are many textualists among us, many of my colleagues, who would understand that the Constitution must guide our work today. And the Constitution is crystal clear. Our duty today is a narrow one. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 3 reads, "The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the President." That's it. Period. Our job is not to replace the judgment made by the American people with our own. And yet that is precisely what so many of my House and Senate Republican colleagues ask this body to do, to substitute their judgment for the expressed will of the American people. In America, we don't do that. In the United States, we accept the results of free and fair elections. We don't ignore the will of the voters, Madam Speaker, and attempt to install a preferred candidate into power. That doesn't happen here. I will close with this. Our duty, our task, is a very simple one: to honor the voice of the people, to honor our Constitution, to count the votes, certify this election, and begin to heal this great country of ours. I pray each of us may find the courage to do so. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah? Okay. Yeah. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, we have a solemn responsibility today. We must vote to sustain objections to states of electors submitted by states that we genuinely believe clearly violated the Constitution and the presidential election of 2020. This is the threshold legal question before us, and it's an issue before us for the state of Arizona. We got to repeat this for emphasis because a lot of people seem to be confused. Because judges and not the state legislature changed the rules of the election, Arizona clearly violated the plain language of Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution in its selection of presidential electors. The framers of our Constitution recognized that elections were susceptible to corruption. We all know that. So how did they fix it? How did they provide for that? They created the Electoral College as a safeguard, and they expressly empowered state legislatures to ensure the integrity of our unique election system. Only the state legislatures, because they're a full body of representatives and not rogue officials, were given the authority to direct the manner of appointing presidential electors because it was so important. The Supreme Court has acknowledged this over and over. They previously affirmed in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, quote, "The appointment of these electors is thus placed absolutely and wholly with the legislatures of the several states. That authority can never be taken away or abdicated." The Arizona legislature did enact detailed rules and procedures that state was determined and was supposed to follow to choose its electors. But in the months preceding the 2020 election, as we've heard, and by the way, 1,000 pages of evidence have just been submitted on the facts on this, those well-established rules and procedures were deliberately changed. They weren't changed by the legislature, friends. They were changed by judges. And those actions taken by the judiciary were not limited to mere interpretations of existing law. No, they were substantive, wholesale changes to those statutes. That's a usurpation of the authority that the legislature had. That usurpation was repeated across the country this year. It's the primary reason. It's one of the reasons why the election of 2020 became riddled with an unprecedented number of serious allegations of fraud and irregularities all over the country. National polls, as has been said, indicate that a huge percentage of Americans now have serious doubts about not just the outcome of this presidential contest, but also the future reliability of our election system itself. Since we are convinced that the election laws in Arizona and some other key states were changed in this unconstitutional manner, we have a responsibility today. The slates of electors produced under those modified laws are thus unconstitutional. They are, quote, not regularly given or lawfully certified as required by the Electoral Count Act, and they're invalid on their face. That's just the conclusion that you have to reach. Given these inescapable facts, we believe we have no choice today but to vote to sustain objections to those slates of electors. Mr. Raskin and others today have cited the 12th Amendment, and they cite Article 2, Section 1, Clause 3. Remember that, Clause 3, and they've asserted that Congress has only one narrow role today. We're just supposed to count the electoral votes that have been submitted. But those advocates have overlooked a critical first principle. Their assertion is only true so long as Congress first is convinced that the electoral votes that are produced by a process that violated the Constitution is there. We got to get through Clause 2 of Article 2, Section 1 before we get to Clause 3 is the point. Look, in our unique system, Congress is positioned as the last bulwark in a presidential election to ensure the Constitution has been followed. Indeed, in just two decades ago, the Supreme Court spoke to this. They plainly acknowledged this important deliberative role of Congress. It was the famous Bush v. Gore litigation that everybody remembers from 2000. In a per curiam opinion, meaning all 9 justices, it was unanimous. They noted strict adherence to the provisions of the Electoral Count Act may, quote, create a safe harbor for a state insofar as congressional consideration of its electoral votes is concerned. However, they said, unanimously, the court said, since Title III, Section 5 contains a principle of federal law that would assure finality of the state's determination if they followed all the prescriptions there, if a legislature, the will of the legislature is attempted to be changed by a state court, that is a problem. That, they said, Congress might deem to be a change in the law. That's precisely why we're here right now. Go read Bush v. Gore and you'll see this. Chief Justice William Rehnquist in
Scalia and Thomas joined in a concurring opinion 8 days later, and they reiterated this point. A significant departure from the legislature's scheme for appointing presidential electors presents a federal question. It's a big problem for us, and it's one we cannot get around. That's why we're here. I urge my colleagues today to look at the facts, to follow the law, and follow our congressional oath. We're supposed to support and defend the Constitution. That's what we do here today. I urge everyone to do the right thing, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona, the Dean of the Arizona delegation, seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This exercise in futility that Congress is undertaking is at the behest of Republican members of Congress. The effort to overturn the presidential election and grant Donald Trump 4 more years is the motivation behind it. And to continue a baseless, conspiracy-fueled threat to our democracy makes no sense, because there is no viable constitutional or legal path to overturn the election that will make Vice President Biden and Senator Harris President and Vice President of the United States after January 20th. One certain outcome of this whole process is the weakening of our democracy and the threatening of our democracy. Beginning with Arizona, Congress is being asked to chase down a rabbit hole, baseless, discredited, and judicially discarded fringe conspiracy theories. But for the record, let's talk a little bit about Arizona. Arizona and state and local officials did an unbelievable job to ensure that the 2020 elections ran smoothly. Mr. Hickman, the Republican chairman of the Maricopa County Party, the largest county in the state of Arizona, said, no matter how you voted, this election was administered with integrity, transparency, and in accordance with state laws. Arizona showed up to the polls in record numbers. More than 3.4 million people voted, increases in every county, and 65% of all eligible voters in Arizona voted in the 2020 election. Arizona's cast their ballots up and down for Republicans and Democrats, and 11 electoral votes were granted to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris based on their victory in Arizona. That's the story. Arizona voted in hundreds of races this year. And in addition to the presidency, these races include 9 members of the state's congressional delegation that are with you. 4 of them, my Republican colleagues. These members have already been seated in the 117th Congress. They do not question the accuracy of Arizona's 2020 elections to select a congressional delegation, yet my 4 Republican colleagues question the presidential election. Our colleagues may say they are only asking questions and seeking to reassure voters. But let us be clear, these questions have been answered by the voters and by the courts. Rather than accepting the answers and the results of the election, they are fanning the flames of unfounded suspicion and once again creating a threat, a very real and dangerous threat to our democracy. Again, our friends do not question the outcomes of their own elections. That is, because they have no reason to, just as they have no legitimate reason to question the results of the presidential election in Arizona. I ask my colleagues to reject this objection, to respect the will of the voters in the state of Arizona and throughout this country, and to fundamentally add some preservation to our democracy from any future damage that this effort that we are undertaking in this House today and in the Senate today does not further damage our democracy. Now, yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of my objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I filed my petition, a challenge on the slate of electors from the state of Arizona that was actually put forward by Governor Ducey of Arizona. My ask to you, the Speaker, to the Vice President, is simple. Do not count these electors until and unless the Secretary of State allows a forensic audit of the election, a request she has denied repeatedly. We have been told over and over that even though this was a public election, using public money on public machines, utilizing public employees, the public today has no ability to simply double-check the veracity of these results. If the presidential election was a football game, we would get a slow-motion review from multiple angles and a correction of a controversial decision. But not so, we are told by our Secretary of State for the presidential election. No review for you. No access to the Dominion voting machines with a documented history of enabling fraud through its now discredited adjudication system, a system that literally allows one person to change tens of thousands of votes in a mere minutes. In the only audit done in Arizona, a court found 3% error rate against President Trump. Vice President Biden's margin of error was 1/10 of that, at 0.03%. By the way, a 3% error rate at minimum is 90,000 ballots. After finding the 3% error rate, the court stopped the audit and refused to go further. In Arizona, as my attachments make clear, mail-in ballots were altered on the first day of counting, as shown in data graphs we provide, and is concluded by data analysts. Over 400,000 mail-in ballots were altered, switched from President Trump to Vice President Biden, or completely erased from President Trump's totals. The proof is in the counting curves, the curves that cannot occur except with odds so rare and unlikely that winning the Mega Millions lottery is more probable. Mr. Speaker, can I have order in the chamber?
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Okay. The House will be in order. House will be in order. Members will take their seats. The House will be in order. Okay. Okay. We can get order. We can resume. Without objection, the Chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
House will be in order. We need order in the House so we can proceed. The gentleman from Arizona has 2 3/4 minutes remaining. Okay. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I was saying, the probability of these ectopic curves, you have the better likelihood of winning the Mega Million lottery than you do having statistical issues here. Over 30,000 illegal aliens voted in Arizona using the federal ballot, yet our Secretary of State refused the public access to review the ballots. Over 1,000 residences were visited for proof of residency and address. 456 failed that test. They were vacant lots. Even the recorder's office used as addresses. What are they hiding? If the process was fair, these would be improbable. These would be once-in-a-lifetime type applications. So let's look at the ballots, the signatures, and the adjudicated records. Until this is done, Mr. Speaker, we should not count this slate. You have a letter from the Arizona legislature stating its intent to review the issue on January 11th. Our governor has refused to allow the state to properly convene to do its proper oversight. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I ask you one question today. Are you a ceremonial figurehead in your current role, or did the drafters of the 12th Amendment discretionary decisions about ballot fraud and fair elections? If you were merely ceremonial, then let's be done with this. Let's eat our tea and crumpets and witness our national decline. But if you're not merely a ceremonial but vested with discernment, rationality, and legal authority to not just count from 1 to 270, then do not accept Arizona's electors as certified. Remand the slate back to the Secretary of State, back to the governor with the following instructions. Until a full, complete electoral forensic audit is allowed by the Secretary of State, the electors currently certified will not be counted. It will then fall on the state of Arizona to decide, does its electors, are they in the game or not? Anything less is an abdication of our Constitution, our republic, and our ethos. One man, one vote. We ask why? What is there to hide? Shouldn't the lawful victor of an election be proud, open, transparent about an election audit? I would. Instead, we're met with denials, cover-ups, and contempt of subpoenas. There's too much evidence of fraud demonstrated by statistical anomalies that experts have determined cannot happen in the absence of fraud to accept such a slate. I'm not asking these electors never be counted. It's just that they need to be certified the proper way. Our beloved Constitution is but a mere piece of paper if we do not follow the law, upholding the law. But now, alas, we find ourselves lawless, destroying the very thread that binds us together. But we need to get back to the rule of law. That is what has been violated, truly, by the actions in these states.
Thank you.
With that, I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Without objection, the House is going to go back into recess. so we get an update. So I need everybody's attention.
Get down under your chairs if necessary, so we have folks entering the rotunda and coming down this way. So we'll update you as soon as we can, but just be prepared. Stay calm.
I need everybody's attention, please. We have another announcement, another update.
this side of the Capitol, and we haven't seen police deploy anything like tear gas or any sort of chemical agent. The Capitol Police on the steps on the Senate side of the House, they have been able to keep protesters from going further up those stairs, but on the other steps, the steps in the middle, you can smell something now. Do you smell? I'm not entirely sure what that is, if that's smoke or something. There's something that we're starting to smell out here. It smells like something might be burning, but I'm not entirely sure what that is or where it is coming from. But yeah, this group right here, they're staying put, holding the areas that they have gained, if you will. And they're chanting now. I'm trying to listen to hear exactly what they're saying. It starts kind of up at the top and then makes its way down here. But there is something smells like it's burning. From where, I'm not entirely sure, but you can smell smoke now, and it's unclear where that is coming from. But yeah, Lester, this group's still here. People have started to move to the other side of the Capitol, though, who are on this side, as some people came through and told us that where it's happening, people are on the other side of the Capitol, so they were moving sort of to, I guess, meet up with and possibly help that group with whatever was going on that side. This group staying put, and now it smells like we have something burning in the area near here. Lester?
All right, we'll let you narrow that down and where that may be occurring. Ellison Barber, thanks very much. Again, we saw pictures of people from inside the Capitol, protesters who made their way in as police began their retreat. And as was pointed out by our Frank Thorpe, these are individuals who have gone in unscreened, something that obviously doesn't happen in government buildings, certainly not the Capitol of the United States. This is moments ago. You can see some of the protesters. And now, to my understanding, as they walk in that area, that's the direction of the House chambers themselves. Casey Hunt has a little more color as to what's happening there. Casey?
That's right, Lester. A very tense scene right now inside the House chamber, which, as you point out, is just at the end of that hallway where you're seeing these people walk. Our producer in the chamber now locked down as one of the main sets of doors has been barricaded. Most of the members were evacuated from the floor after being handed gas masks, basically. That, of course, in the event that police were to deploy tear gas or something like that, they would need gas masks to protect themselves. They were not handed these masks because we have seen any evidence of anything like that already happening, but rather as a precaution. But it's been a very chaotic scene on the House floor. Members very concerned, one praying over others. There are a number of members of the House who are still in the chamber with some of the reporters that are there. Again, we talked earlier about those galleries that are up on the third floor. The House floor itself is on the second floor. There's not usually members in those galleries, but they were there because of the coronavirus precautions. It was a way to spread people out, to follow social distancing guidelines and restrictions. So some of those members still in the chamber. But again, Lester, underscoring here that now we have both, as Pete Williams reported, the Senate, floor of the Senate has been evacuated. The House, the floor of the House has been evacuated. If you can hear something going on behind me, it's the emergency alert that Muriel Bowser has issued for the curfew here. It's now setting off all of our phones, and you can hear audible alarms here, but it's related to that. It's not something separate that's going on here at the Capitol, although it does sound like we may be about to get an overhead announcement here. So we're going to keep an ear on that, and we'll let you know if we have any further updates from here, Lester.
Yeah, please feel free to flag me if you've got something there. Casey, thanks very much. We were looking for a moment ago the other side of the Capitol. Actually, are you hearing that announcement with Casey? No, can't hear it. There was some kind of announcement of the Capitol. Are you?
Right now we've just got a siren, but I will make sure that we are recording here, and we'll let you know if they say anything audible that we're able to hear about what we should do here. Again, Lester, we are in the Russell Senate office building, which is across the street from the Capitol building where most of this drama is playing out, and we are locked down here. There are tunnels underground, as Pete referenced. Yes, Lester.
All right, Casey, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News national security analyst Frank Filguzzi. Frank, I've got a lot of questions, but I just want to know your thoughts as all this unfolds and what we are witnessing right now.
Lester, so as a security professional, I know there'll be time after this incident is cleared and resolved to go through and understand where failures and compromises occurred and where planning may have been inadequate. But right now, just a couple of thoughts as it's still playing out. First, if you're part of this group or you think you want to join the group that is breaching security, I want you to know something. I want you to know that you are committing a federal violation. You are going to become a federal criminal. Your acts are going to be investigated by the FBI and the U.S. Capitol Police. This is serious business. Threats and assaults on members of the Senate and House, even greater in terms of federal consequences. So you need to think through your actions if you're headed into the district or you're part of this group that's doing this. Secondly, we're watching the tension play out between a democratic republic that allows and wants its people to have access to its legislative body, and the need for incredible security during one of the most volatile periods in recent history. And today we saw that tension bleed into each other, the need to have the public access and watch its government while, and exercise civil liberties and protest rights, while others are instigating a breach of compromise that actually undermines the very democracy that allows you to do the protest in the first place. Lastly, Lester, we have a president for the past 4 years who's claimed to be the law and order president, but let's be clear here. He has made the job of law enforcement today and in the past all the more harder. They are facing an incredible challenge right now, and he's just tweeted that we need to understand that law enforcement is on the right side. I don't know what that means, but I know this: it's not helpful to law enforcement when you're threatening them, when you're breaching security of our nation's capital, and when you're preventing democracy from actually happening.
As you said, there will be time for after-action reviews, but watching this play out on live television, there seemed to be a rather small number of police officers outside that east front, and that there was some signal to retreat, and that's when folks were able to breach inside. I know we don't know a lot about. Are you surprised there wasn't a more robust security force visible at the outset of this, knowing the passions that all this has brought?
Yeah, Lester, those who monitor the sites of the extreme and even violent militia groups and groups like Proud Boys and QAnon, we've seen this playing out in the past couple of weeks. We've seen the chatter. We've seen the talk of how to overwhelm the Capitol Police, how to breach the Capitol. And I know that certainly the federal agencies monitor many of those same chat sites and extremist groups. So this is not a surprise. I don't quite understand how we got to this point today, and we're going to need some answers about Capitol Police deployment of National Guard and why it appears that insufficient resources were available.
All right, Frank, as you said, there'll be lots of questions, lots of answers later, but right now, the here and now is you've got people who have gathered on both sides of the Capitol. They have essentially stormed the steps there. Some have made their way inside. Police have now set up, at least at some parts of the Capitol, you don't see it in this picture certainly, but they have set up kind of human chains there in front. Here you've got, they've essentially created a buffer zone in the west front. By the way, this is the area where Joe Biden will take the oath of office in just a few weeks on that west front. That's typically where the seating is for the inauguration, the swearing of a new president. So the crowd there has been, it's a little bit of a higher climb to enter from that side. And thus you see most of the crowd here on the east side now, the east front, as it's known, of the Capitol. We've been talking off and on with Frank Thorpe. He's an NBC News producer who, like everyone in the Capitol right now, is in lockdown. Frank, it has to be an eerie feeling. You're watching these pictures and you're inside the building, but you really can't see what's happening. What are you hearing?
Yeah, it's a confusing situation, Lester, because to be honest, a lot of the members of the who just don't feel comfortable, who want to get out of the Capitol, have no idea if they can leave, and we have no idea where the protesters are inside the building. I can tell you, going back to the video that we saw earlier of the protesters walking towards the House chamber, it's just I can't stress to you how just unprecedented this situation is in terms of having this many people inside the Capitol that have not been screened. I mean, as you noted, a lot of these protesters are peaceful, but just having people within the Capitol who haven't gone through the screening process to get into this building is that's concerning to not only the lawmakers, but the aides that are here that are locked down in their offices, the press that are locked down in their offices as well. We have another producer, Haley Talbot, who is currently in the process of trying to get out of the House chamber. She was there to cover the House proceedings during the debate, and she's been taken out of the House chamber, but she's trying to figure out how they can actually get out of the building. She's just with members of Congress who said that they're calling their families to say that they're okay. I mean, I can tell you that most of the members of the press here are doing the same, just to give them an update. But it's a tense feeling.
Yeah, Frank Thorpe, thank you for that update. Finishing the thought, a tense situation to be sure. As we, at least in this video, we see folks walking back and forth in plain view of police officers. We don't know what their orders are or what the plan is, but no one in this crowd seems to be aggressive, but simply walking, exercising free reign of the Capitol, an area that, as Frank had pointed out, has been closed off to the general public for months and months because of COVID protocols and restrictions. But now inside and very close to that House chamber, where a number of people remain right now, very concerned about what is going to happen here. How they plan to clear the Capitol. Will it involve any chemical agents? Are there enough gas masks? So these are questions I don't think any of us woke up thinking we'd be asking as this process began, this joint session of Congress to entertain the objections, kind of the last gasp of Republicans trying to throw a monkey wrench into the results of the election. The conclusion, a foregone one, but nonetheless a demonstration by some members of both the Senate and House and a determination to challenge some of the battleground state victories for Joe Biden. But here is where we are at right now. A scene, as I noted, not unlike ones we've seen over the years over disputed elections in faraway places in the globe. But this is America. This is the U.S. Capitol right now. There is the American flag, and beneath it, these crowds of people now who have stormed, trying to make their wishes known. This is a day in which the president spoke, even as his own vice president announced that he could essentially no longer support this idea of trying to turn the election upside down. The Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, in very impassioned remarks at the beginning of debate, saying that those who support these objections are an embarrassment to themselves and the embarrassment to their country. So he also breaking ranks with the president, but Donald Trump continuing to press forward his claim that he's due a second term. And you can see police have, this is again the west, we just switched, but that other shot you were looking at was the west front, where police have been able to establish some kind of a barrier and stopping the crowds. They appear to have detained someone there, but by and large they have held their ground there, and you can see they put up a pretty serious line of blue on those. I believe those are the bleachers that have been put in place for the inauguration on the west side, where that is typically held. Let me bring in Casey. I'm sorry. Let me bring in Hallie Jackson to get some more perspective. So the president is acknowledging what is happening here, but doesn't seem to be taking great steps to tell people to go home.
He's done a tweet. I mean, he's done a single tweet here, Lester, and even for some people who used to work for him, you are seeing a groundswell of some, at least, saying, you need to do more, Mr. President, basically. He is probably the only person, and it's even arguable at that, who could potentially get that message through to the people who are now, as you put it succinctly, Lester, earlier in the show, putting the United States Capitol under siege. That is what we are seeing at this moment. You have to remember, Lester, this is a building, and I'm looking at this. I've done countless, live shots, shows from the building in and out. It just doesn't look like this, right? There's security around the building, but more importantly, Lester, or equally importantly, there's also private homes. There's daycares. There are other, facilities unconnected to the functioning of government, right, that are in the vicinity of the Hill where we're talking about here. And this is affecting many more people than just the people you're seeing on the screens, than just the duly elected officials of this country. Key, first and foremost, first priority, safety. There's also a question secondarily, as you are looking at that shot, it appeared somebody being pulled out on a stretcher. Secondarily is what happens now. We understand, as we've been reporting here, this lockdown is happening at the Capitol. What does this mean for the process that, 2 hours ago, Lester, we started talking about the Electoral College vote count? I can tell you that I've been texting with sources and one Republican official suggesting that perhaps this will, maybe they hope, give some senators pause in continuing the objections in the vote count. We don't know that that's actually going to be the case. We don't know how this is going to impact the actual procedures. I think the biggest priority for folks right now is making sure that the people inside the building are safe. You have to wonder, Lester, I ask this question, where is the president? We know physically where President Trump is. We understand, based on the reporting from people in the pool at the White House, he was in the Oval Office at least for a portion of the afternoon here as these protests, now a frankly mob, stormed the steps of the Capitol. Is he going to speak on television? Is he going to give an address and give remarks? We don't have any guidance on that. We have no reason to suspect he might, other than that is perhaps the expectation of the country's leader at a moment like this just surreal and extraordinary moment, and one that's going to go down in American history, Lester. So, again, first priority, safety. Secondarily, how do you get past this moment? I know that you got to imagine these officers, and we're seeing it coming in from all parts. This is what I'm talking about, Lester. You're looking at the Capitol complex. And then that's Constitution, right? So that is on the House side. The House office buildings are in that. I think this is our chopper shot from our local affiliate, if I'm guessing correctly. You can see those House office buildings on the other side of the street. The underground passages that you're talking about connect those different facilities. The street obviously is shut down, police in place. The other piece of this is the law enforcement presence. This rally had been what was originally a rally, which has turned into something very different, had been planned. It was a known event. It was known that people who were supporting President Trump were traveling in from all over the country to be on the National Mall at the Ellipse, where the president, by the way, spoke, right? Didn't just watch. He actually actively went and spoke and engaged with those protesters. And now hear what we're seeing at the Capitol, Lester.
All right, Hallie, thank you. On the phone with us right now is Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger from Illinois. Congressman, thank you for joining us. First of all, are you and your colleagues safe right now?
Yeah, everybody's safe. I don't want to give my location, but I'll tell you this is madness, and anybody that calls themselves a Republican like myself should be very ashamed right now. And I don't know if this has ever happened in history. It's disgusting, and this is not how democracies and how politics works.
I don't think a lot of folks would disagree with you on that. Can you tell us, you were in the middle of debate, was there simply an adjournment and you were taken to a special place? I mean, how did it all play out from your point of view?
Yeah, in my case, I kind of started seeing things unfurl, so I came back to a different location, and but I have been talking to people that are on the floor, and obviously when the Capitol was breached, they did security protocol, which they're good at, but significantly outnumbered. Throwing on escape hoods. I mean, we have these emergency escape hoods that we think it's one of those doomsday scenarios that we'll never use. We're using those. And right now, I think it's a matter of hoping that cooler heads prevail, hoping that the president actually quits being a coward and calls in the D.C. Guard and actually takes some leadership for a moment. But until then, we're going to continue to do what we need to do to be safe.
Are you, what we're watching right now, do you lay that at the president's feet?
Do I think, wait, say that again, I couldn't understand that.
Yeah, what we're watching right now with the siege of the Capitol, do you lay this at the president's feet? Is he responsible?
Yeah. I mean, look, absolutely. Not just in his speech today where he basically implied this was going to happen. We've seen this all over Twitter. I don't look at Parler, but I hear it's been all over Parler. This is not a surprise to anybody and shouldn't be. And I've said for weeks that I fear violence on January 6th. And for the president to go out today when everybody's in a heightened emotional state after being falsely promised that somehow Congress can magically pick the next president, he completely shirked his responsibility as president to keep the American people safe.
A number of your colleagues in the House and certainly a number from the Senate have announced, and they've already demonstrated that they are going to try to reject some of these electoral votes. Do you think that this will stop the process, or do you think that they will want to carry on once order is restored there?
Well, because the Constitution, is enduring, the process will go forward. If any of my friends or colleagues continue with the objection, I think that is a disgrace. I think the reality is, first off, it was a fool's errand anyway. It was a grift, an attempt to raise money. And now, after this, if we, assuage these actions, we can only expect more in the future.
What was it like? I don't know if you actually heard Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's remarks today, but he essentially broke ranks with the president and said it's over, it's done in so many words. What was it like to hear that?
Well, it was good. I wish he'd have said it a while ago. But the bottom line is we have too many people out here that want to avoid temporary pain by telling people what they don't want to hear. So they go along with this magical idea that Congress gets to pick the president. Congress doesn't. And what we're seeing now is, the result of false hope given to people. And so it was great to see the majority leader say that. I hope all the leadership in the House and Senate say the exact same thing. And I hope when we reconvene finally that we move forward and just accept the results as the American people voted for, whether we like those results or not.
I think it's fair to say that much of your party will bear some of the stain of this day. Going forward, there is also the vote in Georgia that we're watching very closely, that when all is said and done, we could be looking at a Democratic-held Senate. How serious is the damage to the Republican Party going forward?
I think it's serious. I think, did we make gains within minority communities? Sure, but we're losing in one very terminal demographic, and that is young people. As young people grow older, they're rejecting Republican politics. We've gotten away from the Reagan-esque idea of explaining the compassion of conservatism, and we've relegated to a culture war. That's not the Republican Party that me at 42 years old was in love with. I love the idea of a strong American leadership and leadership around the globe. We have to get back to that, but we're going to bear the consequences of this for a little bit.
Before I let you go, have you or any of your colleagues, is there any effort right now to try and get in touch with the White House and say, please make this stop?
I don't know. I think right now it's kind of the, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We're at the bottom of that and just getting through this moment. But I certainly hope people with rank in the House are doing that and in the Senate. And we go beyond some, tweet saying thank you to the Capitol Police. And we actually start calling for real action to restore order to the people's house. Otherwise, we're no different than any of, these failed democracies around the world.
All right. Well, Congressman Adam Kinzinger, Republican from Illinois, we thank you for being with us, and we're grateful that you and your colleagues are okay right now. Please stay safe, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we continue to watch this crowd outside the Capitol. It began as a day of peaceful protest, and largely what we've seen, at least in the view of the camera, has been peaceful. Nonetheless, this crowd has breached beyond where they were supposed to be. Many have breached actually inside the Capitol itself. So this is an ongoing situation. We don't know what's happening on the law enforcement level inside to contain those who went in unscreened, and based on the pictures we've seen, have had largely free reign of very critical parts of the Capitol. But that is how it is playing out right now. Ellison Barber is on the east front of the Capitol, on the edge of this crowd, watching it all play out. How would you characterize things right now, Ellison?
Hey, Lester, we're starting to see people come down from the steps who are claiming, at least, to have been inside. Two people came by and walked by us, and they said, we made it inside. I asked them if they wanted to talk, and they said I probably shouldn't, and kept going. There was another guy in militia-like tan garb who walked by us, and I think he didn't see my microphone initially, and he said, we made it to Nancy's office. When I asked him to stop and talk to us, he also declined on that. But there's kind of been, if those people were in fact inside, a celebratory mood here for them as they make their way out. You can see up on the steps here where people are still gathered. Off to the left side of the steps, Capitol Police have kind of congregated in a group there, and they've been there for the last little bit, kind of just standing by to the side of these protesters. We have seen a couple snipers, or what appear to be snipers, on the roof of the U.S. Capitol. Other than that, though, the situation on this side has remained somewhat calm. It's not really the right word for this, but as you said, we have not seen any acts of violence per se right in front of us, but we have seen a forceful crowd as they made their way up to the front and initially passed through those bicycle barricades. They are still here, and as some people come out and claim to have been inside the U.S. Capitol, those people are then being greeted amongst this crowd as heroes of sorts, being cheered for going inside. One person who had come out, they had some sort of liquid water type thing on them. They said that they had been sprayed. But again, none of those people were willing to speak with us on camera. You can hear the crowd right now cheering some as they have flags, many of them Trump flags. A Don't Tread on Me flag held on both sides now have been hoisted up kind of on the sides there. So this crowd has stayed here where they are. Capitol Police on the side, not seeming to necessarily engage with the crowd here. But as I said, we haven't seen any sort of violent acts from the crowd here, but people who are claiming to have been inside are being celebrated as they make their way out. Lester?
Yeah, Ellison, stand by a second. I just want to share from our investigative producer, Tom Witter, a spokesperson for the Washington, D.C. Fire and EMS, says they have several people have been treated for injuries, and there's an unconfirmed report. We'll wait to confirm it of a more even more serious nature that we'll try to firm up. But Ellison, as we watch this crowd, many of these people had gone to a protest, an organized, permitted protest today, and have followed the crowd here. Have you seen any children in the crowd?
Yeah, quite a few actually. I don't know if we can walk a little and show you some of the people who are here. At various points throughout the day, we have seen families. We have seen people here with their dogs, with their pets. We were here all morning. We've been here since about 8 a.m. There's a dog right over there. There you have it. This was a peaceful protest. People were here. They were vocal. They wanted their voices heard, but things were relatively calm. And in a split second, you saw the crowd rush the front towards the barricades and make their way up here. And it felt like the entire mood, the whole day, it changed. We have not seen any overt acts of violence, but as soon as, this is where the initial breach was, right over here, as soon as that initial breach happened, we did see, once we made our way up to the front, we saw somebody being put on a stretcher and taken out of here. I'm not sure if she fell, she was pushed over or what, but there was a lot of blood left on the ground where someone had clearly been hurt in the process, maybe inadvertently, but in the process of these barricades being breached and making their way up here. But not as many children here right now, and some people I think have stayed a little bit further back. But yeah, I mean, this was a largely peaceful protest. A lot of people had come throughout the day. At one point, a group of people dressed in militia-like garb, who I believe were Proud Boys. They're not wearing their normal attire that they wear, but they were saying a term that Proud Boy tends to say and chant as they walk around. They had been kind of walking around the perimeter at one point of the U.S. Capitol and chanting. But other than that, things were calm. And then in that split second, you saw the crowd rush. You saw people break through these bicycle barricades and make their way up to the Capitol, and everything changed. But yeah, a lot of families have been here throughout the day, though some seem to have dispersed and left at this point. Lester?
All right, Ellison, thank you very much. As we watch this extraordinary situation play out, it's hard not to look at this and not feel that there were at least, and not to be hyperbolic, but to feel that there's some elements of a coup attempt in what we're watching right now. I want to go to Frank Thorpe. We've been hearing from him by telephone. He's in his office there, our NBC producer office there in the Capitol under lockdown. I understand you have some video, Frank.
Yeah, so Lester, this is some stunning video, I have to say. I don't think I've ever expected to see anything like this in my entire career covering Congress. The idea of people who have broken into the Capitol and taken over the Senate floor. This is about a dozen folks who came from outside, and they're just mulling around looking through desks. There's a guy sitting there in the gallery above. He asked, "Who are you with? Who are you with?" And that was about time for me to go. Walking through the hallways, I have to say it's a weird scene. In that there was, some protesters that were walking through the hallways, and Capitol Police were kind of following them, but they weren't necessarily arresting them. It's really unclear as to how they're really dealing with the protesters. I haven't seen any arrests, but I've also been locked in up in in our offices. So we're just sheltered in place at the moment right now. But I have to say that this scene that you're seeing right now on television is absolutely stunning. The idea that these people have come from outside and broken into the Capitol and decided to take the Senate floor like this, where just about an hour and a half or 2 hours ago, they were debating an objection to the Electoral College. It's just a stunning scene.
Who you with? Stunning doesn't even begin to describe it, Frank. If this picture makes you sick, I think you're probably not alone. This is inside the chambers of the American Congress, people freely walking among the tables and the desks. It's just beyond unbelievable.
I mean, Lester,
I want to go to
just to kind of nail down this point, though. I mean, they still need to finish this count. They still need to be able to return here and do their work. And there's no way that this will require sweeps. I mean, once they actually clear the building, they'll have to sweep the chamber. I mean, the two chambers of the House and the Senate are basically known within the Capitol as two of the safest places in the entire Capitol Hill complex. I mean, and they're protected by Capitol Police. There are details for leadership members. I mean, this is just a completely outside of the realm of possibility situation in which that it's going to take an enormous amount of time just to clear out and to do a security sweep of the desks, of the hallways, of the rooms before they would be able to even start to count again.
All right, Frank, continue to stay safe inside there. On the phone with us is Democratic Congressman Brendan Boyle from Pennsylvania. Congressman, first of all, are you in a safe location and okay with your colleagues? Congressman Boyle, do you hear me okay? Okay, we've lost him. We'll try to get him back and get a perspective of what's happening inside with members of Congress. I want to go to Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly was at that rally where this is an offshoot of that rally. You heard the president speak today. Give us a sense of the tone and things we heard that might have suggested it would end up what we're looking at.
Well, spending hours today with some of the Trump supporters who are now protesters, the president repeatedly urged them to fight. And he meant that metaphorically, but he also may have meant that in this kind of show and demonstration. He repeatedly said, "We will walk down Pennsylvania Avenue to the U.S. Capitol." And I began that march walking along with a number of those in attendance. And I could hear people around me, Lester, saying, "The president said he's walking with us." I knew that the president had returned to the White House, but his supporters believed he was walking with them. One man who was just next to me said, "But he said he's walking, so I'm sure he's walking." It's just an anecdote that gives you an idea of how the president has this kind of powerful connection with his supporters. He has just tweeted again in the last few minutes, and he says, "I am asking everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we in uppercase are the party of law and order. Respect the law and order of our great men and women in blue. Thank you." But this is the same president who repeatedly told them to fight, repeatedly told his supporters that he was robbed of this election, and they were too, that their votes were discounted, manipulated, thrown out by various states, things that have not been supported by the facts, and in many ways incited this kind of fervor. The president always measures how he is being perceived by his crowd size, and there was an enormous crowd today. And as you could see this play out, as Ellison pointed out, certainly there were families there. There were several people with dogs. I'm one of those dog people who always talks to the people who are walking their dogs with these kinds of events. And there were the flags, and there were all of the things that in a typical Trump rally environment before the election were much more upbeat. These folks were determined to walk to the Capitol and to make their message known. Many of them probably did not know it was going to turn into this, but clearly some people planned this kind of breach of the Capitol, and in many ways the kind of images that Frank, our colleague, was just showing us a disrespect of these institutions that they are angry about. There was so much talk today among Trump supporters and those speaking at the rally prior to the president about anger toward even Republicans, believing that there were Republicans who were not standing up for President Trump. And of course, we heard the president repeatedly urge Mike Pence, his vice president, who has been unfailingly loyal for 4 years, to do what the president wanted today. Mike Pence did not do that in a lengthy statement where he explained what he believes to be the limits constitutionally of his role. And now we have this, with an uncertain way of how this gets resolved. Today is the day the counts are supposed to be completed. That has been disrupted. As Frank and other colleagues have described, the scene at the Capitol remains tense, volatile, and unknown. I've been in touch with various elected officials that I know from my time covering the Capitol. All have said they are safe, but in a new world that few could have imagined. It was predicted, and yet still so hard to imagine as we watch this unfold. Lester?
All right, hey, Kelly, thanks very much for that. As we watch these live pictures, this is the east front of the Capitol, and that crowd continuing to occupy the steps and surrounding the entrance there. On the phone with us, we're going to try again, Democratic Congresswoman from Virginia, Abigail Spanberger. Congresswoman, can you tell us, are you safe and in an okay place right now?
Yes, thank you so much, Lester. I am. I'm in a holding room with a lot of other members of Congress after we were evacuated out of the floor in the gallery area.
Can you tell us how things played out when you became aware of that the Capitol had been breached and how you were let out?
So we initially got alerts on our phone. The Capitol Police were just extraordinary in keeping us updated. We all got out our gas masks, which are under the seats on the floor and in the gallery, because we know that there was some chemical irritants that were deployed in various parts of the Capitol. And so we made a couple efforts at trying to evacuate, but at one point that became difficult because there were people banging on the doors of the floor of the House of Representatives. And so at that point in time, there was an effort to, of course, lock all the doors and barricade the doors. And it took multiple efforts for us to be able to make our way safely and then depart the Capitol and gallery areas where we were gathered to participate in what is our constitutional duty of counting electors. It's a straightforward process that is supposed to be procedural, but one that we were intending to carry out today until it was interrupted.
Did you come face to face with any of the protesters?
I did not. Where we were on our way out, there were protesters who were laid out in the prone position. Capitol Police had clearly taken control of the situation, and as they were leading us and members of the press out, that was at that point as close as we got, kind of person to person.
Were you and your colleagues wearing gas masks as you were leaving?
Some people were, so we all had them. We had them opened. We had them deployed. There was some people were saying that we needed to put them on. Some didn't have them on, but everybody was ready because, again, in the end, the way we actually evacuated out of the gallery, we did not go in the direction where there was the chemical irritant. And so I had mine on for a bit, but mostly had it off and didn't come in contact with any of the irritant.
All right, well, we're glad you're okay. So let's talk now about what we are seeing, what is happening outside the Capitol. Give me your thoughts, how we got here, and where do we go forward?
I'm a former intelligence officer, and my whole background is understanding the challenges that foreign governments are facing. The scene that we saw on Capitol Hill, the banging, the yelling, the screaming, the demands to enter the chamber of the United States Congress, those are the sorts of things that happen in third world nations, the sorts of places where our diplomats and intelligence officers write home to the United States and say, this is a dangerous scenario, this is an endangered democracy. It's deeply, deeply disturbing what we saw at the U.S. Capitol today. And but my appreciation to the Capitol Police for doing everything they possibly could to keep us, our staff, our teams, the cafeteria workers, sanitation workers, and employees of the Capitol and members of the press safe as they work to systematically ensure that active threats were subdued and that we could get to a safe place.
All right, Representative Abigail Spanberger from Virginia, thank you for taking some time to speak with us. We're glad you and your colleagues are okay.
Thank you so much. And again, thanks to the Capitol Police and Metro Police who's been responding to help as well. Thank you so much, Lester.
Yep. All right. Yes, and we see the Capitol Police there have taken up a position on the west side of the Capitol. There in the yellow jackets up there, the high visibility yellow, keeping the line of protesters from entering at least that side. But clearly a situation that is beyond anything most people could imagine taking place right now. I do want to go to Pete Williams, if Pete is standing by, because it was brought up a moment ago. What we saw today, the beginning of this joint session of Congress, whether there's objections or not, Pete, there's something magic to this date. It has to happen today, correct?
It has to start today. That's certainly right. That's set by statute. That's the Electoral Count Act. That's this law that was passed 133 years ago that guides the process. Now, it doesn't say it has to end today, but it has to start today. So it's met that constitutional requirement. And of course, at some point when this is all resolved, it's going to resume. And it doesn't really matter how long it takes. I mean, they've got until the 20th, obviously, which is Inauguration Day. A couple of thoughts, Lester. Number one, this scene is obviously going to cause some serious rethinking about how the inauguration itself will be planned. Now, we knew it was already scaled back because of the pandemic, no parade, for example, but you just know, and I just got off the phone with one law enforcement person, they're looking at these scenes and thinking, well, what changes do they need to make in the plan for the inaugural? Now, I will say that an inauguration is a much bigger event that involves many more law enforcement organizations. There's much tighter security, but still, there's got to be some rethinking. One other thing, Lester, we've been told now by two separate law enforcement organizations. You saw a picture earlier of a person being wheeled out of the Capitol, or at least being wheeled outside the Capitol on a gurney with apparent injuries. And we're told now by two separate law enforcement agencies that one person was shot inside the U.S. Capitol a short time ago by a member of law enforcement. Now, we don't know what law enforcement person this was, or whether it was someone from the Capitol Police, from Metro Police. I mean, there are a number of different police agencies that are responsible for security in that area, and when there is something like this, there's an all-hands-on-deck kind of response from a number of different police agencies that can respond to help, police and federal agencies. So we don't know which organization was involved, but and we don't know what the condition is of the person who was shot. And we don't know the circumstances of it. All I can report is that law enforcement officials tell us that one person was shot inside the U.S. Capitol by a member of law enforcement.
All right, Pete Williams, thank you for adding that. It's extraordinary that we have not, there's right now it seems to be no effort, at least from the outside, to remove anyone. But at the same time, no one here is advancing. The picture has remained rather constant here on both sides of the Capitol. People crowded in, waving flags, essentially moving their rally to the doorsteps of the Capitol as members of Congress have been ushered to safe places. We heard a description a moment ago of reaching for gas masks that had positioned at their desks, and some of them actually donning them as they made their way to safer areas, still hearing the beating of people trying to get in the door. So an extraordinary scene continuing to unfold there. Let me bring in, if I can right now, Hallie Jackson again. Hallie, you've been watching all this play out. Is this a fear that you had heard expressed, from those associated with the White House, that something like this could happen?
Here's the thing, Lester, for people who have tracked movements in many ways among people, sort of the fringe elements of what you could call the president's base, there had been discussion of this day specifically for a while now, right? Which is raising the question, as Pete's talked about, and as others, of the law enforcement presence. That is obviously something that, as you showed on that shot, you could see some of the presence here at the Capitol, but this just incredibly upsetting, I think it's fair to say, scene at the Capitol. I will say that you are now seeing more and more, Lester, people who are close to the president, and I'm going to try to pull this up. Mick Mulvaney, I believe, is among them, calling on the president to say something. His allies, his aides, getting out there on Twitter, sure, saying, hey, stop. This is not okay. This is not appropriate. This is not who we are. The president's former campaign manager, for example, doing the same. But now there are some who are pushing the president publicly, Lester, to try to come out and do something more forcefully. This is a president who, as our colleague Kelly O'Donnell noted, ended his speech at the rally, what was then a rally several hours ago, earlier this morning, by telling people we're going to walk up to the Capitol, basically, amping them up, to use that kind of language, to come up to the Capitol. And what was, and I was on Capitol Hill, Lester, not 3-4 hours ago, and I'm telling you, I saw from our own eyes, it was didn't look like this, obviously. It was a mostly peaceful protest. It has turned into something very different, much uglier now. You will see, moving forward, discussion about what the president has been doing, where he has been for these last 2 hours, for these last 2.5 hours, and the moment of leadership. There will be critics who will suggest that the president has not met some of those moments in the past. But now you're seeing even some of his allies talk about this. For example, Kevin McCarthy, of course, the minority leader over on the House side, sounding rather shaken. He was over on another network calling this un-American, suggesting that, yes, he would perhaps have people reach out to the president and see if he would do more. Now, the president has tweeted 2 tweets in the couple of hours that we've been watching this. But the leadership factor on this is going to be critical. The other point that I want to make, Lester, I live in Washington. That's obviously where I'm reporting to you from now. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. It will get dark in a matter of 90 minutes or so, and you still have thousands of people out on the west front and the east front of the Capitol. They've got to clear these folks before this situation potentially gets even more disturbing. I can tell you that I know people who are having their kids, who don't have anything to do with Capitol Hill, who are having their kids affected because of the lockdowns that have been in place now, their families. This is a ripple effect. It's why you've seen the mayor of Washington institute that 6 o'clock curfew. And at that point, that could be a potential tension point, Lester, if in fact these people who are storming the Capitol are still out there.
Hallie, thank you. I want to bring in Andrea Mitchell right now. Andrea, you have seen and covered it all. Give me your thoughts about what's happening here. And also, I'm curious whether this might derail the objections that were planned for this long process of counting these electoral votes today.
Well, I certainly think on the Senate side, I would find it very difficult for Senator Cruz and Senators Hawley and the others to now have to face not only Mitch McConnell, but the rest of their colleagues who have had this horrible, really violent protest because they broke into the Capitol of the United States of America. They hijacked our democracy while the Electoral College vote count, the vote was being counted. It was already certified, but it was being counted. And the process is going to pick up. They'll figure this out. I was talking earlier, interviewing Terry Gaynor, the former head of the Capitol Police, former sergeant at arms, and he said they will, bit by bit, they will move enough people in. They have, more than 1,000 Capitol Police. Clearly, they did not prevent the Capitol building from being breached on the second floor level, as you saw on the east front. That was where they got in, apparently, to both the Senate and the House floor and to the same level as Statuary Hall. So what you saw were these protesters in the chambers, in the Senate chamber, in the House chamber. Thankfully, the Capitol Police had removed Vice President Pence, certainly Senator Pro Tem Chuck Grassley, who's also in the succession chain. Also the Speaker of the House, we understand, all of them, all the senators are now in safe places. You have members of the House and others who were off the floor because of COVID, not part of the joint session, who were planning their speeches. We talked to Alyssa Slotkin from Michigan, who was planning her speech. She's a former Pentagon and CIA official who has served in Iraq, at the same time saying she's never even contemplated anything like this. And what she said was, you expect attacks in places like Iraq in wartime. You don't expect it in the Capitol building of the United States. The only time I've ever seen the Capitol evacuated was after 9/11, when we thought that plane was coming, the plane that ended up, heading towards Pennsylvania. We thought that plane, I believe it was that plane, was coming to the Capitol building. And that's when they were evacuated through a tunnel and safely further up Independence Avenue. So I've never seen anything like this, and I have to say, it is shocking, and it was started really by the President of the United States inciting that crowd. And that is as shocking as the failure of the police to prevent the Capitol building from being breached.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you for your insight there. I want to bring in my colleague, Savannah Guthrie, right now as we continue our expanded coverage. We're a little past 3:30 here in the East, and this siege, if you will, continues to go on. Welcome, Savannah.
Welcome to a scene we never thought we would witness, Lester. What's happening in the U.S. Capitol this afternoon, I'll bring you up to date on what I've seen. The governor of Virginia has tweeted that he has answered a request for the Virginia National Guard to help out to try to regain some sense of control at the Capitol right now. As mentioned, there are reports that one woman has been shot, reportedly by law enforcement. We await more information about that. We have seen those images, disturbing images of protesters inside the Capitol, breaching the Capitol, inside the Speaker's office, inside the Senate chamber, walking about freely as though this were not the heart of our democracy, performing its moment, its most sacred moment of the peaceful transition to power. These are momentous times. I want to bring Casey Hunt into this. She's our Capitol Hill correspondent. She's been there from the beginning. First of all, Casey, we can all save the analysis for later. Just bring us up to date on what you know and what the status is of getting this situation under control.
Been the hardest piece of this to pin down, what they're going to do next to try and get this under control. As you mentioned, those requests from the National Guard to try and help deal with this situation, but whether they are en route is unclear. Remember, the District of Columbia falls into a little bit of a strange spot because it's not a state. So questions about what the Defense Department may do in that instance, we are waiting to find out and are in touch with the Speaker's office. But it has been an incredibly difficult day here on Capitol Hill. It started, of course, with the initial proceedings to begin the process to ratify President-elect Joe Biden as President of the United States. That all unfolded, it seemed, as it should have at the beginning. But of course, these protesters approached the building, ultimately breached the Capitol, and then breached the House and Senate floors, which is not something I don't think anyone who was walking into this building today anticipated. And certainly those of us who have been working up here every day for many, many years now have never seen anything like this before. So you are seeing increasingly Republicans coming out and calling on President Trump to urge the people who are here to stand down. Kevin McCarthy, the House leader, was recently interviewed on Fox News. He called it un-American. He said it needs to stop. He said that he didn't even want to talk about some of the things that he had seen in the chamber. He referenced shots fired, and I know our Pete Williams reported that. Our producer Haley Talbot was in the House of Representatives in the gallery watching the floor as events unfolded there, as the Capitol Police barricaded one of the doors as they evacuated members of the House of Representatives, some of those members donning gas masks that are situated under the chairs in that chamber because there were chemical irritants that were discharged in the attempts to try and clear these protests. So at this point, we do know members of congressional leadership are safe. Members of the House and Senate are being taken to undisclosed locations, most of them already in those undisclosed locations if they weren't part of those initial groups. I've texted with several members of the Senate who have said that they are safe, that they feel safe at this point. So it does seem as though that element of this has been diffused, at least. The last few minutes here have felt more like stasis. The members who are involved in the actual functioning of our government have been removed from the immediate danger of the situation. And now the question is, how are they going to move forward and secure the building. So we are here in the Russell Senate office building, where things have been largely quiet. Across the street, of course, the Capitol building, where you can see those protesters still milling around. But again, Savannah, important to underscore, this has halted the process, the regular process of our government.
Yeah, Casey, that's where I was going. I mean, this is January 6th. This is a date that was in stone. This is when you're supposed to certify the electors for the transition of power. I mean, that obviously is not possible right now. I heard one congressman on one of the cable networks saying, a Republican congressman, a Trump supporter, saying he wants the president to say, call it off, to do more, to say more right now. So far, as this has unfolded, at first we saw a tweet from the president talking about how Mike Pence, the vice president, had let him down by not doing something that was not within his power to do. But then he also has said we should support our law enforcement. But he has, Casey, to be clear, we haven't heard the president say to these protesters, stop, it's over, as this Republican congressman, Trump supporter, has said he wishes the president would do now.
And you're absolutely right. And there are more Republicans who are saying that is exactly what needs to happen. Senator Marco Rubio is saying that that is what it would mean to support law enforcement. Law enforcement have been overrun here. And the reality is that this is supposed to be a formal transfer of power from one administration to the next. And in fact, Senator Mitch McConnell was on the floor of the Senate, someone who critics have said waited too long to criticize President Trump. But even he this morning was saying we have to believe these results. If we don't, then our democracy is going to begin a decline. A death spiral was the phrase that he used. So that's how we started the day. And then just minutes later, this scene unfolds in the United States Capitol, which again, I think it's important to realize most of these procedures are laid out in the Constitution. They are some of the oldest things that govern how we govern ourselves, how we work as a democracy. It's certainly something that I know many members of Congress who I talk to every day have taken great pride in being a part of that democracy. And right now we're seeing it halted by these people.
Absolutely, Casey. Sorry to cut you off. I want to jump to a member of Congress, Brendan Boyle, who's a Democrat from Pennsylvania. I believe he's on the phone. Congressman, I mean, first of all, are you safe? Are you okay? I don't expect you to tell us where you are, but what can you tell us about how you're doing right now?
Yeah, well, thank you. I am safe myself and a few other younger staffers I'll just say in my office, the building in which my office is located. Capitol Police have been running through the hallway, so you'll occasionally hear a commotion outside, and I'm not sure whether or not it's Capitol Police or one of the protesters, and then just continuing to wait on further updates from the Capitol Police.
And what did you witness today? What have you seen?
Well, I've obviously never seen anything like this before, and it wasn't a surprise that we were going to have this large crowd of protesters. So it's still a mystery to me how this crowd was able, within about 10 or 12 minutes of starting, able to breach both sides of the Capitol, both the east side and the west side, and get into or right around the House chamber, as well as apparently from texts I'm getting from friends of mine who serve in the Senate, they were able to get into the Senate chamber as well. So that is just absolutely inexplicable to me that this happened. But ultimately, though, the bigger threat, in my view, is not the thousands of people who are here today, even though they're armed and they are a threat. The bigger threat is actually those who have incited them all along the way, cheering this on. That's the real threat.
Well, at this point, what are you hoping? How do you think this will be resolved? And do you think Congress will be able to complete its constitutional duty? I mean, even though there seems to be a moment right now of stasis, for lack of a better word, right now the Capitol is not under control. It's still infiltrated by people who have broken through barriers and broken across the lines to come inside the Capitol. I mean, look at the image. I don't know if you can see it. We're seeing people inside offices, ceremonial offices, and real working offices inside the Capitol who have barged in and having their way with the place. So assuming that this can be gotten under control, a law enforcement matter, would it be your hope that Congress reconvene today and try to complete its constitutional duty?
Well, I immediately have two thoughts. The first is it's absolutely sickening to see this militia or armed mob bring us to the point of anarchy. Never in 1,000 years did I ever think I would see this in the capital of the United States of America. But then my second thought is, I don't care how long I have to stay here. We are going to do our damn constitutional duty. There's no way I'm going to be chased off the capital of my own country by this mob and whoever is inciting them. Yes, we will do the people's duty. We will ensure our constitutional process, come hell or high water, is followed, and that Joe Biden is inaugurated as President of the United States on the 20th of January.
Well, Congressman Boyle, I appreciate your time this afternoon. Stay safe, and you, and also all of the congressional staffers, a lot of young men and women who work there at the Capitol and are never seen. I wish them well as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
About 3:45 on the East Coast, as you can see, this protest, whatever you want to call it, it's not a peaceful protest, as the demonstrators here have crossed barriers. They've crossed a line, and they are now breaching the United States Capitol, forcing the Senate and House to evacuate and pause in the middle of a cherished and sacred constitutional duty having to do with the peaceful transfer of power. Debate is one thing. Protest is one thing. That's not what we're watching here, Lester, and we'll continue to keep our eye on it.
No, absolutely. We understand that now from Tom Winter, one of our producers, one person in critical condition after being shot at the Capitol. At least 5 people have been transported to hospitals, including several officers who were treated for pepper spray exposure. 4 other people have been transferred from the Capitol as well. So we continue to watch that play out. And we certainly saw pictures a moment ago, still pictures of security officials with weapons drawn, trying to barricade a door. So the situation is extremely serious as it plays out right now. I want to go to Kristen Welker, who is at the White House. Kristen, I'd say all eyes of the world are trained on the White House, but right now the Capitol is the focus. But the answer could come from the White House. Are we getting anything beyond the tweets the president issued? Is there a growing chorus of calls for him to try to put a stop to this?
There is a growing chorus of calls. Lester, let me read you a tweet from Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany, a little bit of breaking news here. She says, at Real Donald Trump's direction, the National Guard is on the way, along with other federal protective services. We reiterate President Trump's call against violence and to remain peaceful. So there you have it. The National Guard has been deployed to Washington, D.C., to the Capitol to try to deal with these protests that are unfolding and this breach of the U.S. Capitol. Now, the messaging that we're getting from the White House, this is the latest from Vice President Mike Pence, who says the violence and destruction taking place at the U.S. Capitol must stop, and it must stop now. Anyone involved must respect law enforcement officers and immediately leave the building. Similar language from President Trump in a pair of tweets that he sent out earlier, Lester, but his supporters believe that that just does not go far enough, that they want to hear from President Trump himself, that they want him to come out and address his supporters and tell them, bottom line, stand down. Let me paint the scene for you at the White House right now, Lester. You have White House officials who are huddled in their offices, who are watching all of this unfold. I spoke with one official who told me that the president is watching this unfold as well. Of course, discussions about whether or not he is going to speak, whether there will be some type of written statement. But at this point, nothing on the horizon. So I think you are going to see the calls grow louder for him to come out and address these protesters. Lester.
All right. Thank you, Kristen. NBC News contributor and founder of Punchbowl News, Jake Sherman, joins us on the line. Jake, I understand you are in the Capitol. What can you see? What can you tell us?
Well, I can see nothing at the moment, Lester, because we've been in lockdown. I'm just going to not say where because I want to protect our safety. But I've been covering this building for 11 years. I've never obviously seen anything like this. I usually can't get through security with my AirPods or my belt, and these people have broken down doors. This is a mob. This is not a protest. This is an armed mob, and this is despicable and really, really, really unsafe, and we're all very scared.
Did you I know you're in lockdown right now, but have you heard any of the protesters nearby?
Oh yeah, when I was at the beginning of the protest, I walked outside to see what was going on and walked past a floor up. I was standing elevated, and people were breaking down the windows to very, very large and very secure doors. They had a flagpole and they were knocking through windows. We've heard banging on our doors. We saw SWAT teams with long guns walking through the building. I fortunately was not in the chamber. All of my colleagues and members of Congress who were in the chamber were taken out. We still, where I am right now, have not been evacuated from the Capitol building, but hope to be soon, frankly, because we don't have security like many members of Congress do.
Yeah. All right, Jake, stay safe, and we do hope we'll get you out of there as soon as possible. Savannah.
Hi, Lester. I want to bring in Senator Tammy Duckworth, who, of course, is a veteran herself, a wounded veteran, I might add. Senator Duckworth, were you on the Senate floor when this happened? How are you doing? Are you safe?
I am safe. I'm barricaded in a secure location. I was actually on my way to the Senate floor in the tunnels underneath the Capitol when the Capitol Police turned me around and had me go to a secure location. So I am safe with a couple of my staff members, and I've defended our Constitution for 23 years in their service, and now for 8 years here on the Capitol Hill, and I've never, in my wildest dreams, would I ever think that Americans would do this to our own nation's capital.
I mean, I'm sure you are seeing the images I'm seeing, the United States Senate, the floor of the United States Senate, the Congress being taken over by people who have breached barricades, who've gone past police, who are where they are not permitted to be. Have you gotten any kind of communication? I don't imagine all 100 senators are on a text chain, but have you heard anything from the leadership about the plan to get this back under control and what might happen in terms of the constitutional duty that Congress has today?
I've not heard anything directly from the Republican leader's office. I am getting information from my leadership team, who are following up on every one of us and where we are located, all the Democrats and those who caucus with us. And again, listen, I my entire adult life had defended people's rights to protest. And peaceful protest is something that I absolutely support. But this is a mob. This is a riot. These are people who are not practicing democracy. In fact, they are, doing the will of a wannabe tin pot dictator who lost the election. And this is no way for us to be running our country and really doing the work that needs to be done, which is fight a global pandemic and get working families back up on their feet again.
Senator, you're as tough as they come. As I mentioned, you are a wounded veteran who served our country, but was there any moment today when you were on your way to the Capitol and you were turned around in a rush? I mean, what went through your mind? Did you feel fear or concern or anxiety about your own safety?
I don't. I did not feel fear or concern. I did what the Capitol Police asked me to do, because that is the best thing to do, is just to follow their direction. And to take myself out of the equation so that I would be one less person they would have to worry about, and that they could concentrate on their jobs and focus on those who were breaching the Capitol. I will tell you this. These protesters will not stop me from carrying out my duties as have been laid out for me in the Constitution. And if we have to be here all night and all day tomorrow and the next day, we will continue to carry out the work that needs to be done. And I'm not going to be deterred from standing my ground. I will not quit my post. I will be here, and I will do the people's business.
Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois, thank you for calling in. Stay safe. Keep us posted. We'll stay in touch with you. Appreciate it. Lester, over to you.
Thanks. I want to bring in Hallie Jackson right now, Savannah, who is, of course, is our chief White House correspondent. Hallie, the president spoke to this crowd today. So much of what we've been hearing, of course, is that the inauguration will go on the 20th. Are there concerns that what's happening today could, obviously you can't move that date, but could have a tremendous effect on how we mark that day?
You can't imagine, Lester, that it's not going to, right? Or at least have a discussion or a conversation about that, given what we're seeing unfolding. I think to give people some perspective here, and remember, in inaugurations past, this is what happens. You have typically The president-elect on the west front of the Capitol. You have that sort of parade down Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. Things had been changing and in flux very much anyway because of the pandemic. And by the way, it's a pandemic that is still very much happening and very much active currently. And the question now is, will this change even more on Inauguration Day, given the scene here, given the security and the safety perspective? One of the things that you have talked about, Lester, as you see these images, you said earlier you might feel sort of sick looking at that. It is stunning, I think, to people in this country, as well as to people in the international community. The head of NATO, the NATO Secretary General, calling these shocking scenes in Washington and saying the outcome of this democratic election must be respected. Lester, that is the kind of sentence that you hear aimed at other countries, not the United States, that you haven't ever heard aimed at the United States. To give you some perspective of the way that this is being seen and the way that it is being perceived and happening here in the United States and around the world as well. As far as the president goes, another one of his allies, again, more and more of his allies coming out now saying he needs to appear. There was a mention perhaps of, and we heard earlier some reporting, question marks, excuse me, as our studios are kind of going off here, I'm just going to hang this phone up, question marks on whether the president would deliver, for example, a written statement, a speech. A written statement isn't going to cut it at this point. And frankly, Lester, I think there is also a fair question of whether a formal deliverance of remarks from President Trump is enough to stop what's happening here, to get these rioters, frankly, to turn around and leave the Capitol. We know now, based on the reporting from our teams, that the National Guard, and the press secretary has confirmed that the National Guard is coming in. You have other states now, neighboring states here, Maryland, Virginia, sending in the National Guard as well. The change of mission has been approved, as you see on the screen. I think it is also important to note, as we talk about the process, Congressman Brendan Boyle of Pennsylvania saying, we are absolutely going to get this work done. Logistically, Lester, that is going to be almost impossible to do anytime in the immediate term future because of this unbelievable security breach that has happened. You cannot send members of Congress back into a House chamber that hasn't been swept. You can't send members of Congress back into offices where people who have not been screened are there, not just putting their feet up on the table, but doing, you just don't know. And that is an enormous security breach, as now we see this remarkable scene of this line of cars, police vehicles, law enforcement vehicles, lights and sirens on, coming down. I can't quite get my bearings from this chopper shot here as to which angle we're looking at, north or south. But this is obviously the main drag here heading into the Capitol on the Mall. The backup is coming. That seems to be what's happening here. And it is desperately needed at this moment because you still have to get these protesters cleared out if you're law enforcement. Okay, and I see the perspective there, Lester.
Yeah, and of course a 6 p.m. curfew is now looming as we watch more security descend on the Capitol, preparing for whatever may come. And we should also note, before I hand it back over to Savannah, those pictures we've been seeing of people occupying offices and parts of the Capitol, those pictures are shocking, but it should also be noted they are potential evidence as well. Savannah?
No question about that for a later time. But right now we're still in the middle of it. This Capitol not under control, but in fact overrun by a mob of people. Let me get to Pete Williams. I think he's got some reporting on the law enforcement efforts here. Pete, what is the plan here, or what is beginning to be a plan?
Well, we know now that the FBI has been deployed at the request of Capitol Police to help. We know that Homeland Security is sending people, Homeland Security investigations, presumably. Obviously, you've got Metro Police from the D.C., the police department here, the local police department, in addition to the Capitol Police. We know that they've asked for assistance from the National Guard. So they won't at some point later lack for manpower to empty out the Capitol. And that's obviously the immediate chore here, is to get the Capitol emptied out, secured. They've got to go through all these spaces and make sure that they're swept and secure and that nobody else is hiding out inside the building. You're looking at now at the house side of the Capitol complex. That's Independence Avenue, where traffic is being restricted. Police are using that as a sort of a staging area. And then you see the Capitol come into the view. That's the House chamber on your left. Then the center, the rotunda, and that little sort of square section between the House and the rotunda. Inside there is Statuary Hall under that curved dome with the little cupola on top. under that is Statuary Hall. That's the old House chamber, and that's where you saw those dramatic pictures today of people streaming from the rotunda toward the House chamber, which is what now is just disappearing on the left side of the screen. And then the center part of the Capitol, and then on the right would be the Senate chamber. Obviously, that is the concern now, to get things squared away so that the counting can resume. You were talking about this earlier, Savannah. By law, by the Electoral Counting Act, it has to start today, but there's no limit in how long it takes. They'll keep going until they're done. And if they're not done by Inauguration Day, and I have no reason to think that they won't be, but if they're not, then there's procedures to have, there's the Succession Act. The Speaker would become president temporarily until they can figure out who the president is, but which obviously will be Joe Biden. Now, on the law enforcement side, we've noted that one person was shot inside the U.S. Capitol by someone from law enforcement, not sure which agency that was. We've been told by law enforcement authorities that at least one improvised explosive device was found on the Capitol grounds, not inside a building, but on the Capitol grounds, and possibly a second item. We know that law enforcement people are looking at that. Earlier this afternoon, before we saw people storming the Capitol, the big concern was evacuation of the Library of Congress, which is directly across the street from the Capitol, and a portion of a House office building.
And Pete, in case we have not caught up on this note, Kayleigh McEnany, the press secretary for the White House, said that the National Guard is on the way along with other federal protective services. And she says, we reiterate President Trump's call against violence and to remain peaceful, but we have not heard from the president, not recently, not within the last few moments, asking folks who are gathered there at the Capitol to call it off and to stop. Let me go to Casey Hunt. Casey, obviously, first question is always what's happening there behind you, but also I know we've heard from the Democratic leaders of the House and Senate now.
We have, Savannah, and they are calling for the president to do just what you said he has not yet done, which is to demand that all protesters leave the U.S. Capitol and Capitol grounds immediately. That is a joint statement from the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, and the Minority Leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer. Now, I can also tell you, Savannah, that what has started today as fear, chaos, uncertainty about what was going on is hardening into resolve and determination to get the government back on track. So one member who is at the secure location where they've taken members of the House tells me that one Democrat and one Republican, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat, Liz Cheney, the Republican, informed those members on lockdown that the National Guard is on the way. There was applause in the room, and this member said to me that we will return to the floor and do our jobs, was the quote. I also heard from a member of the Senate who was also taken to the Senate side secure location. This member is safe. This member also told me that these thugs will not win the day, essentially, that they are prepared to go back onto the Senate floor. Senator Joe Manchin telling me we're all okay and ready to get back to our chamber and finish our work. These thugs cannot and will not run us off. We will continue to govern. And yes, Savannah.
Oh, I wanted to try to understand, because, we just talked to Senator Duckworth. It sounded like she was in her office. Everybody wasn't, all 535 members of Congress weren't all there at the same time. But are there various locations where there are groups of senators or groups of congressmen sheltering together? Did I catch that?
Yes, that's right. So it's a little bit complicated, and it depends on where you were when this started to unfold. So we saw the joint session begin this process. Then the House and the Senate separated to their respective chambers, and they started debating this question. And it was during that point that protesters breached the Capitol, and they eventually, of course, breached the floor of the House and the floor of the Senate. So because of coronavirus, not everyone is allowed in the chambers at the same time. Normally, of course, there are 435 members of the House, 100 members of the Senate. All of them have a chair or a desk. But with social distancing, you can't do that. So that means that groups of members were scattered in different places when this all unfolded. Many of the senators had just processed back across the Capitol. They had started their debate in the Senate chamber. So there was I would say a higher proportion of the chamber was present over on the Senate side. And then you also had a bunch of House members still on the floor of the House. And as it unfolded, and we had the video, in fact, that you're watching right now is from Haley Talbot, who's our producer, who was inside the chamber as this was unfolding. She was with some members who were up there in the gallery. That's the level that's above the House floor as they were all being evacuated. So many of those members were taken together in a group to a different location in the Capitol complex. We happen to know where this one is, but we're not reporting it because obviously there are many security concerns about that. The Senate, meanwhile, had a similar situation. There were members on the floor who were evacuated together. So those members are also telling me, I've talked to a couple of them, I know they're in the same place. We don't know where they are, but we do know that they are safe and that a number of them are together. Then, of course, if you are a member who was not on the floor and not part of that escort from Capitol Police, you may be any other place, your office building, your own personal office. So that's kind of how these things are set up here.
Got it. Casey, got to jump. Let's listen to the President-elect Joe Biden.
Delayed coming out to speak to you. I initially was going to talk about the economy, but all of you have been watching what I've been watching. At this hour, our democracy is under an unprecedented assault, unlike anything we've seen in modern times. An assault on the citadel of liberty, the Capitol itself. An assault on the people's representatives and the Capitol Hill Police, sworn to protect them, and the public servants who work at the heart of our republic. An assault on the rule of law like few times we've ever seen it. An assault on most sacred of American undertakings, the doing of the people's business. Let me be very clear. The scenes of chaos at the Capitol do not reflect a true America, do not represent who we are. What we're seeing are a small number of extremists dedicated to lawlessness. This is not dissent. It's disorder. It's chaos. It borders on sedition. And it must end now. I call on this mob to pull back and allow the work of democracy to go forward. You've heard me say before in different contexts, the words of a president matter, no matter how good or bad that president is. At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege, to storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest, it's insurrection. The world's watching. Like so many other Americans, I am genuinely shocked and saddened that our nation, so long the beacon of light and hope for democracy, has come to such a dark moment. Through war and strife, America's endured much. And we will endure here, and we will prevail again, and will prevail now. The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency. The renewal of the politics. It's about solving problems, looking out for one another, not stoking the flames of hate and chaos. As I said, America's about honor, decency, respect, tolerance. That's who we are. That's who we've always been. The certification of the Electoral College vote is supposed to be a sacred ritual. To affirm, the purpose is to affirm the majesty of American democracy. But today's a reminder, a painful one, that democracy is fragile, and to preserve it requires people of goodwill, leaders with the courage to stand up, who are devoted not to the pursuit of power, or the personal interest pursuits of their own selfish interest at any cost, but of the common good. Think what our children watching television are thinking. Think what the rest of the world is looking at. For nearly 2.5 centuries, we, the people, in search of a more perfect union, have kept our eyes on that common good. America is so much better than what we've seen today. Watching the scenes from the Capitol, I was reminded, as I prepared other speeches in the past, I was reminded of the words of Abraham Lincoln in his annual message to Congress, whose work has today been interrupted by chaos. Here's what Lincoln said. He said, "We shall nobly save or merely lose the last best hope on earth." Went on to say, "The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just. A way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud, and God must forever bless." The way is plain here, too. That's who we are. It's the way of democracy, of respect, of decency, of honor, and commitment as patriots to this nation. Notwithstanding what I saw today and we're seeing today, I remain optimistic about the incredible opportunities. There has never been anything we can't do when we do it together. And this God-awful display today is bringing home to every Republican and Democrat and Independent in the nation that we must step up. This is the United States of America. There's never, ever, 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 ever been a thing we've tried to do that we've done it together. We've not been able to do it. So, President Trump, step up. May God bless America. May God protect our troops and all those folks at the Capitol who are trying to preserve order. Thank you, and I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
President-elect Joe Biden calling on President Trump to step up, calling what's happening at the Capitol right now a democracy under assault, and calling on the president to go on national TV to call for an end of the violence we've seen in and outside the U.S. Capitol tonight. An extraordinary moment. Joe Biden actually making a few comments. As he departs the stage, enough is enough is enough. Joe Biden, who has at times during this period leading up to his inauguration played the de facto healer in chief, once again taking that role under circumstances that probably even he couldn't have imagined. What we're seeing today, supporters of the president who have stormed the U.S. Capitol, who have desecrated parts of the Capitol. We've seen it in a series of photos. Just before we went to the president-elect, we should note some other major news taking place, somewhat related to all this. NBC News now projecting that Jon Ossoff, the Democrat, will win the Senate runoff in the state of Georgia. And that leads to the projection that Democrats will regain control of the U.S. Senate. It'll be a 50-50 split
Vice President Kamala Harris, Vice President-elect, as Vice President, will have the tie-breaking vote. So that just breaking here a few moments ago before we went to Joe Biden. Let's go back to Hallie Jackson right now, who can give us some more insight as to what is happening there in Washington as the light begins to dim.
As it begins to get dark here, Lester, I can tell you that it appears we are going to be hearing from President Trump at some point in the coming hours. I'm told just moments ago by a senior administration official that the president will have a taped message coming shortly. Presumably, of course, one would imagine, to address the chaotic, difficult, mob-like scene that we have seen at the Capitol outside and inside as we're playing now some of that video from earlier of the protesters storming the steps. We still do not know. I have no clarity on remarks, for example, the content of those, what specifically the president might say. But you have to remember, he has had people close to him, people who are his Republican allies, publicly now call on him to do something. Not just Joe Biden, right? Not just what we heard from the president-elect, who is ending his remarks and very clearly saying, time to step up, President Trump. It appears we will hear something from the president. Of course, Lester, this could go in various directions, right? Presumably, you have to think that the president will, in fact, call on these now rioters to stop, to abandon this so-called mission, to turn around and to leave, particularly now as we are coming within just, an hour and 45 minutes of this curfew happening. So that's one piece of it. But Lester, this is also a president who, over the last 2 weeks, it can be said, fairly and objectively, has worked to spread misinformation repeatedly about the election's results, repeatedly calling on his own vice president to try to, in my words here, mess with the results of this Electoral College vote count. The vice president does not have the authority to do that. The president has repeatedly insisted he has won states, specifically, for example, Georgia, that he did not win in this election. The president has repeatedly insisted that he is, in fact, the person who should legitimately be inaugurated, take office, continue to keep office after January 20th. That is not accurate. That's not true. That's not correct. That's not what's happening. The president may have a platform here with the world watching him to continue to make those false and misleading and inaccurate and troubling claims. We talk about the world watching, Lester. I have to tell you, Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of the UK, is reacting to this as well, calling what you're seeing on the screen now disgraceful scenes in the United States. He's continuing that the U.S. stands for democracy around the world. It is now vital that there should be a peaceful and orderly transfer of power. You now have international allies of the president calling on the president to give up the fight, basically, to give up the game, to say that it is over. And Lester, I think that is perhaps the only thing that is going to get these people out of the Capitol. And I have to tell you, I'm not even sure that that is 100% going to do it here. Time is of the essence, and so we will, of course, be watching to see when that message, again, as I'm being told by a source familiar with that message, will be taped and will be coming out soon, Lester.
Yeah, you've covered this president for a long time, and he doesn't retreat. He doesn't give ground,
No.
And so that makes you wonder: is this a case, Hallie, of be careful what you wish for? Could he perhaps inflame the situation any further? We've all been through those circumstances where he's about to make live statements, and we have to be very careful what we air because of his propensity to tell untruths.
And I think that's the point here, Lester, right? And I do think I had it in my head as I was watching President-elect Biden's speech, basically, throwing down and saying, Mr. President, you need to address the nation. I do think based on President Trump's past patterns, it is possible that there could have been an entrenchment for the president. He is somebody who can fairly be called a defiant leader, defiant even in the face of what seems to be the logical and the correct thing to do in a political situation, much less a national security situation as we are seeing now. And I have to tell you, the shot that we're looking at that's coming in, stunning. I believe that is the area where the press goes down onto where the Senate chambers are. It looks like that is the workspace with people. It looks like National Guards officers in there, or at least some sort of law enforcement officers with long guns. It is a disturbing sight. But I think you're right, Lester. I think that the president is going to use this platform for something, right? The something is still a question mark.
Yeah, Hallie, thank you. Let me turn it back over to Savannah.
Well, let's bring everybody up to date. It's 20 minutes after 4 o'clock here on the East Coast, and what you're witnessing is, I think, fair to say, unprecedented. Throngs of protesters turned mob coming and breaching the United States Capitol at the very moment it was performing a sacred constitutional duty, certifying the Electoral College in order to implement the peaceful transfer of power in our democracy. We've just heard from the Vice President, former Vice President Joe Biden, President-elect, who will take office in 2 weeks. He said democracy is fragile, and we're seeing that today. And he called directly on President Trump to get on camera, to get on television, and ask his supporters to call it off, to stop, to give up the game, and to retreat peacefully from the Capitol. As a law enforcement matter, we have not seen the Capitol Police or any of the other law enforcement agencies who have been called in to assist them come in an aggressive way trying to clear these protests. Whether they should or shouldn't is probably something that is a matter of debate right now. As we speak, members of the Senate and House there in Washington have been told to shelter in place wherever they are, whether it be their offices or in the matter of those who were on the Senate floor or on the House floor when this took place, when those demonstrators breached the Capitol, were taken to a secure location, which we cannot reveal. Some of them are together. And in fact, we have reporting that those senators, the group of senators who were together, watched the President-elect Joe Biden's speech together. We also have been informed by one of our reporters on the scene, Kelly O'Donnell, that Vice President Pence is still at the Capitol because it is simply not safe for him to return to the White House. That is the situation in Washington right now. One woman has been shot. It appears to be a protester. The shot reportedly was from law enforcement. She has been taken to the hospital. We don't have an update on her condition, and that will bring you up to date. Also, an IED, that's an improvised explosive device, according to NBC News, was recovered on the Capitol grounds. Let me get to Congresswoman Liz Cheney, Republican from Wyoming. Congresswoman, you, of course, were an outspoken opponent of the tactics that we saw in terms of the politics, whether the Electoral College vote should be objected to. So you were one who said, it's time now, the election is over, and it's time to perform our constitutional duty. So just so we know where you stand on this. But let's just get to what happened today. Where were you? What did you see? And how are you?
Fine, Savannah. I'm not going to talk about where we are, but we were on the floor of the House of Representatives performing our constitutional duty to count the electoral votes when we had to be evacuated. And we are in a place with bipartisan group of members, and my Democratic counterpart, Hakeem Jeffries, and I have both made clear that we do not intend to allow this kind of mob violence to stop us from carrying out our constitutional duty. Our institutions have got to be defended and protected. We have an oath to the Constitution. Sending an angry, violent mob to disrupt proceedings at the Capitol cannot stand.
When you say sending a mob, who do you believe is responsible? Who sent the mob?
Look, the President of the United States called his supporters to Washington, D.C., and has dispatched them, without telling them to stop it. Now, I believe he has spoken out in the last few minutes, possibly, but we live in a republic that is governed by the rule of law and by our Constitution, and this cannot stand, and it won't stand. We will carry out our constitutional obligation. We'll count the electoral votes, and we all need to remember. We all need to come together. That the republic, the future of the republic, depends upon Americans standing as one, abiding by the Constitution of the United States. We do not bend to mob rule. We don't bend to political threat. There comes a time when our elections are over, and we have to carry out our constitutional duty. And that's the moment that we have arrived at now, and we're going to continue to do that.
Congresswoman, I'm sure, like all of us, you're looking at these images. I mean, the one we have on right now, somebody sitting in the chair where the Senate president presides over the United States Senate, and here's some protester sitting there. Now we've got another shot of some protester sitting in an office with his feet up, literally with his feet up. This is the United States Capitol. This is sacred ground in our democracy. What goes through your mind when you see these images?
Well, it is infuriating, and it's heartbreaking, and it will not stand. You know, we are a democratic republic. We have survived for over 240 years, and we have had the peaceful transfer of power. The peaceful transfer of power is something that Ronald Reagan talked about, that in some instances we take for granted, but it is miraculous. And I think that what we've seen today is that it is something that is very fragile, but that we all must stand for it. The president should immediately make clear that this kind of activity, of violent activity at the Capitol, has to stop, and he ought to make clear that he will abide by the results of the Electoral College vote, and that he will ensure the peaceful transition of power.
Are you, and there will be plenty of time to analyze this later, but just in the moment, as you sit there, sheltered in place, locked down with fellow members of Congress, are you disturbed that this was able to happen at all? That security was such that a group of protesters turned mob could come in and breach the United States Capitol? It isn't as though this wasn't advertised. I mean, this has been boiling and being planned for days and weeks.
Yes, I mean, it obviously is a terrible day in the history of the Republic, but I think what's important to make clear is that we are strong, we're resilient, and we have bipartisan dedication and commitment to protecting and defending the rule of law, and to protecting and upholding our oath to the Constitution.
And Congresswoman, forgive me for interrupting, but the president has tweeted, now I'm told he didn't. He's about to tweet a video statement. Now, he had been urged by members of the Republican caucus, including senators and members such as yourself, to say something. I think they're telling me we've got this video statement from the president. Can we roll it? Let's go.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home, and go home in peace.
Well, that was the statement from the president released via Twitter. Congressman Cheney, I think you're still with me. I mean, here you are. You're on lockdown. Was that good enough for you? He's telling folks this was stolen from you. This was awful, but go home now. Do you think that was the kind of statement that will get the job done?
Look, the President of the United States should have, before now, made clear that he wasn't going to countenance any kind of attack or violent activity like this. And, it is good that he has asked people to go home, but what has happened today is unprecedented in American history. And when you have violent mobs storming the floor of the House of Representatives and the floor of the United States Senate, and the president's response is to say that he loves those people. It is absolutely counter to the Constitution, and counter to the peaceful transition of power and the values on which this republic was built. We have oaths that we have taken to the Constitution, and we got to uphold those oaths. And
Congresswoman, I mean, even more than that, I mean, yes, I hear what you're saying, but is it going to get the job done? In other words, is he talking out of both sides of his mouth? He's saying, go home, but you were robbed. You have every right to be angry. This was a fraud. This was stolen. I mean, he's doing two things at once. And the goal here, I think, of the statement, I think what those of you in lockdown right now who would like to get about your business and go on with your day, there's one goal, which is get this thing under control and get the mob out of there.
Look, there's no question about that, Savannah. You know, we have very deep and clear political differences in this country, but we don't resolve those differences by mob violence. And it doesn't matter what side of those issues you stand on. The President of the United States statement now, in my view, was completely inadequate. What he has done and what he has caused here is something that we've never seen before in our history. You know, it's been 245 years, and no president has ever failed to concede or agree to leave office after the Electoral College is voted. And I think what we are seeing today is a result of that, a result of convincing people that somehow Congress was going to overturn the results of this election, a result of suggesting that he wouldn't leave office. Those are very, very dangerous things. And he will be remembered. This will be part of his legacy, and it is a dangerous moment for the country.
Congresswoman Liz Cheney of Wyoming, stay safe, keep us posted, and thank you for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Savannah. Appreciate it.
4:30 on the East Coast here as we watch what's unfolding at the Capitol. Lester, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, Savannah, I want to bring in Andrea Mitchell right now. Andrea, your thoughts on what we heard in that video tweet from the president? As is often the case with him, he doesn't retreat. Did he pour water or gasoline on this fire?
I think he poured gasoline on this fire, a fire that he himself set. His former communications director hours ago, Alyssa Farah, tweeted, "You need to condemn this." That was hardly a condemnation. He said, "I love you." He again said that the election was stolen, that it was fraudulent. He repeated all of these lies, and then he says, "I love you," and go home peacefully. That's hardly going to get these people. That's not a condemnation. It's not going to get them out of a building that they barged into. They are an unruly mob. Weapons have been found. At least 1 or 2 shots were fired. People have been injured. They've stopped the democratic process. Lester, I worked up there for years. I know those corridors in that building and love that institution, the House and the Senate, as flawed as it is, as gridlocked as it has been, as much as we criticize it. But for the process of democracy, of counting the electoral votes to be stopped in its tracks, and for people to be hiding under their desks and grabbing their gas masks on the floor of the House and in the Senate, and for the people, for the vice president and the people in succession, for continuity of government to be taken by Secret Service and Capitol Police out and put in secure locations for their safety is simply shocking. I am as shocked as any other citizen who loves our country and loves democracy, and especially someone who knows the people up there and has worked with them and our own colleagues up there. I just want to say the irony. Here's a statement from the Speaker of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, a government that is, just run by a dictator where people are jailed, journalists and people who are democratic protesters. "We follow the events in the USA with concern and invite the parties to calmness," the Speaker writes on Twitter. "We believe that problems will always be solved within law and democracy. As Turkey, we have always been in favor of the law and democracy, and we recommend it to everyone." This is just a continuation of a government run by this president, his Secretary of State, who have embraced dictators, ignored human rights, ignored the jailings of protesters, women and others who've been tortured in jail in Saudi Arabia. And now we see mob rule in the capital of the United States. It is beyond shocking.
Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, thanks very much. We are about 90 minutes from the curfew that will go into effect at 6 p.m. Eastern Time in Washington, D.C. The light already beginning to fade there as there seems to be no break in where we are in terms of what we've been seeing on the front sides of the Capitol. No movement for people to leave or to remove them. And at the same time, there is still business for this Congress to do, to exercise and fulfill its duty to count the electoral vote and essentially confirm this election. I am going to begin preparing for NBC Nightly News. Will be going on the air in a few hours. I'll leave it in the capable hands of Savannah Guthrie, but our NBC News coverage will continue. Savannah,
We'll send it to you, and we'll see you in a bit later.
All right, we'll see you on Nightly, Lester. A couple of developments. The FBI SWAT team has now entered the Capitol complex, and our reporter on the Hill, Leanne Caldwell, has tweeted some video of that. So there seems to be some movement on the part of law enforcement to start to get this thing under control. Lester mentioned the 6 o'clock curfew. So while we're talking about law enforcement, let me get to Pete Williams. Pete, bring us up to date, because the governor of Virginia said that a request had come in for the National Guard of Virginia to come in and help. We know the FBI is on the scene. What do you know about what law enforcement is there, what's being brought to bear, and what the plan is here? Because it does seem like we've been in this state of suspended animation where members of the House and Senate are in lockdown, but yet this situation is definitely not under control.
Right. So the Senate and House members are safe and secure. Our understanding is the president of the Senate, is still actually in the Capitol complex because it wasn't considered safe to get him out of there yet. So they're all hunkered down in secure locations. As more law enforcement agencies start to come in now, obviously job one will be to get the place emptied out, get everybody out of there. And then job two will be to start looking through the building, making sure that everyone's gone, that all places are safe. They'll have to sweep the rooms and make sure that there's nothing left behind. 2 improvised explosive devices were found not in the Capitol, but on the Capitol grounds, like pipe bomb looking devices. They're being disrupted. We don't know whether they're actually working or hoax devices, but they're simply destroying them. So for those reasons, it's going to take a while. And I just talked to a member of the Senate leadership to say, what are you going to do? Are you going to wait until it's safe to go back into the House chamber? That could be 24 hours. And the answer was, and this is being discussed right now on the leadership of both sides, my understanding is, the sentiment up there right now is, we're not leaving. We're going to stay here and do our jobs, even if it means doing it from the 2 secure locations. We know what they are, but we're not reporting them for obvious reasons, where the House members and senators are. So there's, at least right now, the feeling up there is, let's keep going. Now, the Constitution
Well, that's interesting.
Say,
Wait, Pete, so you're saying, I just want to make sure I'm catching that, because that's, I mean, some of these senators are together, presumably enough for a quorum, since these were the senators who were on the floor. You're saying they might want to just keep it going before this is even under control? They're just going to keep going?
Yes, or at least some point soon. In other words, not wait until the Capitol Police get the whole place cleared out, the whole Capitol swept, and declare it safe for the 2 chambers to come, to be in operation again. Because that could take, as I say, 24 to 48 hours, I suppose 24 hours, to get that, get the House and Senate floor ready for people to come back. But the senators right now, because what I asked this member of the leadership is, what are you going to do? You're going to go home and come back tomorrow? And the feeling was, no, we're going to stay right here and resume our work. Now, I started to say, there's no requirement in the Constitution for where they do this. It just says that it shall be in the presence of the Senate and the House, so the counting. So it could be anywhere. Now, there is a federal law, the Electoral Count Act, that says that it has to be in the House chamber, but they're exploring ways around that statutory requirement. It's not in the Constitution. So all I can tell you is that right now there's a feeling of, let's not leave. I would describe it as sort of defiance, that we will not be cowed by this outrageous intrusion into the Capitol. They're determined to keep going. And the person I was talking to said when this was suggested in this group of senators that are in the secure location, there was applause.
Wow. Well, that's a fascinating reporting from inside. Wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall to see what's happening? Because in that area, in that secure location, are senators who, of course, are on both sides of this issue of whether the Electoral College vote should have been objected to at all. And here they are all together because of this mob that descended on the Capitol. So, and we've heard that sentiment from some of the members that we've talked to on the phone, Pete, saying, if I have to be here all night, we want to get this done. This is our constitutional duty. We heard Tammy Duckworth, a decorated U.S. veteran who lost her legs in combat, saying, "Nothing will stop me from performing my constitutional duties." But your reporting is pretty extraordinary, Pete, that they are even considering doing it right where they sit, not waiting for the Capitol to be clear, that they seem quite determined to do so. Stand by there, Pete. Keep us posted. Casey, over to you on the Hill. I know you're plugged in. You're our Capitol Hill correspondent. What are you hearing in terms of the security, but also in terms of what the plan is now for the business of the Congress?
Well, Savannah, I'm hearing a sentiment similar to what Pete was just reporting out here, that what had started off today as chaos, some fear, uncertainty, is moving into resolve. An insistence, Joe Manchin told me to not let these thugs take over, that they are going to return to their work. And there are some logistical questions about that, but remember, there are contingency plans for things like this. I mean, we've never necessarily imagined this exact scenario, but in the wake of September 11th, they had to, of course, evacuate members of Congress. And there are a couple of locations in this complex
from like Homeland Security?
where potentially, and Savannah, I'm not sure, I can hear you in my ear. Our viewers
Oh,
may
sorry,
be
that
able
was
to
me.
hear you as well.
Casey, I'm sorry, that was me talking to the producer. Sorry, carry on. I apologize.
No, of course. So there's an auditorium in a newly built area of the Capitol complex that is large enough to hold people. And again, I want to be careful how I describe things because we are, of course, worried about the security situation. But there are contingencies for the House and the Senate to operate in rooms that are different from what we traditionally think of as the Senate and the House chambers. So while, yes, obviously the building itself is of incredible symbolic importance, I think that this feeling that they need to do the work no matter where they are or what the circumstances are is very important. So to them, and they are starting to express that now. So we're also starting to hear more questions about, are the Republicans who helped kick this off by saying they would object to this count still planning on doing that? And it's a little bit hard to get answers because everyone is separated from their bosses. There is so much confusion. But again, it does seem like the plan here is to try to go forward. I know there was a brief discussion about trying to evacuate senators from the location where they are using buses. That plan seems to be on hold for the moment. One of our producers saw microphones going into the secure location where the senators are, as though they may be setting up for something where they would be able to talk to reporters that would involve, because again, remember, this debate is supposed to be public as well, and that is an incredibly important feature of the way our government works. And I think that there is also a desire on the part of members of Congress to be seen carrying out their jobs, to demonstrate to the American people that this is what they need to do. And the other thing, Savannah, that I would just add, we're asking for reaction to the president's video. The problem with the president's video, based on some of the people that I have spoken with, is that he doesn't repudiate the basic reality that Joe Biden won the election. Instead, he gives additional credence to what these protesters are here saying has happened. And while he did say that they should leave the building, he did not in any way condemn the message of the disingenuous false message that has prompted them to show up here in the first place. So I think there's some concern among members of Congress that what he did doesn't help the situation, as many of them have been calling for, but instead will potentially make it worse. Savannah.
Exactly, and that was the reaction, the fast reaction of Congresswoman Liz Cheney, that it doesn't go far enough if you, on the one hand, say go home, but at the same time you're pouring fuel on the flames by saying that you were robbed, it was stolen, the election was stolen, and that it was fraudulent. That is not what many Republicans have asked the president to do at this moment of crisis in our country. They've asked him to be clear and unequivocal that it's time for the peaceful transition to a new president, as our Constitution and our democracy requires. Let me get to Ellison Barber. She's our correspondent. She's in Washington. I believe she's outside the Capitol. Yeah, hi, Ellison. Ellison, what have you been hearing?
Hey, Savannah, yeah, so we've been watching just in the last little bit here as we've seen police on this opposite side of the Capitol start to use more tear gas on the crowd that is gathered over there. Not tear gas, we believe it. It seems to be some sort of mace or pepper spray that they're using on the crowd there. We had been told that some of those protesters were possibly breaking windows, and that's what led to the use of that pepper spray. You can see right over here, we're starting now to see Capitol Police gathering here They seem to be huddling, discussing, possibly getting ready for something. But all evening since we saw those barricades first come down as protesters rushed to the front of the Capitol, Capitol Police have largely kind of stood back. We've seen them kind of waiting up on different parts of the steps there as the protesters made their way up closer. You can see people standing on an armored vehicle here holding flags, the American flag upside down, a Trump 2020 flag just underneath it. About 10 minutes ago, we were up closer to those stairs and somebody came on a bullhorn, a protester, saying that President Trump says that we should go home. He wants you to go home. Other people in the crowd pushed back on that person, and he said, I know, I understand you want to be here, but he's saying that we should go home. Another person then got on top of that armored vehicle and started yelling at people through the bullhorn to come back. So for now, it seems like there is still a large group of people here who do not have any plans to leave in the immediate upcoming future. I mean, this group, it is not as big as it was a couple of hours ago, but there are still people on these steps who seem to have no plans to leave anytime soon. People that we have seen come out claiming to have been inside the U.S. Capitol. They are greeted kind of as heroes by the crowd here when they come out and they talk about their experience inside. And we saw some people actually following, kind of tracking closely behind a few police in riot gear, calling them traitors for whatever happened inside the U.S. Capitol and berating them as they made their way across the front here. Savannah?
Ellison Barber, a correspondent on the ground there outside the Capitol. I want to go to a news conference underway now. Muriel Bowser, the mayor of Washington, D.C., who's called a 6 o'clock curfew for the Capitol, so let's listen in.
This afternoon, I announced a citywide curfew for the District of Columbia beginning at 6 p.m. this evening, going until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. During the curfew, no one is allowed to be outside in public places other than essential workers, which includes credentialed media engaging in essential functions. As you can see from video images, the unlawful behavior inside the United States Capitol building. I continue to urge all Washingtonians to stay home and stay calm, and if you see something, say something, but above all, stay home. The behavior that we are witnessing is shameful, unpatriotic, and above all, it is unlawful. Anyone who has engaged in these activities, continues to engage in these activities, will be held accountable. There will be law and order, and this behavior will not be tolerated. The Metropolitan Police Department has been deployed to assist the United States Capitol Police in restoring order to the Capitol, and our Chief of Police will lead the command to clear the Capitol building and establish a perimeter around the Capitol. I have requested both the Virginia State Police and the Maryland State Police to deploy officers, and they have engaged immediately to deploy officers to the Metropolitan Police Department to help regain control of the United States Capitol. I have also invoked several days ago a standing mutual aid agreement with our surrounding jurisdictions, and I want to thank them for deploying. Those jurisdictions include Arlington County, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, as well as Baltimore City. We want to thank them for sending their officers in, assisting us with public safety in the district, as well as the response to the United States Capitol building. Additionally, I want to acknowledge and thank the New Jersey State Police, who will also be assisting the Metropolitan Police Department. So with that, I want to turn to Chief Conte for a situational update. Secretary of the Army will make comments, and we will take brief questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor Bowser. My name is Robert J. Conte III. I am the Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department here in Washington, D.C. As you are aware, demonstrators came to our city this morning to exercise their First Amendment rights and were largely concentrated in the area of the National Mall. Following the President's remarks, a large crowd began to march eastbound on Madison Avenue Northwest and Constitution Avenue Northwest. As the demonstrators approached the United States Capitol grounds, there was a noticeable change in their demeanor. They breached the fencing along the U.S. Capitol grounds and confronted police lines surrounding the building. MPD was requested by the United States Capitol Police to provide assistance with crowd management, and due to the violent behavior towards the police officers there and their intent on gaining access to the Capitol, a riot was declared. It was clear that the crowd was intent on causing harm to our officers by deploying chemical irritants on police to force entry into the United States Capitol building. As you are aware, they were able to gain access to the Capitol building, and I can confirm that one civilian was reported to have sustained a gunshot wound inside of the Capitol. Details of the shooting are not immediately available, and the situation remains under investigation. The Metropolitan Police Department will be taking the lead on that investigation. MPD continues to provide personnel resources and assistance on the grounds of the U.S. Capitol and has requested the assistance of law enforcement partners through a previously in-place mutual aid agreement. As you heard from the mayor, a 6 p.m. curfew has been put in place tonight and will be in effect until 6 a.m. tomorrow, January 7th. We are advising everyone that is not engaged in essential activity to get off the streets and adhere to the curfew. If you are found to be in violation of the curfew, police will be required to take action. Again, I want to reiterate and make it clear, please abide by the curfew that the mayor has set in place, or people will be subject to arrest. Lastly, I know that many of you are familiar with the Metropolitan Police Department. Understand that there is no better agency in the country to handle First Amendment events. They happen on a regular basis here in our city. However, today's events were not representation of peaceful protests. Today, what we witnessed was unlawful, riotous behavior. And people that come to our city engaged in unlawful behavior will be held accountable. We can take any questions that you may have after the Secretary has a chance to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser, Chief Conte. At around 3 o'clock this afternoon, we mobilized the D.C. National Guard to 100% strength. We'll have 1,100 personnel that are convening to the Armory as we speak to support Metro PD and reestablishing the safety and the confines of the U.S. Capitol. We'll also be working with other federal law enforcement entities that are going to be coming here to the Metropolitan Police Station to add additional support and capability as they continue deliberate planning and looking at how a clearing operation will be conducted. Thank you.
And how does this work? This phone? Okay. Okay. Evan?
Yeah, hi, Mayor and Chief Conte. Could you please speak to the confusion surrounding the deployment of the National Guard? We understand that the council put out a statement saying that originally the Department of Defense.
We've been listening into a news conference from the mayor of Washington, D.C., and several officials, including the head of the Metropolitan Police Department, and with their plans on how to get this under control. The National Guard in D.C. has been activated, as we just learned. The Metropolitan Police Chief was very clear that what had started as lawful demonstrations quickly escalated as a group of protesters came close to the Capitol. He said that violent behavior toward police unfolded, including the firing of irritants, some kind of irritants toward police, which allowed them to breach the fence and the police line. And according to the chief of police, a riot was declared. He said this town is very used to people coming and protesting and exercising their First Amendment rights. This was not that. This was a riot, according to Metropolitan Police. And we're learning a bit more now about the plans to get this under control. It involves National Guard, it involves FBI, it involves the Metropolitan Police Department, it involves the Capitol Police. We've heard word of the Virginia National Guard being called in, or at least requested. We'll see if we start to see some of that personnel. Let me turn to Janet Napolitano for purposes of the discussion here, former Homeland Security Secretary in the Obama administration. And Secretary Napolitano, first of all, just your thoughts. I mean, you aren't near Washington, I don't think, or not in the Capitol, but when you see these images and what has unfolded today, as a former Homeland Security official whose job was to protect the homeland, what do you think?
Oh, it's a dark day for our country. And, you know, when I was Secretary of Homeland Security, we did all kinds of scenario planning for attacks on the homeland. But this is akin to an attack from inside the homeland on the functions of our democracy, on our government. Like I said, it is a dark day.
I mean, when you see that the Senate and the House have to be evacuated, that the session has to be stopped, it is an extraordinary moment. And I, of course, don't want to ask for any inside information, but if you could help us as the former Homeland Security understand, what kind of planning is underway for this kind of situation. Perhaps this couldn't be imagined where American citizens, our own people, would storm the Capitol and put in danger members of the United States Congress and their staffs. But certainly an attack on the Capitol is something you would have had to contemplate in your past job.
Certainly, and there are procedures in place for what's called continuity of government to secure the members of the House and the Senate should there be an attack. These were procedures developed in the wake of the attacks of 9/11, as a matter of fact. It's interesting to me, however, and there'll be after-action reports on this up the wazoo, but it was very foreseeable that there was going to be tremendous protest activity in Washington today, incited by the president himself. And one has to question what kind of pre-event planning went on. Certainly the presence of law enforcement now is arriving, and they're absolutely essential, and we absolutely need them. But I'm just comparing it to the way law enforcement handled the event at Lafayette Park last spring when the president dispersed peaceful protesters to go do his photo op at the church, holding the Bible. It's a pretty stark contrast, and I think it illustrates a lot about the current administration.
What did you think of the president's remarks? Was that sufficient in your mind to quell the violence, to calm it, to call it off, and to try to get this under control?
No. The president lost this election. That result has been confirmed by every court that has considered the dozens of challenges. The electors have been selected. The votes have been certified by the states. By the way, it's the states who run elections, and it's the states who certify electors. The purpose of today's convening of the joint chambers is almost ceremonial in nature. It's to receive those certified votes, to open the envelopes and to count them. That's it. It's not a place of objection or allegations of fraud. That's the courts of the United States, and the courts have ruled. So this is over, and what the president should have done is to say that he respects the rule of law, he respects our processes, he respects that on January 20th, Joe Biden will take office as the president of the United States, and these protesters, and I'm almost reluctant to call them protesters, it's really a mob, but they should disperse and go home. And by the way, those who have committed acts of violence, broken windows, etc., they should be identified and prosecuted.
Well, the head of the Metropolitan Police Department in D.C. called them rioters, Secretary Napolitano. Thank you for being with us. Yeah, it does seem in the case of those who breached the line and trespassed into the United States Congress where the public is not allowed. Yeah, that seems an apt description. Thank you, Secretary. I want to say that we've been watching this image on the Capitol grounds, and it does look like some people are being escorted out now by law enforcement. And I want to go to Ellison Barber, who's there. What are you seeing? What's your vantage point?
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, so we saw these police officers in riot gear make their way up the U.S. Capitol steps, and started to talk to some of the people that were still there and have gotten them to go down the steps and clear that area with them. There was not a huge group on the steps at the time that the police came up. A lot of people in this area have left, and they say they're heading to the Supreme Court. But they came out in riot gear and were able to kind of slowly push people back off of the steps now down to this area. And it seems like everyone has left as they were asked to. Right before this happened, we did hear someone go on a bullhorn, we were telling you earlier, and say President Trump has said that people should go home and tell people here that they should go home. Some people disagreed with that and pushed back. But obviously, as the police have come out in their riot gear here, at least on the steps at this part of the U.S. Capitol, the people who were up there have come down now. And I don't know if you can see if we can walk a little this way. We don't want to get too close, but I don't know if you can see some of what's been left on these cars that are over here. People have put up signs as they had this is really the first time this area has kind of been cleared out today, but you can see some of the signs on the cars back there saying things like Pelosi is Satan. People have been standing on top of that car, that armored vehicle in the middle for most of the day. They have now come down, though, and it seems like perhaps Capitol Police, for the first time in quite a few hours, have started to get back control of this area. And for now, they're standing up there. Some people you can see standing in front of them with the join or die flag, not leaving entirely, but they have backed them down from up near the front of the door where they had been for so many hours now. Savannah?
Ellison, you said somebody got on a bullhorn and said President Trump said to go home. Was that law enforcement or was that a fellow protester? Who said that? Could you tell?
That was a protester, Savannah. They were actually kind of in the middle of the stairs, and they came on and they said President Trump posted this. Somebody else said no. He said President Trump said he doesn't want any violence. They yelled, "We're not being violent." Then somebody else, disagreeing with the person telling people to go home, stood up on top of that black armored vehicle and started yelling at people who were leaving to come back, saying that they needed to fight, that they needed to do this to be patriots and to come back. Some people stayed. A lot of people, though, dispersed. But it was interesting to see because they kind of went back and forth within their own group. Some saying, okay, maybe we should go home. Others saying, no, absolutely not. And we do know that a lot of the people who were here, as well as on the other side here on the Capitol, where we did see people getting pepper sprayed pretty frequently in the last hour or so, they have started to leave. And we've been told by other protesters here that they are making their way to the U.S. Supreme Court, which is just across the street here. Savannah.
All right, Allison, thank you so much. Stand by there for us, would you? I want to get to Kenneth Buck, who is Colorado's congressman, a Republican, a Trump supporter. Sir, first of all, how are you? Oh, we can see you. That's good news. How are you doing? Are you safe?
I am safe. My staff is safe. We are hunkered down with another office, and we are safe, anxious, and happy that we can see the TV and see what's going on in the Capitol.
Well, Congressman, if you're in your office, I presume you were not on the House floor when this unfolded. What was your vantage point? What was your view of the events as they unfolded from where you sat?
Yeah, I was on the House floor. I was one of the people set to speak, and so I was sitting on the House floor. First thing I saw was the Capitol Police, plainclothes Capitol Police, escorted the Speaker from the chair. We continued with the proceedings for a few minutes. The Capitol Police then came on the House floor and announced that the doors had been locked in the chamber and everybody should stay in place. About 10 minutes later, we were told to put on our gas masks, and a few minutes after that, the windows of the doors around the House were being shattered. It was hard to tell whether it was gunfire at first or whether it was just a glass breaking, and it appears now that it was just glass breaking. And a bunch of us got heavy furniture and started barricading the doors to help the Capitol Police. Soon after that, probably about 15 minutes, we were told that they anticipated that the House chambers would be breached and asked us to evacuate. And so we evacuated through the tunnel.
I mean, what you have just described, Congressman, is so extraordinary. You describe it in a very matter-of-fact way, but could you have imagined when you woke up this morning that something like this could have happened? What was going through your mind? Here you are about to perform that sacred duty, addressing the House floor as an elected member of Congress, and then this happens.
Yeah, I anticipated that there would be violence outside the Capitol. I did not anticipate there would be violence inside the Capitol. And I really, peaceful protests, we've seen them for months in this country, and we've also seen terrible violence. And the violence that happened in the Capitol and the people that trespassed and caused damage and caused harm to others should absolutely be prosecuted. And it is incredibly aggravating and disturbing that as a country that believes in free speech and believes in the Republican form of government that we have, that we are forced to tolerate this nonsense. It is absolutely unacceptable.
You heard the president's remarks. What did you think of them?
I was glad that the president instructed his followers to leave, go home, and peacefully disperse. I think that it is time that we anticipate a peaceful transition to the next administration. And I hope all Americans understand that while many of us are frustrated with some of the processes in this election, the results of the election stand, and we need to respect those results.
Congressman, stand with me, but I am showing an image that I believe to be a live picture where we saw some smoke and perhaps flashbang. So there does seem to be some action on the grounds there where you sit, and we'll keep our eye on that. But let's keep talking. You talked about the president. He made the statement. He did tell people to go home. At the same time, he said, I know your pain. I know you're hurt. He said this election was stolen from us. It's fraudulent. And he called these protesters, some of whom have, as you well know, breached the United States Capitol and forced Congress to evacuate and disband and not be able to perform its duties. He said they were special people and he loved them. So I ask you, I know you're a Republican and a supporter, but I mean, was that enough for you?
I think the Attorney General Barr made a very strong statement. I think there were other strong statements that have been made, and certainly you can look at the president's statement. I think in totality, he was calling for peace and he was calling for people to disband. I am frustrated right now where I'm sitting that I can't do more. I pray for these police officers who have put their lives on the line, and I just hope that these protesters and those who are in the building, I would consider them criminals. I hope they go home. I hope they understand that there will be consequences for what they've done.
I mean, do you feel angry? It's a violation. It's here you are, the member of Congress, and the Congress convening to perform this duty that's in the Constitution, age old as our democracy itself. And here come a bunch of folks coming in and putting a stop to it.
Absolutely, I'm angry. This isn't the way that this country operates, and it is a disgrace, and it's a disgrace for anyone to tolerate anybody to come in and try to shut down our government. It is absolutely disgraceful. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just about to wrap you up because I want to get to those live pictures, but I didn't mean to interrupt. Final thought.
Final thought is God bless America. I don't have much else to say.
God bless America, indeed. Sir, thank you. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. I do want to go to these pictures. This is the west front of the Capitol, and you see the smoke is building, and this being a live situation unfolding. I don't have a ton of information about what exactly has transpired, but you see the flash there. Sometimes a flashbang is used by law enforcement to try to disperse a crowd. It's obviously one of the tactics in their tool belt. And it seems we saw the FBI SWAT team come in earlier. No question that they are trying to bring this now to an end and say it's enough. Time to try to clear the Capitol and get back to business. Pete Williams, our justice correspondent, covers law enforcement. Pete, you have a more trained eye for what we're seeing here, and you certainly have sources inside the law enforcement agencies. What do you see?
Yeah, I can't really be sure where the flashbangs were being set off, whether it was there on the portico, I guess you would call it, or not the portico, but the balcony or whatever that is, outside the Capitol or inside. But there was certainly smoke that blew. It did appear to be a smoke grenade or a flashbang and not the deployment of a chemical irritant like tear gas. But from this low vantage point, it's hard to tell whose it was. I assume it's law enforcement's. The reason I'm somewhat unsure is that we've been told that several possibly more than 2 improvised explosive devices have been found on the Capitol grounds. I would think if it was something like that, people would be scattering, and they're not. So that leads me to believe that it probably is law enforcement. And if the intent of it is to get people to move away, it's not having an immediate effect. But I think the other thing that's interesting in this picture is the number of law enforcement people now. We're finally starting to see a definite show of force, a large deployment. All those yellow vests are, I assume, law enforcement, or at least people, official people that are trying to get that crowd moved out of there. So we're starting to see a much bigger deployment. We know that other law enforcement people are coming. They're coming from nearby states. We've just been told that the New Jersey State Police are now sending about 50 people. The FBI's there, the Secret Service there, Homeland Security. Just about every 3-letter law enforcement organization in the D.C. area is there. And, you know, I think one of the questions is going to be why has it taken so long to get them there and to kind of coordinate how this is going to work? It does seem, Savannah, from all the pictures we've seen today, now people seems like they're definitely being pushed back. From all the pictures we've seen today, it does seem like the word had gone out early on to the people who were in the Capitol at the time, the law enforcement folks, the Capitol Police, Metro Police, to the extent that they were there, not to confront, not to have any violent confrontations, but to avoid that as much as possible. That
it sure seemed that way. I mean,
in.
Pete, when you saw people just streaming through Statuary Hall as though it were, a high school tour, and no one stopping them, it definitely seemed that was a tactical decision. That's the picture earlier.
Well, and you see that the Capitol policemen just sort of standing at the side, I guess 2 of them waiting for instructions or something, but they may have well made the calculation that those 2 were not going to stop those people, and that there wasn't much they could do, and that but by letting them go through and letting them get into the building, of course, we now know what happened. And so there are going to be lots of questions about this. Some law enforcement people are already pointing to a letter that the mayor sent yesterday to the acting attorney general, to the acting secretary of defense, and the secretary of the army, saying we have all we need for tomorrow. This was yesterday. We have worked with the Park Police, with the Capitol Police, with the Secret Service, and don't send any other federal law enforcement personnel in without checking with us first, because we don't want a situation where there are people deployed and we don't know who they are or who's in charge. So some of the federal officials are already saying, they kept us at arm's length, and that's why it's taking so long to get these people out. Now, we're going to have to wait and see how this all comes together, how that actually played out.
This being Washington, Pete, we will be sure there will be investigations, commissions, and tons of finger pointing and blame shifting, so we can look forward to that in the coming days. But at the moment, we're still in this crisis. These are live pictures from the United States Capitol. If you're just catching up, it has been truly an unprecedented afternoon in which protesters turned into rioters, crossed the barricades, went past police, reached the United States Congress in session, performing its duty of certifying the electoral vote for the next president of the United States. We're able to infiltrate the Capitol, the Senate floor, the House floor, ceremonial offices, sit in office chairs literally with their feet up. And now at this hour, about 10 minutes after 5 o'clock on the East Coast, we are starting to see a little more of an aggressive move from law enforcement to push back these protesters. We saw the FBI SWAT team go in. A few moments ago, we saw smoke, some flashes of light. We have reporters on the ground. We don't want to surmise what those might have been and at whose hands, but perhaps some tactics to try to get this crowd out. We heard from the president-elect, Joe Biden, in a live address to the nation, calling for the restoration of peace, calling for President Trump to tell his supporters to leave the Capitol. And President Trump issued a video on Twitter saying that it was time for them to go home. He also, though, said the election had been stolen from them and was fraudulent, but he said it was time to go home. And that is the state of things as we speak. Let me go to Casey Hunt on Capitol Hill. Casey, there's still important matters for Congress to conduct. the last we checked in with you, these members of Congress were still being told to shelter in place. Vice President Pence, at our last knowledge, was still on the United States Capitol grounds because it wasn't safe for him to go back to the White House. That information's a couple hours old now. But is there a plan? And Pete Williams had reported from a source inside one of those Senate hold rooms, one of that Senate shelter in place rooms, that there were senators discussing whether they could just conduct their business from that undisclosed location and just carry on the business of the country anyway, with a somewhat defiant attitude. What are you hearing now?
Yeah, I've heard similar, Savannah. I've talked to both House and Senate members, or texted with them, I should say, as they've been trying to figure out what to do. And the first step was to wait for this law enforcement presence to show up, which they clearly have, and the process of that is underway. There is a long list of agencies. Pete walked through some of them that are here that we have seen in the hallways. I mean, it is extraordinarily surreal to see FBI SWAT teams running through hallways that are supposed to be secured, that are supposed to be our corridors of power, literally, where they have been overrun by these rioters and are no longer able to actually exercise that power the way our Constitution says that they should be able to. So you're looking at some of it here. I mean, I never thought I would see anything like this coming from what your last guest was just talking about, a threat from the inside, the former Homeland Security Secretary. This wasn't an outside attack. So yes, there are still questions. We know that their members are still huddling in these undisclosed locations and trying to figure out how to proceed. Senators actually have the Electoral College votes with them in this undisclosed location. I'm told that a Senate staffer actually was the one who thought to grab them. And remember, this is a pretty old, arcane process, the counting of the Electoral College votes. And think back to when they would have put this law in place. I mean, Pete Williams called it the oldest, one of the oldest functions of our government. They would have been bringing these certificates from across the country on horseback. They would have been concerned about whether the people charged with getting them to the right place were able to survive their journeys. I know it may sound dramatic, but that was the circumstances that they were dealing with. And it's part of why the law is written to send several copies of these certificates out there. But what it means is that those physical items are imbued with very important characteristics, right? They come here, they open, this is what Congress is supposed to do, they open the envelopes, they read the numbers, they figure out what they say, and they put down the official tally. And yes, we don't necessarily need to do it that way now in the age of the internet, but that's how we do it here in the country. So the physical manifestation of those is very important, and somebody just grabbed them on the way out and took them to this secure location, Savannah.
Well, I think that's actually quite poignant, Casey. I mean, it's not just a matter of ceremony, or in some ways it is, but at this really dark moment in our country, it calls into mind our history. And that this democracy, this only, few hundred years old, is fragile, as we've heard many of our leaders say today. And that notion of somebody just grabbing those electoral votes, which of course represent the will of the people and the voters who came and exercised their precious right to vote, I think it really puts things into sharp relief at this extraordinary moment in our country. And Casey, honestly, there are probably folks tuning in here who are just living their lives. We're in the midst of a pandemic. We have an actual crisis going on, a health crisis in our country. And now there's this crisis that did not have to happen. To catch people up who may have not been following this as closely as you do every day, this Electoral College vote that was to take place today, there was no suspense about the outcome. The votes are in, they've been certified, the legal challenges have been mounted, they've been rejected, recounts have been requested, the recounts have happened, the audits have happened. All of the legal remedies that could be exercised had been exercised, and this was supposed to be just the final moment where it's almost like a rubber stamp, where the electoral votes are read and certified, and then in 2 weeks we have an inauguration. Bring us up to date on what a core of Republicans were trying to do today and what the ramifications of that are.
Savannah, as the morning unfolded, I came into the Capitol as usual, and there were some protesters around, but frankly, protesting is a pretty common thing here in Washington. I've seen a lot of it It's not usually an issue. It didn't seem abnormal or out of the ordinary, but the process that was about to be undertaken here today was from the start of the day historic. We were expecting to see and did see an objection to the counting of the Electoral College votes. And normally this only takes about a half an hour. This is, I believe, the fourth one of these that I've been up here for. It's the first one I even really remember, although I remember seeing the mahogany boxes go by in past election cycles. But of course, President Trump had urged his supporters to question the integrity of the election, to try and fight back. Stop the steal is the phrase that they have been using. And while everything got off to what seemed like a normal start here in the building, the objection was made. The way the process works, all members of Congress were together in a joint session. Once the objection was made, they were to separate to their respective chambers. This is all laid out very carefully in the law. Each chamber was to debate for 2 hours this objection and then take a vote on whether or not these Electoral College votes were properly cast and should be counted. And we know that there were Republicans, many of them prepared to vote that no, those electoral votes should not be counted. However, Mitch McConnell actually opened the debate on the Senate floor by saying that it was time to put this all behind us, that if, in fact, they continued with the objection to the counting of the votes, to certifying President-elect Joe Biden as the president, that our country would end up in a death spiral. That was the phrase that he used. Our democracy would end up in a death spiral. And just moments later, we saw protesters, rioters rushing the Capitol, eventually breaching both the House and Senate floors, now leaving us with lawmakers in hiding, unable to conduct the business of the country, and an uncertain outcome in terms of how law enforcement is going to finally put an end to all of this. Savannah.
All right, Casey, thank you. Let's take a pause right here. I'm going to turn coverage over to Chuck Todd, our political director, host of Meet the Press, to carry it on. We'll check back in with you, Chuck, in just a couple of moments. I'll send it to you.
All righty. Thank you, Savannah. Let's go now down to Vaughn Hilliard. He's on the west side of the Capitol. Vaughn, paint a picture for us. What are you seeing right now? Tell us what's going on.
We're looking at 6 p.m. Thursday. Essentially,
Vaughn, it is. Yeah, Vaughn, we hear you. I know you're talking. We got tough audio, and this has been tough all day. I get that. Let's. Why don't we see if we can fix that? Let me go to Yasmin Vasugian, if we can. If Yasmin. Actually, let me move there. Let's go to Igor Bobek. He's Igor Bobek at the Huffington Post. And if you've been on Twitter and seen some of the first early pictures of what was going on inside the Capitol, it was courtesy of pictures from Igor Bobek. So, Igor, you were there in the first moments when this breach, it appears, occurred. Take me through the scene there when it all first started to happen.
Thanks, Chuck. Well, I was in the middle of reporting on today's certification vote for the 2020 election when I heard a commotion, I heard yelling, and I ran down to the first floor of the Senate where I encountered, I was stunned to encounter a group of protesters trying to make their way up the steps into the Senate, to the second floor of the Senate, and I saw this police officer courageously try to hold them off with nothing but a baton, but was ultimately unable to do so. And the protesters chased them up the steps where there was a sort of a standoff, and right steps away from the Senate floor. These protesters were carrying Confederate flags. They were yelling traitors. They were saying that, they needed to stop this from happening in order to make Trump president. Really just shocking scenes. At one point, a few of them got into the Senate chamber itself and got up to the day where Mike Pence was presiding minutes earlier to take photos and to scream that this was Donald Trump's election. It's really stunning scenes.
Igor, I'm seeing you caught some pictures. There clearly is some Capitol Police that was there at the time. Were they aggressively trying to push them back, or did they feel overwhelmed, or what could you observe at the time? How are the Capitol Police handling what they had? Were they just overwhelmed?
I think initially they were overwhelmed and unaware, frankly, some of them, that protesters had gotten into the Capitol. I took this video of this lone police officer trying to hold back this group of 15 to 20 protesters, and finally receive the backup yelling that, they've gotten in. he did receive backup, they tried to de-escalate the situation, tried to talk to them to calm them down, but ultimately they would not leave, and eventually roamed across the Capitol into the rotunda and into the Senate chamber itself.
Igor, are you safe? Where are you right now?
I am safe, thank you. I'm at a secure location. I'm outside the Capitol. I'm holding here, and we're all trying to see what comes next tonight.
Well, Igor Bobek, thanks for sharing your photos with the world, getting us these photos. There's a lot more we need to unpack with this. You stay safe, and of course, thank you for your brave reporting. Let me bring in Hakeem Jeffries. He's a member of the Democratic leadership, Democrat from New York. And Congressman, we got a report that you and Congresswoman Liz Cheney had been sort of reassuring the leadership and reassuring members that this process is going to go forward, that these terrorists are not going to stop, if you will, this process. Do you have an idea of when the Capitol is going to be safe for your return? Yeah, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, are you with us, sir? It's my understanding we have you on the phone. Can you hear us? There we go. Congressman. Okay. Well, let me check in here with Hallie Jackson and see what we're hearing inside this West Wing right now. Hallie, is anybody getting through to the president?
Well, I think the clearest evidence that at least the president did something, and there will be a lot of discussion of what that something was that taped message that we heard from him just within the last maybe hour or so. Clearly, there had been people coalescing around the president. His allies were very public about this. Even some of his closest Republican allies very publicly on other networks, on Twitter, were saying, you have got to say something. Some of the most forceful comments came from the president's former communications director, a senior official inside the White House, inside the West Wing. Her name is Alyssa Farah. Chuck, her name might be familiar to Beltway insiders. She used to work for Mark Meadows, who then became the chief of staff. And she issued this sort of impassioned plea saying to MAGA country, I am one of you, and this is not okay. This has to stop. You have to go home. The president has to speak up about this. We obviously heard that statement from him that, said, sure, go home, but in the next breath said, we love you. You're special. I understand you're hurt. This election was stolen. It, of course, was not stolen. This is a crisis point for President Trump. He has now cleared the sort of bar of speaking publicly, right? The bar that was sort of set by his allies, by people like President-elect Joe Biden. But this is a president, Chuck, as you know, who is defiant as a personal defining characteristic and trait of his, right? And so what does he see? And importantly, Chuck, what is he hearing in the coverage of what he's seeing? This is a president who is at times and rather frequently influenced by some of what he hears in the media from, for example, media allies. And so that is something, the president, he is very visual. He watches television. That's what he's doing now and how he's getting this images. We have, in our White House team, reaching out, obviously working sources. What's he being briefed on? What's happening? We heard from the press secretary when the National Guard was activated. I think in the eyes of some critics, that took a little too long, right? We were watching these images for a while before it became clear that the National Guard would be going in. But now it seems like there's a little bit more action. There's a little bit more movement. But I have to tell you, it's getting dark in D.C. This is a point where law enforcement has to get a handle on what's happening here. And then there's a question of what the actual process is, Chuck. The whole process we were talking about, the Electoral College count, moving forward. How does that unfold? I've talked to another source on the Republican side whose hope was that some of these Republican senators, specifically, who had objections, would perhaps think twice before doing that and before pursuing that, given what we've seen unfold.
I would think that at least Mitch McConnell is going to attempt to have that conversation with Mr. Hawley and probably Mr. Cruz, among others. I think we have Vaughn Hilliard's connection now better for us. And Vaughn, Hallie just brought up an important point. The sun is setting. The sun essentially has set in Washington, D.C. Vaughn, what do you see out there, and do you feel the law enforcement presence yet?
Chuck, I think you just heard part of the law enforcement presence. There hasn't been a serious effort except for the last 15 minutes here. We are just a half hour away from the curfew here in Washington, D.C., and you can see some of the lights flashing up towards the Capitol. It was just about 15 minutes ago, Chuck, that the first tear gas was dispensed. You've seen flashbang grenades. Over the course of these last hours, what you saw were thousands of individuals as this insurrection took place here at the United States Capitol watching. You can see over to my left, our great photographer, Paul Rigney, is behind the camera here. And this is what you have seen here over the course of the last 15 minutes, is a systematic push to push people away here from the scene. You saw Capitol Police work their way down and pick individuals up one at a time physically from their seats up on what is the inaugural platform. That platform is typically not there. It's just been constructed in the last weeks. That is where members of Congress, former presidents, members of the president's family sit during the swearing in of the President of the United States. This is where Joe Biden should be sworn in just 2 weeks from now. But what you have seen over the course of these last hours is thousands of people hold firm here at this very moment here. And now what you're seeing is tear gas and smoke being used to push people back. I got to tell you, Chuck, one gentleman just came up to me right before we went live to you. He said, if our voices are not heard today, you'll hear our muskets tomorrow. Again, there is no police presence outside of the Capitol Police that you see up literally on the steps of the Capitol. We've been here for hours. There was a medical emergency, and there was frankly nobody to turn to. There's questions of at what point does the National Guard come in, but literally the shot that you are seeing up on the United States Capitol is the extent of the police presence here at the heart of the United States. And it's been quite a sight to see. Again, we're just a half hour away, though.
So you have not seen...
You're from that curfew
Vaughn,
here, and you're seeing that first effort here from the police.
So you're not seeing any public police sort of where you're behind your cameraman right now. That is not there. They are not trying to disperse from there as well, or are you we see some. Are we seeing riot gear? I think he may have caught something there.
You're seeing the push here from the police that have been dispersing that gas and the smoke there. You actually see that police line, I should say, as we're watching this in real time with you here, Chuck, pushing people down. Those are the steps.
There it is.
That's the walkway, I should say, from the United States Capitol down here to where you see essentially hit the National Mall that leads you over to the Washington Monument. And again, this is literally the first police presence that you have seen pushing people here away. I guess you could say there was maybe more than 10,000 people here earlier today, and it was the likes of Congressman Mo Brooks, Chuck, who literally took the mic at that rally that the president appeared at earlier and said, today is the day that patriots will begin taking names and kicking ass. And what you have seen here is essentially thousands be able to take over these grounds. And not until the sun went down, finally, a pushback and an effort to disperse these individuals here on January 6th.
I'm noticing I'll be honest, it's still sometimes, and I was watching this all day as well. We were on Capitol Hill. We've gotten a bit safer now, but there's not a lot of urgency. It feels, and it doesn't feel these protesters think that they have to leave anytime soon.
No, the ground was essentially ceded to them here. The streets of D.C. have been essentially all but quiet except for these protesters that have been walking about here. There was a sign that was up attached. You saw not only Trump 2020 hanging from the scaffolding here of the United States Capitol, but there was another sign off to the left, another from one of those structures that was built for Inauguration Day, in which it said, "We the people," and it said, "We will bring D.C. to its knees." And today they did. They stopped this process from going forward here. They essentially locked down the U.S. Senate. They locked down the U.S. House. And it was a law enforcement presence that was not prepared. And the question is, at what point will these final, I hate to use this language, but essentially this last stand be kiboshed here. Again, a half hour away, but you still have at least 1,000, 2,000 people up here, up here on the west end of the U.S. Capitol that are holding firm. It's a matter of what does this next half hour look like, and what does the Washington, D.C. look like tonight and also tomorrow.
The curfew, you keep referencing it, 27 minutes is when the curfew hits. Vaughn, stick around. We want to keep your shot up. Pete Williams, I want to bring him back. Pete, you've got a better idea of what we've seen some pictures. They clearly are trying to do some disbursement. We know that there is an FBI SWAT team in the Capitol. What is happening right now that we don't see?
And a National Guard movement on the way should be arriving there shortly, we're told, and then they'll coordinate and begin to push people out, do a final clear of the building and get them off the grounds. That's the overall plan. Meantime, Chuck, back inside the Capitol, I just talked to a member of the Senate leadership who said that they haven't decided yet whether they will try to do this. First of all, they are determined to continue the count tonight. They want to keep going. They're defiant. They want to make the point that they can't be stopped. The only question is whether they do it in the secure location, which is outside the Capitol building but on the Capitol grounds where they are now, or most of them are. The leadership is in a separate place. That's McConnell, Schumer, and Chuck Grassley, who's the president pro tem, as well, we believe, as the vice president, who we think is still up on the Capitol grounds. The question is whether they would do it in their secure locations, or would they try to go back to the House floor or back to the Senate floor. So that's question one. Question two is, when they resume, what are they going to do? They have to finish and vote on the objection to the Arizona ballots. That was what caused them to go their separate chambers in the first place. I'm told that the objecting senators are now meeting and deciding whether to simply say, okay, that was enough, we made our point, or whether they also want to object to the votes from other states when this continues. But the mood that I got from this member of the leadership reflecting what this person said was the view of all 97 senators who were there is, we're not leaving till we finish.
And so do we have a sense, and do you have a sense from your law enforcement sources, when do they think they could get operational control inside the Capitol?
I don't think they have any idea, because they have to make sure it's clear. They have to sweep it for potential explosive devices. And that's not just, being prudent. There were a number of explosive devices or potential explosive devices found outside the building on the Capitol grounds today. I just don't know how many. But more than one or two, I'm told, and whether they were all working or not, I don't know. But they're taking no chances. So, that would take a while. They don't know how long that would take, and that's why they haven't decided whether they'll just try to pick it up where they are. They've all been fed. They're safe. The mood is generally good but defiant. And so they're waiting, I think, trying to get a read about how long it would take. I don't think anybody knows how long it would take to get the Senate back in shape for them to go back.
Right. And have they thought about, you said that they were thinking about they might do it in their secure location.
Right.
I assume they would want to publicly record that in some way. Is that something they've thought about, how to sort of make sure it's in the public record, I guess?
I wondered about that too, because I think they haven't gotten around to that, is the sense I got. I mean, obviously when they're in the Senate and House floor, we have the facilities to be able to hear and see what they're doing. I suspect they don't want to do this in secret. They want it to be, they want to show that they're doing the work. And I think that's one of the reasons why they thought about wanting to go back to the Senate chamber.
Yeah, Pete Williams with an important update there, and noting that it is a defiant group of United States senators, at least that want to get this done, and that maybe the objectors are going to talk about standing down. We shall see. Let me go back to Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, we're seeing more live shots there. It definitely looks like there. I think I know that guard gate where those stairs are. It looks like finally a police presence is taking at least some control of some part of the Capitol.
Chuck, what you're seeing here is the police line here that pushed people away here. Finally, you're dealing with about a final 1,000 or two here right before us here. I'm going to have Paul just turn around here if we couldn't just get a shot of the U.S. Capitol. Yep. And they're asking us to move out, Chuck, and we will. You can see where the U.S. Capitol was, and you see this is Metropolitan Police Department here.
Yep.
Just a half hour until that curfew finally pushing people back here. And again, though, there's still about 1,000 or 2,000 people up near that scaffolding of the inauguration platform that still are there. As to how those individuals are going to be pushed back, I'm not sure. But what you're seeing here is those Metropolitan Police Department going back and systematically pushing people back here, Chuck.
Are you seeing, how uncooperative are some of these protesters being, or are they starting to listen to the police?
When you use tear gas and flash grenades and pepper spray, it forces one to become a little bit more, or a little less resistant here. But again, I just got to put into context here, you know, there was at least, I think there was at least a 10,000 or plus outside here earlier here when there was essentially no police operation to be seen. But then what you see now is maybe 1,000, 2,000 people here for sort of this final last stand as the police department pushes people back.
All right, that's Vaughn Hilliard outside the Capitol, where he himself is also getting pushed back a little bit as they try to gain some control. Vaughn, please keep safe. Let me check in with Leanne Caldwell, one of our congressional correspondents. She, of course, is inside the Capitol. So, Leanne, any updates? What are you hearing internally about when they think they're going to have control of this building?
So, Chuck, the lockdown is still in place. I am in one of the House office buildings where I've been relegated for most of the day ever since the evacuation started. I was in the Cannon House office building, which was the first to be evacuated this afternoon, right when the proceedings began over in the House floor in the House chamber. So what I just saw walking down the hall was a big contingent of Capitol Police officers moving. Of course, they don't tell you where you're going. And they did say, though, that the lockdown is still in place. As far as what is happening now, it seems like the Capitol is mostly empty from staff. Everyone we know has been removed and escorted from the Capitol into other places of the Capitol complex. So we don't have good eyes at this point on what is exactly happening inside the Capitol. But, you know, this is just something that is, you know, many people have said this on air today, that has just been unheard of, unseen here. I've covered the Hill for a long time. I'm aging myself, but I was actually in the Capitol during 9/11. And had to evacuate the Capitol then. Back then we were told to go outside. This time we were told to stay in and we can't leave the building. But Vaughn Hilliard just talked about Mo Brooks, one of the people who is leading the opposition here inside Congress, this Electoral College vote count. Well, he put out a statement just moments ago. And in that statement, and as Vaughn said, he was at the Trump rally earlier today, telling people to go and kick some asses. Well, in his new statement, he goes on, he has a little bit of a change of tune to say, I'm sorry, I'm pulling it up right here.
Take your time.
He says, while our election system has major systemic flaws that he says socialist Democrats egregiously exploited in 2020, he goes on to say that election system is still far and away the best place to change the direction and destiny of America. So he doesn't say if he is going to continue to object once they resume this process, but he does have a bit of a change of tune from what he had just hours ago when he was riling up the crowd. And I will say one more thing, Chuck. I am talking to a lot of sources who, you know, Republican sources who even want to make sure that this is completed, that this process in the House floor is completed.
Right.
And some of these members who were opposed to it say it's going to be very interesting to see which ones continue to go forward with their objections.
Right. Yeah. I think it's really hard to justify it at this point. Leanne Caldwell, I'm glad I get you on to make sure your family knows you're all well and safe as well. So, Leanne, thank you. Let me go back onto the street on the outside of the Capitol. That's where Yasmin Vasugian is. Yasmin, tell me what you're seeing from your vantage point right now.
So Chuck, you and I spoke a couple hours ago. Since then, it was really chaotic. Now things have dialed back a little bit. The D.C. Metro Police, they've managed to push the protesters all the way off the Capitol Hill lawn. So just a couple of hours ago, as we were broadcasting, right, there were thousands of folks. I mean, you could see them up on the Capitol Hill steps. They were trying to breach the Capitol. They got inside the Capitol, as we well know. But then we saw those flashbangs. We saw the tear gas being dispersed. And they were trying to push those protesters, those rioters off of the Capitol Hill steps. We were there to see it all. We saw these major flashbangs coming out of the Capitol building. And then the police and the Capitol Police, along with the D.C. Metro Police, they began to push the rioters and the protesters back off of the Capitol Hill steps gradually. And this is kind of formulaic for them. This is something they do. This is something that we've seen throughout the summer with all the protests that happened with Black Lives Matter movement across the country as well, in which they form these police signs. And I'm going to step away and let Miguel shoot it for you. They form these police signs lines that you see behind me of DC Metro Police, and they gradually push the protesters and the rioters back to retreat from the Capitol Hill building. And that's what they've been doing for the last hour or so as we creep closer and closer. I don't know what time it is right now. It's around, we're hovering around 6 p.m., which is when there's going to be the curfew in place for the D.C. area, as the mayor said a little bit earlier. But gradually, with this police line behind me, they've been pushing the protesters and rioters back for the last hour or so, in which more protesters and more rioters disperse. I mean, we've gone from thousands upon thousands, Chuck, of people that were out here on the mall to now just a couple of hundred. And I will say they are getting in the face of a lot of these DC Metro Police, confronting them, angry with them, but the police are kind of maintaining calm for now throughout this entire thing. So we're watching it develop. It has been quite a couple hours, Chuck.
Yasmin, I'm curious. I know you've had interactions with some of these protesters and some of these rioters. What are they saying? How are they responding to now? I think they now see they're a pretty negative symbol for America right now.
Gosh, it's interesting. You know, earlier today, the three questions I asked were this. I said, why are you out here? What do you want to see happen? What do you want the vice president to do in addition to that question? And my third question was, why aren't you wearing a mask? Because amidst 350,000 folks that have died in this country, a lot of folks are not wearing masks here. And I thought it was an important question to ask folks, and they felt like it was an infringement upon their personal liberty. That's what a lot of the people have been saying to me out here. The answer to the first question is they feel like the election has been stolen, when we well know that that is not true. Secondly, they wanted the vice president to step up, as they've said. They said the vice president needs to turn this election. The vice president needs to change the results of this election. And I mentioned to them that ahead of the joint session, the vice president put out a letter essentially saying that he doesn't have the authority per the Constitution to overturn the results of this election. And they said, well, that's not true. We believe he actually has that authority. Later on, as we talked about the folks breaching the halls of the Capitol, I said, is this what you wanted to see happen? When you got inside, what did you actually want to do? I talked to a man who was able to breach the halls of the Capitol, who actually got inside and then was pushed back by the Capitol Police with tear gas. And he said to me, I just want things to change. I just wanted to get in there because I want things to change. I feel like this election was not fair. And then he went on to say this, Chuck. He said, this is all we can do because we feel like the election was stolen. I said, but someone's been hurt. Someone's been shot. Do you still feel like it's warranted? Yeah. And he said, yes. And I heard that from a lot of folks, which is quite frankly very troubling, to say the least. And then he went on to say this, Chuck.
It is. And
he said, next time it might be worse. And that's tough. Yeah.
Well, sadly, that person who's been shot, we now know has died. And so it has even gotten deadlier. Yasmin Vasugian, thank you. And I believe my pal Savannah Guthrie is back. Welcome back, Savannah.
Thank you. And with that disturbing news that the person who was shot earlier at the Capitol has lost her life, let's go to Pete Williams, who's collecting more information on that. Pete, what can you tell us?
Well, we still don't have the identity of the woman. We're told that she was shot in the chest earlier this afternoon inside the Capitol by someone in law enforcement. But we haven't yet heard whether that was U.S. Capitol Police, who are always on the scene, or whether it's someone from the city police department, known here as the Metropolitan Police Department, whether that was who was responsible for firing the shot, nor do we know where inside the Capitol building the shot was fired or why, whether it was in the process of defending the House of Representatives from the people who were trying to smash their way in or what. But the person was shot, taken, aid was immediately rendered. She was taken to a nearby hospital, and a short time ago, we learned that she has died, and I'm sure we'll get her identity here in a little while.
All right, Pete, thank you so much. Let's go back outside and see what's transpiring there. Yasmin Vasugian, our correspondent on the ground. Yasmin, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, hi, Savannah. So, just listening to you guys talk about this woman who has been shot inside the Capitol halls, and, unbelievable to hear that. Nonetheless, we're getting pushed back further and further. As I was talking to Chuck a little bit earlier, the D.C. Metro Police basically set up a line here, and this is formulaic for them. This is something they learn how to do, right? This is the way that they push protesters and rioters back in situations like this. This is how they disperse crowds. We've seen this over and over again in situations like this, as we saw over the summer with the Black Lives Matter protests, and they're doing it here again, and it's working. I mean, there were thousands upon thousands of folks in the mall area throughout the last couple of hours. We saw people breaching the Capitol building a little bit earlier. There's nobody up there now. It is completely emptied, completely quiet, and D.C. Metro Police have managed to push everybody back with, every couple of minutes. They basically form a line and push everybody back. Since we saw the tear gas used on the Capitol steps about an hour or so ago, since then we've really seen no more tear gas or flashbangs used to push and disperse the crowd. Instead, it has been this lineup of D.C. Metro Police. They came in just about 30 to 45 minutes ago. We saw them come in from both sides of the Capitol and set up this lineup. And with that, the rioters and the protesters did begin to disperse. So it seems as if so far, because we're just minutes away from this curfew coming into place, that so far the residents of Washington and, of course, the protesters and rioters are heeding these calls for this curfew, because so many people, it seems like, have gone for now, right? But so many of the folks that I've been speaking throughout the day have said to me, essentially, this is not the end. And they want to see change happen. So it's really just a matter of waiting and seeing, Savannah, what's coming next.
Yasmin, thank you. Be safe out there. We're about 9 minutes away from the official start of the curfew in Washington, D.C., this extraordinary measure that the mayor there has had to put into place because of the riots that we saw today at the United States Capitol. Let's go to Casey Hunt. Casey, I understand there's been an announcement of some sort at the Capitol?
That's right, Savannah. We heard over the loudspeaker something of a buzzing siren type noise, and then you could hear a loud announcement that informed everyone here of the curfew, saying that the curfew is in effect at 1800 hours. That's, of course, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. All individuals must leave the U.S. Capitol complex or be subject to arrest. So we're, as we have said all day long, in the Senate office building, the Russell Senate office building, which is across the street from the U.S. Capitol. So we heard it here in Russell. Now, I'm not sure exactly how it would have been communicated to crowds outside the Capitol. Our reporters there obviously would have been the ones to hear that. But if we heard it here, that would indicate it was also broadcast throughout the Capitol system. There is an alert system that's built in here. We hear them from time to time for drills, or if there are, on occasion, there are suspicious packages that prompt an evacuation of an office building or something along those lines. But of course, this is the message that's being delivered here about 5:50 or so p.m. to everyone that's at the Capitol, that the curfew is in effect and that if they don't leave, they will be subject to arrest. So as we've been reporting, a number of different law enforcement agencies on site here, this announcement suggests to me they may be stepping up arrests as they start to try and get a handle on this situation. And Savannah, I also want to circle back to something that we've been talking about throughout the afternoon, and that is this determination to get the business of our government back underway. And I would say At this hour, I'm still texting back and forth with a number of members both of the House and the Senate as they try to figure out what those plans are. And I do think that we should expect that determination not to falter. I think the plans are still in the works, and I think that everyone seems to be in agreement in both houses and on both sides of the aisle that it's very clear that a message be sent to it's very clear to them that it's important that a message be sent to Americans that the government will continue to function even in the face of this. So stay tuned for more developments on that front, Savannah.
All right, Casey, thank you so much. Let's turn to Kristen Welker, our White House correspondent. Kristen, we saw the president's taped message a few moments ago. What are you hearing at the White House?
Well, Savannah, a number of White House officials, a number of former White House officials and allies to President Trump are pressuring him to frankly go further than he did in that taped statement that was released a short time ago, in which he reiterated those false claims of voter fraud, but did call for peace, urged his supporters not to resort to violence. But I can tell you that there is a push right now to get the president to come out and speak and to say something forceful, to make a strong statement, to essentially say, stand down. And it comes as we are hearing from some of his former officials on Twitter, Alyssa Farah, one of them, who essentially says, I am one of you to the MAGA world, as she puts it. She says, before I worked for the president, I worked for Mark Meadows, Jim Jordan, and she goes on to say, I need you to hear me. The election was not stolen. We lost. Strong statements also from Mick Mulvaney, the former chief of staff here, as well as Kellyanne Conway, one of the former top advisors to President Trump, who are essentially urging the president to come out and to make a strong statement and urging the people who stormed the Capitol to stand down. So that is the scene here. I was just speaking to a number of top officials. I can tell you they are watching these developments unfold. President Trump himself watching these developments unfold, Savannah, and it's not clear that he has any plans or any intentions to come out and speak this evening. But I can tell you that there is a somber mood here at the White House, and frankly, a number of officials have a stricken look on their face as they watch all of this unfold. Of course, coming just hours after President Trump addressed a crowd of thousands and essentially reiterated those false claims of fraud, tried to pressure his own vice president, Mike Pence, to take actions that he cannot take under the law to block the election results from being counted and from announcing the winner as Joe Biden. And there is a sense that in that speech, the president was riling up his supporters. And now this is what has come from a day and weeks of a lot of energy toward trying to relitigate this election. So, Savannah, I can just tell you the pressure is mounting here on President Trump to do more.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty extraordinary to hear from former officials who were diehards, who worked for the president until those last moments, to say it's enough, it's over. What about Vice President Pence? Of course, he was over there at the Capitol presiding over the Senate at this time, and the last best information we had was that he was still there, that it was not safe for him to even go that short distance back to the White House. Have you heard anything about his whereabouts, any update?
That is the latest that we know, Savannah, that, of course, he, as well as the members of Congress, the senators there, were, of course, evacuated to safer grounds at the Capitol, but that it wasn't safe for them to leave. And I would just underscore a point that Casey has made, which is that there is a determination to try to see these proceedings through to the end once it is safe to go back and try to do the business of the government to count the Electoral College votes to declare the winner of the presidential election. And so it is our understanding that that is where he continues to huddle. But it's quite remarkable what we witnessed from the vice president today, Savannah. Once these proceedings got underway, we saw the vice president, one of the president's staunchest allies, break with him really for the first time publicly, and to say that he does not believe that the Constitution gives him the authority to in any way try to block the vote count. And so breaking with the president in that very public way and making it clear to the president, making it clear to the American people that that's how he viewed his role, and that is how he plan to proceed and will proceed once these proceedings get underway. And so a really stark, dramatic development there. And it's also worth noting that the Senate's top Republican, Mitch McConnell, also broke with President Trump today and said flatly that there just was not the type of massive, widespread fraud that the president is trying to suggest that there was, and that essentially the country's democracy will head toward a death spiral if elections are litigated and relitigated in this type of manner. Savannah.
All right, Kristen, stand by. Thank you so much. I want to go to Pete Williams. Pete, we are starting to see some more aggressive action on the part of law enforcement to kind of disperse the crowd. We've seen the crowd diminish. What have you learned about the decision making that's gone on in terms of how to respond to this afternoon?
Sure. Well, let me come back to that, if I may, and answer the question about the vice president first. The initial thought was, when this all happened, let's get the vice president out of here. The Secret Service, as I understand it, concluded that there really was no safe way to get him out of the building and away, so he remained there. Now he's staying there because the Senate wants to continue. At least the senators in the House want to keep going tonight, and he has to preside. He is required by the Constitution to preside. So I think the reason he's still there is that at first they didn't know what they were going to do but couldn't get him out of there. Now they want to continue with the count, so he has to stay there to preside over it. So that's the answer to that question. Now, we've gotten a lot of people that have asked us, Savannah, and I'm sure many of our viewers have wondered the same thing, why aren't the police making arrests? These people went into the Capitol, they violated a number of different federal laws. They damaged property, they trespassed, they disrupted, they did all kinds of things. Why aren't we seeing more arrests? Now, we don't have a definitive answer to the question of whether there was a strategy or a decision made by the Capitol Police or Metro Police, who were initially on the scene, simply not to do that because they felt they were outmanned. I suspect that's it, that they just felt that their main goal was to try to preserve whatever the safety of the members first, but I think that the feeling that I've gotten from talking to other law enforcement people watching this is, yes, the people in the building were overwhelmed, weren't able to stop and start making arrests. They were severely outnumbered, and that, however, a lot of those people that were there are eventually going to be charged and may not realize this, but there's pictures like that. The one we're looking at right now. There are video cameras inside the building. There are all these pictures that law enforcement will be going over now and trying to identify these people and run them down and arrest them and charge them with a number of different offenses. So I think it looks odd to think that these people are simply being escorted off the grounds. And I've had law enforcement people say, I can't believe what I'm seeing, that they're not being arrested. But what we're told is charges ultimately will be filed on a lot of these people. Now, clearly, it would be a lot better if they could just arrest them on the spot. But I think the feeling was the law enforcement initially was simply outnumbered.
Well, that I think is the real point. What's really disturbing is that they weren't able to be stopped and thwarted. The chief of police in D.C. said that some of the protesters did use violence against police, but as we've observed as the afternoon has worn on, it is not exactly a surprise that this protest was going on, that there had been talk of this kind of activity. And so, there will be a lot of questions in the coming days about why there wasn't a better response. That's for another day. We're still in a crisis right here. This is the nation's capital on an evening like no other, where protesters were able to breach the security as Congress met in a joint session to perform one of its most sacred constitutional duties, to certify electors, to ensure the peaceful transfer of power to a new president. And instead, what we saw was rioters breach the gates, come through the building, make it onto the Senate floor, the House floor, stroll through Statuary Hall as though they were on a visitor's tour. Congress stopped. The members of Congress evacuated. They're still in a secure location. So as we hit 6 o'clock on the East Coast, there is a curfew going into effect on the streets of Washington, D.C., as law enforcement tries to catch up and get this situation under control. We've heard from the president-elect and we've heard from President Trump. And we now turn to Leon Panetta, who, of course, is the former defense secretary under the Obama administration, a former White House chief of staff going back to the Clinton administration, and a former congressman who knows that building well. Secretary Panetta, I guess just Before we get into the security measures, I just want your gut, how you feel at this hour, seeing the images that we've all been watching.
Savannah, the scenes that I've seen today are the most disturbing events that I've seen in my entire public life. I never expected to see rioters take over the Capitol of the United States, stop our democracy from functioning, and basically undermine the very form of government that depends on both order and freedom. And to see that happen is something I thought I would never see in my lifetime.
And the business of the Congress must go on. We're told from our reporting from inside the room that senators and members of Congress are very focused, almost defiant in their feeling that they have an obligation to go on and continue this work, even if it goes late into tonight. What do you know about, without giving away anything, what do you know about the plans that would have been in place for something like this? I mean, I talked about it a little bit with Secretary Napolitano earlier in our coverage, saying, I'm sure you had plans on the shelf for an attack on our Congress. You probably didn't imagine that it would come from inside, from Americans, from our very own people.
Well, as you may know, I signed a letter with all 10 of the former living defense secretaries that raised the concern about the possibility that something like this might raise the issue of using the military in order to change the results of an election, and we cautioned against that. But it was clear at the time that there are those that were going to conduct this kind of protest. The president obviously was saying things to incite what we saw today. Everybody knew that, in fact, something like this was very possible. And I'm a little surprised, very frankly, that sufficient steps were not taken to secure the Capitol and to make sure that something like this did not happen.
And Secretary Panetta, just bring you up to date because the president tweeted about 7 minutes ago, and this is what he said. These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. How does that statement strike you?
It strikes me as not only irresponsible, but undermining the very role that he should be playing as President of the United States, which is to make very clear that this kind of behavior is unacceptable, that it violates every principle of law and order that he said he stands for, and further undermines the very democracy that he has sworn to uphold as President of the United States. What he's saying is not helpful to the law enforcement people that are there now, trying to make sure that they clear the Capitol and allow it to get back to the business of our democracy. It only goes to show that ultimately, as he leaves office, he will bear responsibility for what we saw today.
Secretary Panetta, is this a turning point? I mean, after everything that's transpired and, things that have happened that have never happened before, and life just seems to go on as usual. But this is different. Do you feel that this will be a turning point in which members of Congress, your former colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, stand up and say, enough is enough? Or is this just going to be just another day in the Trump administration?
Well, I don't think this can be passed off as just another day. What we saw happen to the Capitol of the United States, and what we saw happen in terms of the interruption of our system of government is a serious event. And I worry that if we don't take steps to come together and govern this country, that the scenes we saw today will inspire others to take advantage of the situation. This is a serious moment in our history, and we ought not to just excuse it as just somehow, some kind of protest. A line was crossed today, and that line represents whether or not our democracy is going to function in the future or whether it's going to be held under siege in the future. And the leadership of this country will determine the answer to that question.
And Secretary Panetta, before I let you go, you're the former CIA director, your former Defense Department, the Secretary of Defense. When you think about our adversaries around the world, watching these scenes, what goes through your mind?
It's a terrible message that's going out because our adversaries will see what we have seen today and just sense it as another sign of weakness on the part of the United States. And I worry that because of those scenes, that our adversaries will use that to take advantage of the United States. This is not a good moment in terms of the image of the United States and the values that we represent. It's a moment where we are very vulnerable to those that want to undermine our democracy.
Secretary Panetta, thank you for your time, sir. We appreciate it. I want to turn to our correspondent, Yasmin Vsugan, who's on the grounds of the Capitol, and we're seeing in the images on your screen that we are starting to see more law enforcement activity. This curfew in Washington, D.C. has been underway for about 10 minutes now. Yasmin, what changes have you witnessed?
Yeah, so Savannah, we walked east to west. We were on the east side when I was talking to you a little bit earlier, and then we walked all the way to the west side of the Capitol. And there's about 3 to 4 separate police lines in trying to disperse the crowd. If you'd asked me 2 hours ago if by 6 p.m. the thousands of people that were here would have been dispersed, I would not have necessarily believed you. But now, 2 hours later, at 6 p.m., there's literally almost nobody here at this point. I mean, yeah, you are seeing a lot of folks still out here and still seeing the police presence, as you can see, pushing us back away from the perimeter of the Capitol, but we're already off the Capitol Hill front lawn. And then, just a little bit earlier, before you came to me, I saw about 25 or so FBI guys walking into the area. Sorry, we just want to make sure that we get out of the way and we're not getting in the way of any of the police activity to make sure they're able to get their jobs done. Obviously, we want to make sure that's the number one priority here, so I'm stepping away a little bit. But these guys, the D.C. Metro Police, still pushing folks back, wanting everybody here to heed with the 6 p.m. curfew that's now in place in this city, Savannah. And as I mentioned, the FBI, watch out for the bike behind you, the FBI now on site in front of the Capitol building on a day in which, is usually pro forma during an election season, just 2 weeks away from when President-elect Joe Biden will be inaugurated at this very site. And I just want to mention one other note here, Savannah, that I've mentioned throughout the day, but the Capitol was set up for the inauguration already. When we arrived here earlier today, you saw bleachers on both sides of the Capitol. You saw the inauguration balcony in which President-elect Joe Biden on January 20th will walk out and be sworn in as the next president of the United States. Today, that setup, the area in which they have put in place for that inauguration on January 20th, was filled with rioters and protesters. And it was a sight that I don't think any of us could have imagined that we would see. And again, the police trying to push folks back, make sure that protesters, rioters, folks that are here are behind the line, Savannah. So I'll send it back to you for now. But again, there's definitely some more police presence at this point to make sure that the citizens and the folks in this area are abiding by the 6 p.m. curfew, Savannah.
Yeah, this is very much an unfolding situation. Yasmin, you're brave, and we're grateful for you being there as this law enforcement starts to move in and enforce this 6 o'clock curfew and try to get this situation under control. And as we speak, you look at the United States Capitol on this night, you have members of Congress, senators, and Congress members who are sheltered in place, locked down, unable to leave, unable to perform their constitutional duties because of a throng of protesters turned rioters who breached the grounds of the Capitol and stopped democracy. But if I have Casey Hunt with me, they have not stopped it, they have paused it, because there is very much a feeling on Capitol Hill from our sources in the room, where some senators are gathered in the same room watching this coverage, some members of Congress gathered together watching this same coverage. There's a feeling, a defiant feeling, that the business of this country will be done, even at nightfall, no matter what it takes. Andrea Mitchell, you are a longtime correspondent in Washington. It goes without saying that there has never been a night like this. What are your sources telling you about what happens next and whether this sacred duty can be performed by the United States Congress under these circumstances?
Well, I just got a text from Congresswoman Debbie Dingell from Michigan, and you know how long she has been not only in the Hill, but of course before her, her late husband, John Dingell, was the longest-serving member of Congress when he retired, and she then replaced him in the House. And she says, this has been a total nightmare. I was on the floor. I hear the gunshots, smell the tear gas, and I will be damned if he will keep us from doing our job. We will go back and do it tonight. I asked, are you doing it tonight? Does it have to be done on the House floor or in the safe location where we know they are together, they are safe? And she says, it will be done on the House floor. And I said, is this reportable and can I attribute it to you? And she said, yes. So that is the defiance from a member of Congress, notably from Michigan, which of course has seen the protests storming the Capitol there, the State House. She's very close to Governor Whitmer there, and we know the threats there that the governor has endured. And there is a strong Michigan contingent, we've been told by law enforcement, to some of the groups who are here today. In any case, the defiance of Debbie Dingell, who has a very good check on the pulse of her fellow Democratic caucus members, is, I think, very, very widespread. We heard this earlier from the senators, according to Pete Williams, who was reporting that they also want to get this done tonight. And I think they're going to try to do it no matter how late they stay up. And as you well know, I covered the Hill. When they have deadlines and they have big business to do at the end of a session, they do stay all night. Healthcare was passed at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, and law enforcement seems to be attempting to clear the deck so that that can take place. We'll keep an eye on that. Keep working your sources, Andrea. I want to turn to Republican Congressman Markwayne Mullin of Oklahoma, who is still at the Capitol and locked down in his office. Sir, first of all, I'm glad to see that you're okay and you're able to call in. What was your experience today?
Well, first of all, there wasn't any shots that was fired in the House chamber. I know guns were drawn. I was right there when they broke the glass. It did sound like gunshots, and for those that haven't heard it, and which I'm glad a lot of people haven't heard gunshots like that, unfortunately I have, I recognized it immediately. And there was definitely tear gas, but the tear gas was in the rotunda, nothing biased. Listen, it was very tense. It should never happened at all. But our Capitol Police and the Sergeant at Arms, law enforcement did a phenomenal job showing restraint and actually keeping the members safe. These guys have families too, and they did their best to protect us. They were strongly outnumbered, which is why I stood there with them. And we made sure that the chamber was completely clear. The members got out, the staff got out, and at the end of the day, the protesters were completely, and I actually want to use the word agitators. The agitators were completely out of line.
Yeah, and Congressman, I mean, you're a Republican, you're a Trump supporter, and as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were someone who was wanting to object to certifying the elector. So we know where you stand politically. This, it seems to me, is a different issue. You're talking about people breaking the law, coming into the United States Congress, and stopping the business of America. Do you feel that what the president said today to those protesters in his tweet and in his video message, is it enough, or do you think that he's still in some way fanning the flames by contending that it's a stolen election?
Listen, people are responsible for their own behavior, first and foremost. You can't blame this on the president or anybody else. You're responsible for your own behavior, full stop. And the president told him to go home, and even he said, I love him. And people are trying to criticize him for saying he loved them, but I wake up every single morning and I say, love the people, love the call. And I love these guys too. Doesn't mean I condone what they did. I went and I talked to a whole bunch of law enforcement that they have a triage center set in the basement of one of our office buildings, and if I said there was 25 or 50 of them, I'd probably be underestimating. And I shook every one of their hands. I told them thank you. Every one of these guys have families. Every one of these guys, or for the most of them, had families. Most of them were married with kids, and they were shaken up. They were shooken up quite a bit. One young man, unfortunately, is probably going to lose his eye, and because he got hit with some object. And I asked him, I said, what happened? And every one of them told me the same thing. He said these separated from the protesters. These guys had evil in their eyes when they came after us. The rest of the protesters continued on their way. These guys broke away. They were there as agitators. And when they started breaking the glass out, I even confronted them at the door, and I said, guys, because I started yelling, don't shoot, don't shoot. And I hollered at the guys at the other side. I said, "You almost got shot. You almost got shot. Are you serious? Are you willing to do this?" And most of them calmed down a little bit. One of them, he was the agitator. He was the one that was probably the one that got most of them stirred up. Of course, he kept running his mouth, and he's just unreasonable. He's one of the guys you can't be unreasonable or you can't reason with. But we're all, at the end of the day, we have the right to protest, but we don't have the right to destroy public or private property. We don't have the right to go this far. And you should feel strong and be willing to stand your ground for what you believe in. And I believe you have the right to do that. But this is not the America. I've seen this overseas. This is not what we do inside the United States, and this went too far.
Yeah, no question about it. The pictures tell the story. I mean, when you think about now, many of your colleagues have said and communicated that they want to see this process go forward. They want the Congress to perform its duty.
Agreed.
As mentioned, you were one who was going to object to the electors. Is there anything about what has transpired today that makes you reassess that? Not because of perhaps the substance, I mean, whatever your reasons were, those haven't changed, but just because of the tenor and the powder keg that has been unleashed. And, people can lay blame where they want to lay blame. But is there anything about what has transpired that makes you think, you know what, it's time to get on with it? Our position has been known, but this country needs to get on with the peaceful transition.
We're still having the conversation, and I still feel very strongly about our stance. I still believe that there's some real questions about the constitutional authority, about some changes that happened in some of the states. No question about that. And so there's still going to be some electoral votes that are contested too. We do have to get on with our work, but and the demeanor to which we present the findings may change. We're still discussing that. We're actually having open discussions among all of us, among both sides right now. But we will move forward with the process. And at the end of the day, this is to make sure that we do have fair and balanced elections, that we have elections moving forward. So anytime we have future elections, what separated us from other democracies is people had faith and they believed in their vote and their election, and they were fair. And that belief isn't there. But what happened today, what transpired today, is no excuse for that. There is no excuse for what happened today, zero. And as I said, there was a lot of peaceful protesters. A lot of them came in from Oklahoma that I knew, and they're all headed home. They weren't part of this. This was a separate group. These were agitators that came there to make as much destruction as possible.
And it's one of those things because you can have, politics is all about passion and passion for what you believe. Sure. And I always say, if you're not protesting, that's what America's all about. People fought and died for that right.
Right.
But when you...
That's the First Amendment. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely. But when you fan the flames... sometimes you can unleash an element that isn't responsible, that are rioters and agitators. And I guess that's kind of where I'm asking you, whether you feel that there has been rhetoric that's irresponsible, that
there's been rhetoric irresponsible
this.
on both sides. The rhetoric's been irresponsible on both sides. We've seen it from both sides. I mean, there's been some really, really big flames that were flamed, that was fanned before President Trump even got into office. Before he was even sworn into office, there was a lot of it going on. We've seen these protests going on, and it's been bubbling. It hasn't been from our side, and that's why I said I have a hard time believing these are actual true Trump supporters, because you haven't seen this from Trump supporters. Trump supporters have been out there too. They've been on the streets. They've been to rallies. They've had conflict with Antifa and the other groups. And it has never went to this point. This is the first time we've ever seen it go to this point. And as I said before, it doesn't make any difference who's fanning the flames. At the end of the day, we are all responsible for our own actions. And the way you choose to act is you should be held responsible for. And I hope everybody that came in there is held responsible, because a lot of people's lives have changed. There's a lot of law enforcement, a lot of Capitol Police and D.C. Police and Sergeant of Arms that came to work today that's going to go home a little bit different. There's a young lady that died because she stormed through the door and an officer had to make a split decision and had to shoot her. And guess what? Their families' lives have changed. His life has got changed because the first time you discharge a weapon, it changes you. It changes you, and it changes you forever. Yeah. And unfortunately, there's some people out there that's lost a loved one too, a daughter, a mother. I don't know how old she was, but there's a family that's going to grieve tonight because of what got out of hand. Yeah. And it should have never ever got to this point. This is a dark day for all of us, and I hope we can all take a deep breath and learn something from this. But we still need to be passionate. You have a right to be passionate about what you believe politically, but we can debate in a better manner than this.
We can. We're better than this. Congressman Mullen, we're glad you're safe. Thank you for your time this evening, sir. Be safe and keep us posted on the plans as Congress tries to get about the business of the American people. And let me turn to Kristen Welker. Kristen, I don't know if we've caught up since the president issued his last tweet. What was the thinking behind that? What are you hearing from the senior officials inside the White House tonight?
Well, Savannah, the tweet comes after a number of senior officials here have been pushing him to go further than that video statement that he released earlier today when he again reiterated the false claims of voter fraud, but did urge these protesters, the mob that gathered outside the Capitol, to be peaceful, not to engage in any violence. And so this tweet seems to be the opposite of what some of his top officials were urging him to do, which was to come out and make a statement point blank and say, stand down. This tweet does what he did at the rally, which is to reiterate those false claims, saying, remember this day forever. It is worth noting it has now been flagged by Twitter saying that it could incite more violence. So that is the backdrop against which we are seeing that tweet come out. So I would anticipate, Savannah, that you are going to continue behind the scenes here to have a number of his top aides try to push him to say more and, quite frankly, to do more. I can tell you that the world is watching. In fact, we're just seeing a tweet come out from Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, who says Canadians are deeply disturbed and saddened by the attack on democracy in the United States, our closest ally and neighbor. So people are watching what is happening as it unfolds here, Savannah, and frankly cannot believe what they are seeing unfold in the nation's capital here in the United States. Now, let me just take a step back and give you a sense of the thinking as this day began. I spoke with a number of top officials who said, look, they saw this as the president and his supporters' last stand, what was going to happen inside the halls of Congress, to air that debate and the dispute that they felt needed to be had about the electoral vote count. They wanted to try to convince President Trump that this was, in fact, his last stand. And the hope was that after today, he would be able to move forward. There wasn't a whole lot of optimism that he would essentially abandon his rhetoric, but that supporters would feel as though at least the debate had been had in the halls of Congress. But White House officials acknowledging privately, look, he has lost, and that ultimately he's going to have to acknowledge that. Savannah.
All right, and we just got a statement from Senator Romney that was posted, and let me just read a little part of it. He said, what happened at the U.S. Capitol today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States. Those who choose to continue to support his dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy. The statement of Senator Mitt Romney earlier today, and you can just imagine behind closed doors those senators that are sheltering in place together, senators who disagree and have found themselves in this situation. You can imagine the conversations that might be going on there. And Casey Hunt, our Capitol Hill correspondent, the more pressing conversation is what's next? How can they continue this work that was supposed to take place January 6th, the certifying of the electoral vote? Can it continue tonight? Will it continue tonight?
The short answer, Savannah, is that members are determined that it will. The logistics of this are still being finalized because obviously we've never been in this situation before, but this has been the focus of the conversations. There's an expectation that they may be able to get back into the Senate chamber sooner rather than later. There's a push from Republican leadership, Mitch McConnell, to do that, to show that they will not be cowed by what happened today, by people invading the U.S. Capitol in what both Mitt Romney and the former president, George W. Bush, called an insurrection. That's a pretty specific choice of words from those two top Republicans, obviously not supporters of President Trump based on all of this. But there is that determination to make this happen. Now, it's possible it won't actually be on the Senate floor. We obviously are dealing with the security situation there, sweeping all of the nooks and crannies there, all of the people that were in here. It takes time. And obviously no one wants to go into an unsafe situation. So there have been some different discussions of how to make this happen. But I think certainly the people that I am texting with, talking to, are confident they're going to find some way to demonstrate to the American people that the business of the Congress is going to go on, even in spite of all of this. Savannah.
Casey Hunt, thank you so much. Our coverage continues as we look at Washington, D.C. tonight. On a night like no other, the United States Capitol is locked down. Protesters stormed the building today, stopping the business of Congress at a critical moment, the moment when under the Constitution they're to certify the electoral votes of the election and ensure the peaceful transfer of power. We are going to turn over our coverage. NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt just ahead. Stay with NBC as we continue to cover this breaking story throughout the night.
This is an NBC News special report.
And breaking news tonight, the deadly siege on Congress as an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol. We've seen shocking images of chaos, rioters rushing past barricades and police up the Capitol steps, forcing their way inside. Both the House and the Senate evacuated. Lawmakers moved to safe locations. The invaders roaming the abandoned Senate floor, one hanging from the balcony. Police with guns drawn inside the House. The violence erupting, one woman fatally shot outside the Capitol. Improvised explosive devices found. Several people injured. Offices vandalized. Windows smashed. The National Guard called in to quell the unrest, with that city now under curfew. The breach abruptly halting a joint session of Congress just as Republicans launched a last-ditch effort to overturn President-elect Biden's victory in the Electoral College. This unrest breaking out just after President Trump spoke at a rally near the White House, stoking the crowd by falsely claiming he won the election. Later, in a taped message, the president still baselessly saying the election was stolen, but telling rioters to go home. All of it coming just as Democrats win control of the Senate after the historic election in Georgia. A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage. I want to welcome you back to NBC News coverage of the siege at the U.S. Capitol. Right now, police in Washington enforcing a curfew, driving rioters from the streets and Capitol grounds after securing the inside from those pro-Trump intruders who occupied the Capitol for several hours. Officials telling us a short time ago that one person shot inside the Capitol by law enforcement has died. All this taking place as the House and Senate met to formally count the certified electoral ballots that will make Joe Biden the next president. Our Casey Hunt is on Capitol Hill. Casey, bring us up to date.
Lester, just absolutely stunning images today here at the Capitol as protesters overran the Capitol and multiple law enforcement agencies had to be called in after a number of them not only breached the building, but breached the very floor of the House and of the Senate as they were conducting this business of trying to count the Electoral College votes, normally a very straightforward process that only takes about a half an hour, that would name Joe Biden as president-elect. This, of course, occurring after President Trump held a rally with tens of thousands of people outside of the White House. And the images inside the building were pretty unreal. There were protesters that were on the walls of the Capitol, as well as gunshots at one point. Watch.
Tonight, stunning images as rioters supporting President Trump overrun the Capitol, scuffling with police. On the floor of the House, officers with guns drawn, with protesters just outside the door. Here you see rioters trying to break down a door and you hear a gunshot. Over in the Senate, protesters breaching what's supposed to be the highly secure Senate floor, abruptly stopping the counting of electoral votes. Some taking photos on the Senate dais, others shouting and pushing past officers to get inside. Elsewhere, this man sitting with his feet up behind a desk in Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office. Police placing the Capitol on lockdown.
A riot was declared. It was clear that the crowd was intent on causing harm to our officers by deploying chemical irritants on police.
Members of Congress rushing to take shelter, some wearing gas masks.
We were just told that there has been tear gas in the rotunda, and we're being instructed to each of us get gas masks that are under our seats.
It began just after that massive pro-Trump rally. Tens of thousands gathering near the White House to protest the expected declaration of Joe Biden's Electoral College victory.
There is the American flag, and beneath it, these crowds of people now who have stormed, trying to make their wishes known.
The group then marching to the Capitol, many just standing on the steps outside, others wandering in the rotunda, some scaling down the building. At one point, an armed standoff. Police say one person was shot. Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger describing to us how she got out of the building.
There were people banging on the doors of the floor of the House of Representatives. It took multiple efforts for us to be able to make our way safely and then depart the Capitol. It's deeply, deeply disturbing what we saw at the U.S. Capitol today.
Top House Republican Kevin McCarthy condemning what he was seeing.
This is so un-American. I condemn any of this violence. This is not the American way. This is not protected by the First Amendment. This must stop now.
Multiple Democratic and Republican lawmakers urged President Trump to appear on camera to tell the protesters to leave. Instead, he later tweeted, "I'm asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue." The president-elect then imploring President Trump to speak.
At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege.
By about 4:15 this afternoon, this message from the White House.
This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you.
And Casey, that statement not going far enough for many on Capitol Hill tonight.
That's right, Lester. Many Republicans urging the president to go farther in trying to ensure to calm this situation down and to make it easier to have a peaceful transfer of power to Joe Biden. Lester.
All right, Casey Hunt, thank you. And one of those caught in today's assault was Congressman Mike Gallagher, a Wisconsin Republican. He joins us tonight on the phone. First of all, Congressman, are you someplace safe and well?
I am. Yeah, we're kind of sheltering in place here, but I honestly never thought I'd be barricading the doors and watching what I saw happen today in the U.S. Capitol.
Yeah, I mean, some of the images are stunning, and you saw them firsthand. Can you walk us through what happened? I know the Senate and House had split apart for the purposes of debating some objections. When did you realize something was amiss?
Well, it was almost simultaneous with the debate over the certification of Arizona's electors when the protesters started to gather at the foot of the Capitol, and things quickly descended into violence. You know, you heard multiple flashbangs being deployed, which was presumably the Capitol Police trying to get the protesters to back off. The protesters were violently clashing with the police. Earlier in the day, one of the buildings had been evacuated when protesters breached the perimeter. And then somehow they breached the security perimeter of the Capitol itself. And they started breaking down windows, running amok in Statuary Hall, eventually got onto the Senate floor and the House floor. And then, you know, the vice president was evacuated by Secret Service. And then someone was shot. And it's my understanding that that person has died. I mean, that is the cost of what has happened today. I mean, someone died in the United States Capitol in America today. I mean, this is unacceptable. And I think, if nothing else, the objectors need to stop playing this dangerous game. We need to reconvene tonight when order is restored. The objectors need to stand down. We need to certify the results of the election. And Donald Trump is ultimately going to have to concede. That's the only way we avoid stuff like this in the future. As a Republican, it bums me out that we lost the presidential election, but such is life. When you lose, you take a second, you look in the mirror, and you figure out how you can do better next time, and that's what we need to do as a party right now.
So, Congressman, it appears they have secured the Capitol now, but that doesn't change the belief in the people we're seeing here that this election was somehow stolen, and the president probably didn't help things today by his remarks. So where does that leave us tomorrow and the next day?
Well, I think the prudent move, once we all say it together that the election's over and we support the peaceful transition of power, is to not dismiss the concerns of election fraud that we've seen in multiple states. I think many states, including my home state of Wisconsin, need their state legislatures to do a version of what Florida did after the 2000 election. There were certainly changes that were made at the last second in the midst of the pandemic, and we've had a massive increase in absentee balloting. And I think it's fair for the legislatures to take a step back and say, here's what worked, here's what didn't work, and here's how we can give our citizens confidence in the integrity of the election. But that's a separate question than the question of whether Congress should or even has the authority to overturn the results of the state election. I mean, I don't see a reading of that anywhere in the Constitution. That is a recipe for chaos. It's certainly not a conservative reading of the Constitution. It's a highly progressive one. And I just don't believe the federal government should have that power. That power belongs to the states and to the people.
Congressman Mike Gallagher, we're glad you're well. Thank you for spending a few minutes with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
As you heard, all this happened as Congress was in the middle of certifying, not actually certifying, the votes had been certified, but they were counting the Electoral College vote for President-elect Joe Biden and debating objections to that vote. Let's get more on that from NBC's Kristen Welker.
Those stunning images of a mob storming the Capitol followed another extraordinary moment.
Madam Speaker, members of Congress.
Vice President Mike Pence presiding over the special session of Congress in which the electoral votes are counted and the winner of the presidential election declared. And for the first time, Pence publicly breaking with the president.
Are you going to overturn the election results today?
Refusing the president's demands that he unlawfully overturn electoral votes for Biden. Pence releasing a letter saying, "My oath to support and defend the Constitution constrains me from claiming unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not." That letter released just minutes after President Trump called out Pence multiple times.
Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us.
At a massive rally across from the White House.
So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to.
Later tweeting Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done. Today again pushing false claims of widespread fraud.
We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved.
And today, for the first time, the top Senate Republican Mitch McConnell blasting the president and those rejecting Joe Biden's Electoral College win.
If this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral.
Still, at least 13 Republican senators and dozens of House Republicans were poised to raise objections to the results in at least 6 states unless a commission is created to audit the election.
What does it say to the nearly half the country that believes this election was rigged if we vote not even to consider the claims of illegality and fraud in this election?
But shortly after the debate began, those protesters started storming in.
And shortly after that moment, all the debate ended. They were going alphabetically through the states and never made it past Arizona. Lester.
Kristen, we're hearing that some in the White House are now asking the president to make a more forceful statement. What can you tell us about that?
Well, that's absolutely right, Lester. I can tell you that some top White House staff are urging the president to respond strongly to what transpired today. Now, officials don't know if he's actually going to say anything else or issue a more forceful statement. And some Trump allies outside the White House are frustrated with his reluctance to do so. They had wanted him to go further in his remarks and to say something live, not what he released on tape. But the president is hesitant to aggressively push back against his own supporters.
All right.
Lester.
Kristen Welker at the White House. Thank you. President-elect Joe Biden forcefully condemned today's assault. He called on President Trump to step up and demand an end to the siege. Our Jeff Bennett joins us now. Jeff, what else did Mr. Biden have to say?
Hey, Lester, the president-elect condemned the actions of the rioters as an insurrection, saying their behavior bordered on sedition. He also called out President Trump for inciting the violence, and Biden also talked about the challenges ahead. Take a look.
The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency.
Now, in recent weeks, we've seen Joe Biden increasingly step into this apparent leadership void, delivering addresses to the nation about the pandemic, about the tough economy, and now this crisis in our democracy. And asked by reporters, Biden said he wasn't concerned about his own safety, his own security, or even his own inauguration, which is set to happen at the U.S. Capitol outside in 2 weeks' time. Lester?
Yeah, a lot of conversation about that in light of what has happened here. All right, Jeff, thank you. And we noted that curfew now underway in Washington. Police have been working to disperse the rioters from the Capitol and the area. Gabe Gutierrez is on the ground for us there. Gabe, what's the latest? Are people beginning to move along and disperse?
Lester, it's an extremely eerie scene out here, out in front of the Capitol. Earlier, there was all this chaos. Now it is extremely quiet. As we were coming here a short time ago, driving through this area and walking through this area, we heard loudspeakers blaring that a curfew was in effect. A great deal of National Guard members were also here, and they were also on very high alert. Lester, it's incredible to see the Capitol just like this as night falls. The question will be, will there be more protesters that stick around? But at this point, I can tell you, as you can see from the street behind me, people have emptied out. There doesn't appear to be a lot of protesters here remaining, but it was incredible to witness this earlier today. Lester, I've covered an incredible amount of protests over the last few months, past few years, and to see these protesters breach the Capitol. I spoke by phone, and as I was making my way here, to a Republican congressman who was negotiating with some of these rioters inside the Capitol as they were trying to make their way in. He said it was just an incredible sight, un-American, and so many people around the country right now are asking, how could this happen? How could these rioters be allowed to breach the walls of the United States Capitol? But again, right now, a curfew is in effect and the streets are quiet. Lester?
All right, Gabe, thank you very much. Let's turn to Republican Congressman Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma. He's on the phone as well. Congressman, thank you for being well. I assume that you're someplace now safe?
Yes, sir. We're all in good standings.
As we noted, the Senate and House had split apart to begin dealing with some of these objections. You yourself have objected to some of the state certifications. Will that process now end as the approval of the vote resumes?
You know, I think you probably hear a different tone from both sides. We should be. I mean, while everybody is responsible for their own actions, we can also learn to debate better than this. And at the end of the day, we still have a constitutional authority with the electoral vote for January 6th. And so as soon as the perimeter is secure, I believe we'll be going back to work.
Will you drop your objections?
No, the objection is still there. To contest the electoral vote is still my constitutional authority and my obligation. And so to contest it is something I feel very strongly about. It's not political. It's something I feel like is my constitutional authority to do so. And so we will do that, but we can do it in a more civilized manner. And I think that goes for all of us. Listen, a lot of the rhetoric that's been given from both sides over the last 5 years as why everybody is responsible for their own actions, this bubbled to this point, and this should have never happened. This is a dark day, and this kind of action is not acceptable from anybody. I don't care what your reason is. This is never acceptable.
Do you think your actions, those of others who have challenged these electoral votes, in some way help fuel what played out today?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I don't mean to be disrespectful. That's almost ridiculous because we've heard both sides have real bad rhetoric for 5 years. We've seen protests going on for 5 years. And to be quite honest, we've never seen this from Trump supporters before. They've been out there, they've confronted, they've had interactions with Antifa and other groups before. We've had Trump rallies. We've seen them have rallies before, and we've never seen violence. We've never seen this before, not from Trump supporters. And so I wouldn't even call this really protesters. There was agonizers that went into the protesters. I had the opportunity to go and visit with a lot of our men and women that stood guard, that were putting their life on the line to make sure that members and staff gets to go home safe at some point. And they have families too. And I went down to the triage center, and there may have been 25 or 50 of them, I don't know, but they were bloody and bruised. And one young man, I'm sure, is going to lose his eye. And they were shaken up. And I asked them what happened, and they said there was a group that broke away from the protesters, and they had evil in their eyes. These weren't just your normal protesters; they had evil in their eyes, and there wasn't just one or two or three of them that said that to me. There was multiple ones that I talked to, but at the end of the day. We are all responsible for our own actions regardless. We're responsible for our behavior, and I think President Trump did a good job by telling them to go home, and then he even told them that he loved them, and a lot of people want to make a big deal about that. But listen, every morning I wake up and I say, love the people, love the call. I love these people too, but what they did today was inexcusable, and unfortunately even a young lady lost her life because of it. And there's two lives that changed there. The officer that discharged his weapon, I don't care who you are, the first time you discharge your weapon, it takes a part of you, and there's going to be, and so his life has been changed. And there's some people that love that young lady. I don't know her age, but I know she had to have family. And there's a family that's broken today because our behavior got out of line, and we are better than that. We don't do that.
Congressman Mullen, we're glad you're safe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
The world is watching as these chaotic scenes play out. A number of world leaders calling on President Trump to condemn the violence. Richard Engel is in London with a global reaction. Richard, it was fascinating to hear some of the things coming from overseas, the kind of things that have come from this country and other times.
Well, by now, Lester, there have been dozens of reactions from world leaders, and they have been condemning what has happened. There have been expressions of shock, expressions of horror, and they are all saying that this was an attack on democracy. Here in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson tweeted out that it is now vital that there should be a peaceful and orderly transfer of power. Germany's foreign minister said, "The enemies of democracy will be pleased at these unbearable images." The leader of the Secretary General of NATO, the world's most powerful military alliance, said that shocking scenes in Washington, the outcome of this democratic election, must be respected. And around the world, leaders were placing blame directly on President Trump. The Prime Minister of Sweden tweeted out that, one more, President Trump and many members of Congress have a great responsibility for what is happening now. A spokesman for the president of South Africa simply tweeted, "Pray for America."
All right, Richard, thank you. I want to turn now to our Frank Thorpe, who's also at the Capitol. He tweeted some stunning video of intruders roaming free on the Senate floor today. Frank, tell us some of the things you've seen and observed.
Yeah, Lester, I mean, I just have to say, I cannot stress enough what a stunning and surprising and shocking scene it was to walk into the gallery above the Senate floor and see the dozen or so rioters who had made it onto the Senate floor. The Senate floor is one of the most historic places that it handles the legislative work for senators, and it is incredibly locked down. Not only is the Capitol locked down, there are multiple levels of security to get into the Capitol every day, but the Senate chamber, the Senate floor, is one of the most sacred rooms in the Capitol, and to see these rioters on the floor was a stunning situation. I have to say, Lester, one of the things that I had been told by aides in the last couple of weeks is that they were worried by the calls by President Trump to have people come to the Capitol and to gather outside the Capitol. They were worried that something like this could happen, and it did. And it's just this, I cannot express the unprecedented nature of the rioters coming into the Capitol, not having gone through security, and storming the floor like they did.
Yeah, you and I were on the air live when those images first came in of that scene from the Senate, and I think both of us were left speechless for a moment. Quite extraordinary. Frank Thorpe, thank you for your reporting. I want to bring in our political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Boy, Chuck, what does this say about a division in America? This thing may be,
being put to rest tonight, but the feelings are still very strong, and they are out there.
A couple weeks ago on Meet the Press, Lester, I started off and I just simply asked the question, is this the 1850s or the 1950s, talking about the divides in America? And frankly, I was referring to sort of, in the 1950s, we had the Red Scare, you had Joseph McCarthy, but we shut that down, right? We somehow came together and we shut that down as a country. In the 1850s, obviously, the divide in this country culminated in a civil war. And so you now look at an event like today, and making a comparison to the 1850s is suddenly, no longer hyperbole, which some of us, I think, were accused of over the last few years. The sad thing about all this, Lester, is that while we're all shocked by what we witnessed today, are we that surprised? We've all been concerned this moment was coming, that we had a president of the United States that was fomenting this, that he had a propaganda machine, frankly, behind him that helped him push this. So I do think this is gut check time. We still have elected leaders in this country, I think, who would like to keep this republic standing. President Trump's actions cannot go unanswered. You've heard various people talk impeachment. You've heard some people bring up the 25th Amendment. I don't think these are ideas that are just being tossed around. These should be serious conversations. There's a lot of senators right now locked up with Vice President Pence right now. Because you got to ask yourself, is the president mentally fit at this point and has the temperament to handle the presidency even for the next 13 days? What he did today and his actions as they continue all night tonight have to call those things into question. So these conversations, I think, are taking place and they're real.
And some of those things you mentioned, obviously very emotional, and many people would have called them alarmists weeks ago, perhaps not tonight. Presidential historian Michael Beschloss is with us as well. Michael, there's 2 more weeks left in this presidency. I know you don't have a crystal ball, but where is this going?
It's going in ways that are very ominous, Lester. This is a day I hoped I would never live to see. We saw a terrorist attack on the United States Congress and the United States Capitol, and it was instigated by the President of the United States, who today at midday told this big mob, march up Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol and take back our country and stop the counting of the ballots that will lead to an election that he charged was stolen. And once they were with guns and other weapons and committing violence in the Capitol, he made a video in the Rose Garden saying, "We love you and you're very special." We have never seen anything like that in more than 2 centuries of American history. I hope we never do again, but it has to stop. He's in office for 2 more weeks. We can't live with the possibility that this kind of thing will spread and get worse.
We've all seen things today that may make us shudder. Michael, thank you. The question many asking tonight, how did this assault on the Capitol happen? Why wasn't it more secure when Trump supporters have been threatening similar actions for months? Let's go to Tom Costello with that.
For weeks, right-wing online chatter had discussed just this scenario. The president had called for protesters to march on Capitol Hill. Washington's mayor had called out the National Guard to protect the city streets. Every D.C. police officer was on the job.
Today's events were not representation of peaceful protests. Today, what we witnessed was unlawful, riotous behavior.
The question tonight, why weren't Capitol Police prepared for this?
We need to ask questions about why it was or was not designated a national special event and why the security around it was insufficient.
2,300 officers make up the Capitol Police Force. Today, they appeared to be on the defensive, retreating as the crowd pushed forward, forced to pull their guns in the House chambers. But none of the kind of aggressive tactics police used against mostly peaceful protesters last June in front of the White House after the killing of George Floyd.
I would have never anticipated that we would lose control of both the Capitol and the floors. So maybe the first inkling that was different is how hateful and spiteful and violent this crowd was.
Tonight, Capitol Police and D.C. Police are getting help from neighboring communities, neighboring police departments in Maryland and Virginia, as well as the National Guard in Virginia, D.C., and Maryland. Tonight, it is all hands on deck. here in the D.C. area. Lester?
All right, Tom Costello, thanks. NBC's Andrea Mitchell has covered Congress and the White House for many years. I think we all agree we've not seen anything quite like the way this day has played out, Andrea. But I want to raise the question with you that I did with Michael a moment ago, Beschloss, about what the next 2 weeks could bring.
Well, it is so hard to predict. I think there will be censure, some action taken, certainly by the House members. You're seeing tonight one Republican from Washington State, Kathy McMorris Rodgers, saying that she will no longer object. She was one of the objectors. I know you talked to the other congressmen who will still object, but they have to rethink how much responsibility they had for what happened today.
And Andrea, what does this mean? Will this be an easier or harder Biden presidency because of this, at least in the beginning?
I think the poison in the atmosphere makes it so much more difficult coming in. He has so much healing to do, but there is a real a signal, at least from Mitch McConnell, that things might be different. There may be some way to come together in the middle.
All right. Andrea, thank you. So here we are at the end of an extraordinary and chaotic day in the history of our country. We've seen an assault on our democracy like we've never seen. The normally routine exercise of certifying, or in this case, counting the votes of a presidential election turning into a life-threatening attack on one of the pillars of our country. Gunfire, a woman dies, others wounded, members of Congress in gas masks, hiding under their desks, saying prayers. The U.S. Capitol occupied and under siege. The questions will linger for a long time. On a very basic level, just how could an angry mob breach what should have been one of the most secure buildings in the world? Why did it take so long for authorities, including President Trump himself, to respond? And what responsibility will the president ultimately bear for what happened today? Tonight, members of Congress are vowing to get back to the process of certifying the election of Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. Despite what we've been through today, our democracy is strong, and there will be a transfer of power exactly 2 weeks from today, right there at the U.S. Capitol. I want to go now to Casey Hunt, who can give us a little more color as we now a good hour past the curfew, what's happening at the Capitol itself. Casey?
Lester, good evening to you. And as we turn into the evening here at the Capitol, the attitude here is one of resolve. It has been an incredibly difficult day at the U.S. Capitol. I've covered the Capitol for over a decade on and off, and none of us who have been here in that time have ever seen anything like this. I think it has rattled people quite deeply, both members of Congress and also the many hundreds of aides and reporters who also work in this complex, that something like this was able to happen. But right now, members of Congress are still in their secure locations, but they are determined that the business of the government is not going to stop just because this has happened. I have been talking privately with members of the House, members of the Senate who are in those rooms, people in both parties, and the universal sense is we need to move forward. We need to demonstrate to the country that our government can still function even though something like this has happened. And of course, the business that they were conducting was counting the Electoral College votes that would ultimately ratify Joe Biden's election as our next president of the United States. And that business, normally, we hardly even notice that it happens. It usually takes about a half an hour. It's almost never a newsworthy event. It is one of the oldest traditions here at the Capitol, but not one that really has ever been disputed. And when we got here today, we knew that it was going to be a historic day because there were Republicans planning to object to some of those votes, planning to object to counting them. And that process had started, and you and I were speaking on the air at that time when the objection was heard, and when these two chambers split apart as the process dictates. Members of the Senate went back to the Senate chamber to debate whether or not those votes should have been counted. Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, his critics would say that he didn't speak out soon enough, but he did speak out today, and he said that if there was not a stop to these objections, that the country's democracy would be in a death spiral. And I'm not sure that anyone really understood at the time how those words would echo through the day, because just minutes later, McConnell and other senators were evacuated off the Senate floor as protesters breached not just the Capitol building, but the very chamber itself, and put a stop to that business of government. It also happened in the House of Representatives, where people grabbed gas masks from under their chairs, where protesters were hanging off the walls. They were sitting at the dais. In one instance, there was a picture of someone who had literally put his feet up on one of the desks. These are not places normally where the general public even has easy access to. You're supposed to be screened. The magnitude of this breach, just absolutely incredible. But at this hour, Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker, put out a statement saying they are going to convene the House tonight. They feel it's that important. I'm speaking with senators who are also saying something similar will happen there. So we're waiting to see how the logistics of this will play out. Obviously, it's very important that they sweep the area, that they ensure that nothing was left behind that could be dangerous for lawmakers as they try to go about their business. But right now, at this hour, the resolve is the business of the U.S. government will go on. Lester.
Casey, thank you very much. And as we cross into the 7 o'clock Eastern hour, Savannah Guthrie joins me now. We have seen them move actually very rapidly to clear out the Capitol after all this, but still, as Casey points out, a lot to be secured inside before they can move on.
Well, yeah, moved rapidly after the 6 o'clock curfew went into effect, but there were those hours after this afternoon, Lester, when I think all of us were wondering, where is the response?
Yeah.
Why have these protesters / rioters been permitted to go into the Capitol? And then, they were there past where legal protests are allowed to take place for many, many hours. So we'll continue to ask those questions. But this is the scene in Washington tonight where the curfew is under effect now for 1 hour, 7 o'clock Eastern, as Lester mentioned. The Congress planning to convene in some form or fashion tonight to continue its business, continue the business of the American people, and continue the official certification of electoral votes. And whether that will be at the joint session of Congress, whether it will be able to take place on the Capitol grounds, that's something we are waiting to hear. But we've heard from the leadership that, yes, it will go on tonight. So it's going to be a late one. Joining us now, Yasmin Vasugian, outside the Capitol. And Yasmin, you've been walking all over the grounds and seen how this protest, the waves have risen and now in some degree receded. What is the latest you're seeing now?
Yeah, I mean, Savannah, as you were coming to me, you talked about, some people are going to be asking the question of where's the response? Why were people able to breach the Capitol grounds? And this is the response now. This is what we are seeing now. And while they're making sure that everything is secure inside of the Capitol, where Casey was just reporting from, this is what's happening on the outside of the Capitol, where have they, at this point, been absolutely able to secure the grounds of the Capitol building. I mean, it was just a couple of hours ago that you had thousands of folks lined up here all the way up to those Capitol steps, breaching Capitol grounds, breaching the Capitol building, and now everybody has subsequently been pushed all the way back. I mean, at this point, Savannah, there's just a couple of hundred stragglers here. These folks, D.C. Metro Police, Capitol Police, the D.C. National Guard as well, as you see some of these guys with the flags on their chest, holding the shield, some of them from the D.C. National Guard, they have subsequently created this police line that they use, which is pro forma for these guys to use in their strategy of pushing folks back to disperse crowds. And as you and I were talking, I guess it was like an hour or so ago at this point, every 90 seconds or so, they were starting to push folks back. So they would march on the crowd, march on the rioters, march on the protesters to disperse them, push them back. And as they did in the beginning, it was much more confrontational. People were beginning to run. It was before the 6 p.m. curfew, and people were somewhat surprised by the presence of this major police line that seemed to have come out of nowhere. But then subsequently, as the night wore on, they kind of got used to what was happening, and the crowd was able to disperse more and more. Of course, with nightfall comes a lowering of temperature as well. It's pretty cold out here at this point. And so people, for the most part, have left. And I'm not sure where they've gone, but thousands of folks that were here on the lawn, on the Capitol Hill steps, they have now subsequently left with just a couple of hundred folks left. And this police line behind me, it has stayed fairly steady. They haven't moved from this point, essentially since 6 p.m. curfew started. I'm not quite sure what the plan is for the rest of the night, what they plan to do, how long they plan to stay out here. I'm imagining they want to make sure that everybody goes home and abides by the 6 p.m. curfew. I do want to show you one other thing, Savannah, while I have you. So, Miguel, let's push in on some of these barriers over here, these metal barriers, these gates, right? So There was one point, Savannah, sorry, I was just catching my breath. There was one point where the protesters and the rioters, they took a bunch of these metal gates and these barriers, and they tried to set up a barrier themselves to create a partition or a blockade between themselves and this police line. Well, it didn't work. To tell a long story short, and the police were able to breach that barrier and subsequently push through and make sure that the protesters and the rioters were staying back. So that's where we're at this point, Savannah.
Okay.
We're going to be here all night.
Yes.
Making sure that we stay on top of things as they progress. And of course, as I keep saying, things are changing by the minute at this point.
They are. Stay safe. Thank you, Yasmin. We so appreciate it. I just got a note here that Twitter's safety has locked the account of the president. So I'll just read you the statement. It comes from Twitter Safety. As a result of the unprecedented and ongoing violent situation in Washington, D.C., we have required the removal of 3 @RealDonaldTrump tweets that were posted earlier today for repeated and severe violations of our civic integrity policy. And then it goes on to say this means that the account of Real Donald Trump will be locked for 12 hours following the removal of these tweets. If the tweets are not removed, the account will remain locked. Let's go to Kristen Walker. She's our White House correspondent. Kristen, needless to say, this is the president's preferred mode of communication, and in fact was the venue in which he released a statement a little bit earlier in which he said the protesters should go home, but also continued to allege that the election was fraudulent and stolen, which of course it was not.
That's right, Savannah. This is yet another extraordinary development in a day that has been filled with so many. Twitter deciding to lock the account of the President of the United States. He had tweeted twice today, as you rightfully point out. Both tweets reiterated those false claims of widespread voter fraud. He also put out a video that was flagged by Twitter earlier in the day in which he echoed similar comments but did urge his supporters to be peaceful. I have to tell you that what we have seen here behind the scenes, based on my conversations with a number of top officials, is an urgent effort to try to get the president to come out and publicly to say something that is more forceful than that, both from current and former officials. Savannah, let me just read you a few. Alyssa Farah, who tweeted out earlier today to Trump supporters basically saying, I am one of you, but she said, I need you to hear me. Quote, the election was not stolen. We lost. Mick Mulvaney, the former chief of staff here, tweeting out, the president's tweet is not enough. He can stop this now and needs to do exactly that. Tell these folks to go home. We also saw tweets from Kellyanne Conway, a former top advisor here, as well as members of the president's family, who essentially urged the people who were storming the Capitol to be peaceful and to stand down, to go home. So that was the counter messaging that we were hearing from President Trump, these very clear messages to those who were storming the Capitol, and this very mixed messaging that we were getting from President Trump. So I can tell you the effort continues here to try to get the president to speak out in a forceful way, but I don't anticipate that's going to happen tonight, Savannah. We just got what is referred to as a full lid here at the White House, which means it is almost unlikely and impossible that we would hear from President Trump, at least that we would hear him speak. And now that his Twitter account has been locked down, it's hard to see that that would happen either. And just to take a step back, I would remind people about how this day started with the president addressing his throngs of supporters here at the nation's capital, reiterating those false claims of fraud and trying to apply pressure to Vice President Mike Pence to get him to block the election results that were going to be read today on Capitol Hill, something that he cannot do, something that Pence was quite clear today he does not have the authority to do.
Kristen, it's Lester. As you talk about these calls for the president to be more forceful in his condemnation of all this, who is he listening to right now? We know he's been huddled around a group that have been encouraging him to continue to fight the election, but is there anyone in his immediate orbit who might be pointing him in that direction?
Well, we know that among the people he has spoken to today and who have been advising him most closely, his chief of staff, of course, Mark Meadows, and then his family members, Ivanka Trump, one of the people who he listens to most closely, Jared Kushner, another one. And so we know that he has been speaking with these people. But the question is, will he listen to his family members? Will he listen to his top aides? And so far, he has not. So far, he has, again, put forward this very mixed messaging, reiterated some of his very heated rhetoric, and at the same time trying to urge peace, saying that we're the party of law and order. So will he listen? That remains to be seen. I can tell you, Lester, that heading into today, there was a real effort to try to get the president to view today and what was supposed to happen on Capitol Hill, which was the reading of the Electoral College votes and then the declaration of President-elect Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. The president's aides and allies are trying to get him to see this day as really his last stand, as the last airing of his grievances. One person telling me privately, look, we understand this process and we understand the reality. Joe Biden's going to be the next president. And so there is an effort behind the scenes here to get the president to, if he's not going to concede publicly, at least to accept that and to try to move forward with his next steps. What will that look like? He has talked about a potential run for himself in 2024, but it's just not clear what his next steps are, what his off-ramp is here at the White House, Lester.
All right,
and
Kristen, thanks very much. And we've seen these pictures of people occupying some of these offices, and shocking as they may be, as I pointed out earlier, they're also potential evidence. I want to bring in Pete Williams right now. Pete, there have been various descriptions of how do you characterize these folks? Some have called them terrorists. The police have called them rioters. But in the eyes of the law, what kind of jeopardy are they in, these folks who stormed the Capitol?
Well, the ones who simply went into the Capitol are in jeopardy of being charged with, believe it or not, trespassing on government property. And I think that's one of the reasons why you didn't see more of an aggressive law enforcement response early on to try to arrest people. The law enforcement people were simply way outnumbered, and to stop and make arrests is a big consumption of manpower resources. And it may well be that the Capitol Police just said, what we need to do is get these people out of here. Let's not worry about making arrests now. Now, the folks who we've seen smashing windows, trying to break into the House floor, they face more serious charges of destruction of government property. And my guess is, in talking to the law enforcement people I've talked to tonight, the government will be going through the vast numbers of still pictures of these, the ones that we've been seeing all day, the ones that exist from Capitol security cameras as well, and trying to get those people identified and arrested. Some were wearing masks, but as you saw from the pictures earlier, many were not. So that's the kind of jeopardy they face. Now, there are also more serious things being investigated. There were 2 improvised explosive devices, homemade pipe bombs in essence. We don't know whether they were working devices or not, found outside the headquarters of the Republican and separate Democratic national committees, both of which have their offices on Capitol Hill. The RNC is right near the House office buildings. The DNC is a little further away. Those were both identified and destroyed. And then, of course, we have the most serious thing of all, the shooting of a woman who was inside the Capitol building. She died of her injuries a couple of hours later at a D.C. hospital. We still don't know the circumstances of the shooting. We don't know which law enforcement agency had the officer who shot her. We know it was a law enforcement shot. What we've been told is the woman was trying to climb up onto a ledge over a doorway. One congressman has said she was trying to get onto the House floor. We just don't know if that was the case or not. The D.C. police still have not identified her, but that seems to be the most serious thing that happened today. But back to your question, Lester, surprisingly, these are not that serious charges potentially that these folks face for the most part, except for those who were the most destructive and were clearly out to do some damage.
All right, Pete Williams. Thanks, Pete.
Joining us now on the line, Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon. He's currently in a secure location with other senators. Sir, I'm glad you're able to talk to us. We're glad you're safe. First of all, just give me your what you witnessed today from your perspective. What did you see happen? What did you hear?
You bet. We were on the floor of the Senate, and of course, at a very unusual moment when we were holding a debate with basically all the senators there listening to each other, 5 minutes apiece, people presenting their case for why they were objecting to the Arizona votes, and people responding
quite vigorously as to why this was absolutely outside the Constitution and inappropriate and damaging to our republic. And that debate, to have everyone present and engaged in that fashion, very rare moment. And then we heard a commotion outside the doors of the corridor that lead between the House and the Senate. And it's not that unusual to have a commotion. We sometimes have protesters up in the balcony who disrupt things, who unfold banners or start shouting to disrupt the proceedings, and they'll be escorted out by the police. And so I think most of us assumed it was something like that. The balconies themselves were essentially empty because of the COVID restrictions. So perhaps there were protesters just outside, a small group being disruptive. Then an individual opened the door, ran up to the dais, asked the vice president to gavel down the session, swept him away, and obviously we knew at that moment that things were dramatically different, that we were facing some very serious threat, not just a few people who were trying to create a disruption. So that's how it began earlier today.
Well, and as night falls on the Capitol, it's our understanding that members of Congress, senators, members of the House are looking to reconvene and continue this work of certifying the electoral vote. What do you know about that? What are the plans tonight?
We are absolutely determined to get back on the Senate floor. There's a lot of discussion among the members here if we could convene here in this secure location, but I think the sense has been symbolically we want to be back on the Senate floor, complete our work tonight to show that the rioters, really the hooligans who sought to disrupt the actions today have failed to do so. We will complete our work tonight.
I won't ask you where you are. I know it's a secure location, but I would love if you could tell me what it's like in that room. How many senators are there? Are you talking? Is there tension because of what's unfolded today?
There are lots of discussions between members. Much of our work here is way too segregated. Lunch times, the Republicans have Republican lunch every day we're here. We sit on opposite sides of the committee rooms. We sit on opposite sides of the floor. There just isn't the interaction among members that there needs to be to help bridge the partisan chasm and get work done. We're really in a situation of many hours in the same room. It's very unusual, and there are a lot of bipartisan discussions going on. Of course, our Republican colleagues were split on this issue of disrupting the vote today. Some of them had a very strong intention to want to support this vision of the president that they're, to say that they were with the base, which has been hearing that there were horrific systemic shenanigans that have cheated the president out of his office. And others, knowing that this was false, misleading, were very opposed to any participation in that at all. So you have a deep split of the Republican caucus. You have a very united Democratic caucus saying this is just so completely wrong. The Constitution calls upon us to witness the counting, but it does not call on us to be able to throw votes out and thereby try to deliberately send the decision to the House where Trump would have been put in office for 4 more years. This is really an attempted coup.
Is there any sense among your colleagues there and the Republican side that given the events of today and this extraordinary situation where they had to be evacuated and the work of Congress stopped, will they continue to mount the objection? Are they trying to think of a different path? Or do you think you'll convene tonight and it'll be just as it would have been, 7 hours ago?
No, it will not be the same at all. I know the Republican group that had objected is talking to each other. Some of them were conveying to me that they were determined that they not object to any other states, and they thought that they had most if not all the Republican senators on board for that. Obviously, takes only one senator to object to a state to send us back into deliberation on that counting that state's electoral votes. So it has to be unanimous. I suspect they will succeed. They will say any arguments we wanted to present have been presented over Arizona. And actually, the arguments under election law says a senator can object on the basis that a state's electoral votes have not been properly certified, or that the information was incorrectly presented, and that no case was made that either of these two things had happened. The case was simply this: there is a mob across America that believes what the president is saying, and we want to show we're listening to them. So we're going to disrupt this process and participate in this effort to send the decision to the House of Representatives. What I heard among this room today was senators saying, well, we didn't really mean to participate in that. We just wanted to protest to show the Trump base that we were paying attention to them. We never intended to go that far as to actually try to send something to the floor. That is to send it to the House for a decision, and therefore basically put Trump back in office for 4 years. In other words, destroy the will of the people, if you will. And so people are rethinking how they're framing their position, but really what we have here are Republican leaders who failed to stand up to the president and saying you're lying to the people. Instead, they often supported that notion, joined in that effort, failed to stand up when leadership demanded that people stand up.
Well, Senator, we appreciate your time. It's going to be a long one for you. We'll be watching. Keep us posted on what transpires, and thank you again. We're glad you're safe and your colleagues are safe.
Thank you very much, and take care.
Thank you.
NBC law enforcement analyst and former Seattle Police Chief Carmen Best, I believe, is with us. Is she with us?
I am here.
You are here. Great. Thank you so much for being with us. Watching what transpired today and thinking 2 weeks from now, we'll be looking at an inauguration at that very same spot outside. What is your level of concern as a law enforcement professional?
Well, obviously, what we saw today was absolutely surreal and just reprehensible. I don't think anyone could have quite imagined it to be as violent as it was. Certainly, I know that other law enforcement officials who are looking at this will be ramped up, if you will, to make sure that they have sufficient resources available, and I imagine security will be extremely tight, come January 20th, given what we've seen today at the in DC here.
Let's talk about the intelligence about what this group might have done, given what was out there on social media. Does it appear that something was missed?
Well, it's easy to, we're very early on, it's easy to make those types of suppositions. But, I imagine there was a lot of security around, inside the facility. And when these folks showed up, I know as being a former chief, my first priority would be to make sure that we could account for all the electeds and get them out of the facility and out of harm's way, that there weren't any hostage situations. All of those things are potential problems that you have to account for early on, and then deal with some of the property damage and other issues and trespassing and whatnot that was occurring. So I think there'll be a very thorough review of all the responses, of how quickly people were able to respond, of the mutual aid that was able to get there and how it was handled. But I'm certain that when things began, that they were very concerned about the health and the welfare of the electors inside the building.
Yeah, and at that point when things are happening, it did seem for a long time that everything was kind of left in place. People inside, people outside, and then this evening with the curfew, things began to move. Was that ultimately, did that make the most sense to bring in as much mutual aid as you described as possible before actually moving to clear the area?
Yeah, very much so. The last thing you need is to have the officers overrun because of a lack of resources. So they were going to need to have as much personnel, including the National Guard, on hand to assist with the large numbers and crowds that they had. And even in those situations, you need to use some sort of less lethal munitions to help disperse the crowd and get them out of the area.
All right. Listen, we thank you for sharing your expertise on this, and I think a lot of questions will be asked in the days to come, but we appreciate the insight. We want to go to NBC's Frank Thorpe now on Capitol Hill. And Frank, you were locked down for a good part of the day. When were you and the others finally allowed to leave?
We were locked down in our studios, in our booths in the Capitol for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, told that we were not allowed to leave, and also that we were to stay away from windows, try to stay away from the hallways. And to be honest, that was a good warning, because when I went into the hallways, there were rioters walking through the hallways, and they were going to the chamber. They were in the chamber. The video that I was shot and was airing earlier. This was a situation where it was an unprecedented situation. And I have to say, there's a level of sadness. There's a level of sadness here in the Capitol from lawmakers and aides who are just surprised and shocked that this happened. They're just stunned that something like this could happen to a building that they consider to be so secure and is so important to the happenings of the U.S. government. So we were evacuated from the Capitol and brought to a secure area in the Senate office building. And that's where also senators were also housed as well. But those senators are currently headed back to the Capitol to proceed with these proceedings, to continue on with the count. So I just have to say, it's just a stunning and shocking day, and there's just a sad feeling within the Capitol, not only with lawmakers, but with aides as well.
Yeah, Frank, the way this day was laid out, we're told typically this ceremonial counting of the electoral votes typically goes about a half hour. We knew there would be these Republican challenges today, leading to 2-hour debates for each state challenge. Even with them coming back to work tonight, will they hang on to that model? Do we have a sense of even whether the objectors might consolidate their arguments for the sake of time, or are we looking at something that could stretch easily into tomorrow morning?
So there is an indication that they could try to consolidate these objections into maybe one debate. That's currently being discussed, but we should know that very soon. I think Republicans and Democrats are very, very angry with this situation. They're upset with this situation. They don't want it to drag on any longer than it has to. And this is a situation where if that means that they've been having these conversations and they can actually condense these arguments and they know what the outcome will be in the end, they're going to go ahead and try to nip this in the bud. They'll have a debate, and they'll end up voting on one of these objections, and hopefully that will be enough for the senators, the Republican senators, and the Republican House members to be able to say that they're okay with the fact that they were able to have their voice heard, and they had their vote, and they can go and accept the vote count for the Electoral College.
Yeah, I know there's been a lot of talk that some of the objectors may have a political expediency and their own futures in mind, and of course political expediency is nothing new to these chambers. That said, is this now being looked at as a potential political risk to keep pushing this hand?
I'm sorry, Lester, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is it considered a political risk for some to keep pushing this hand, and then maybe withdrawal is the better part of valor?
Well, I think that there's a political risk in general. I mean, I think that Republicans were kind of trying to figure out the political risk on both sides of this. If there was, if you're joining objectors, you're trying to appease yourself to the Trump base. A lot of the senators and lawmakers who were joining the objectors were the ones that were up for re-election, who have to face Trump voters, the Trump base, in the next 2 years. So, but this is also a situation where this has gotten out of hand. It just has. And I think that they recognize that. And so this is, the debate has already begun on this first objection for Arizona. It has to be completed. But the question is whether or not they go through with the rest of the objections, up to 5 more. And I think that there's a sense that they could finish this debate and vote after this one debate and feel like they've had their voice heard here and that they can move on.
All right, Frank Thorpe, thank you. Thanks very much.
And Lester, I mean, I think where Frank is right now is notable. He's been allowed back into the Capitol complex, and the Vice President's press secretary has said that Vice President Pence has returned now to the Senate. He never left the Capitol grounds and was in regular contact with the Capitol Police, and they are now going to finish the people's business. That is according to the Vice President's press secretary, and we're being told that staff and press are being allowed back in. And I don't know if we have the video yet to show you, but we're pulling it right now, which is, this is a day that was mostly ceremony, certainly in years past, where there's this process of certifying these physical electoral votes that are sent from the 50 states into the Capitol. And those electoral votes, in the heat of that moment, we heard our correspondents in the field were whisked away as the senators were held onto this precious box of the American vote. And that electoral vote box has now been returned to the Capitol. And so the pieces are in place. As I go to Hallie Jackson, our White House correspondent, the people are in place for the United States Congress to reconvene, to open up again, turn the lights back on, and get the will of the American people underway.
And it's possible, ultimately, Savannah, that we may see this process wrap up if, in fact, this goes the way that Frank and Casey and our other team members were talking about, wrap up earlier than we thought it would have when we started the morning, when you and I were talking on the Today Show about this. What's notable here, and let me focus in on what you were just talking about as it relates to Vice President Pence and that statement from his press secretary, ending, of course, with the line about how we will finish the people's business. The Vice President's office names a number of notable people that the Vice President was in contact with while he was in lockdown at the Capitol, not returning back to the White House, including House and Senate leadership, Capitol Police, the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, trying to facilitate efforts, he says, to secure the Capitol. Do you know what's missing there? No mention of President Trump. That's not to say that the Vice President was not in communication with the President, but it is interesting that it's not named here. We saw something rather similar from the National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, somebody who you imagine would be involved perhaps in the briefing of the President, in the coalescing around what the federal response would and should be here. O'Brien, again, making no mention of President Trump, but instead praising Vice President Pence for his actions and what he's been doing. There are dynamics at play here politically. I've been told, and our team's been told by sources familiar, that Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has been one of the chief people sort of corralling information and funneling information to and from the president in the West Wing as this has all unfolded. But you're right. The people are in place. This will move on. Doesn't mean President Trump is going to, like it any more than he already has. He so far, and it needs to be said here, he has issued a series of tweets, as you noted at the top of this broadcast here, some of which have been removed. His Twitter account is now locked for the next 12 hours. We cannot hear from him on Twitter because of how that platform has suggested his tweets are so incendiary. There is the potential that his entire Twitter account will be suspended permanently if he continues to issue the kinds of tweets he's been issuing. Through all of this, and including through that video that the president issued, that taped message that was taped by his staff, not by members of the media who were present, the president really hasn't had a tough word to say about the people, the rioters who stormed the Capitol. In fact, the opposite. He said, "We love you." He said essentially that he believes they're special, great patriots is one of the words he used to describe that tweet. Absolutely antithetical to the language that others have been using, including many Republicans, to describe what we have seen unfold at the Capitol. And so this is, the president thinks this is going to be a day that will be remembered forever. It sure will be, but not for the reasons he thinks, Savannah.
All right, Hallie, thank you so much.
Let's go to NBC News national security analyst Frank Figliuzzi. Frank, you and I spoke early into this afternoon. First of all, you're surprised at how quickly, once they moved in more firepower, if you will, that they reclaimed control of the Capitol grounds. Oh, apparently we don't have Frank. I apologize. Let's bring in Andrea Mitchell right now. Andrea, just your thoughts about this people's business, if you will, this counting of the electoral votes is going to take place.
Yes, I'm very struck by the determination of both the House and the Senate, the Vice President, to get this done, and that they are going to stay as long as it takes. It's really encouraging to see that the pictures that are emerging, we've seen pictures from right outside the Senate chamber that Garrett Haake has just posted, that they are back inside in the main Capitol, not just in the adjacent office buildings across the street. I think that you're going to see a move in the House for impeachment. I didn't think so initially because it's so close, only days before he actually leaves office. But the feeling is that there has to be some price to be paid. And now Lawrence Tribe, who has a lot of support as a constitutional scholar among Democrats, is proposing an impeachment motion on the House floor, which Democrats could certainly get the votes for, but no trial in the Senate. And certainly abuse of power, which is one of the basic impeachment charges, would be something that could be argued. So I would not discount the possibility of something as strong as impeachment, at least as a symbolic gesture.
Yeah, hold on.
This is not acceptable.
Hold on 1 second, Andrea. So without a Senate trial, so it would just
Exactly.
be an impeachment.
He was impeached once without being convicted and without a trial in which there was no evidence presented, or they didn't have the ability to present any evidence. So you could vote an article of impeachment, one or more articles of impeachment, and then it just means that he's been impeached twice. The feeling is so strong, Lester. These people, when you realize they were on the floor, literally crouching on the floor under their desks in the House and Senate, grabbing gas masks, seeing their staff, their young staff members, terrified by what was going on, and the violation of the sacred space that these chambers are in our history. Watching those images as we were on the air all afternoon, watching the protesters going through Statuary Hall, climbing on the statues, perched in Pelosi's office. The damage to our psyche, as well as the physical damage, is just so profound that I don't think this is acceptable. And the Confederate flag, as you saw, going through Statuary Hall. There's a lot of reason to think. I think, Savannah, also, the fact that the president was silent for so long, and then when he did issue that video and subsequent tweets, he still kept talking about how fraudulent the election was, lying about it, and that's why Twitter has locked his account for 12 hours.
Yeah, those are words that will not extinguish the flames, but will fan them, which is why Twitter evidently chose to lock the account and until he deletes those tweets. We have some news breaking out of the White House, has to do with the First Lady's press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, who was at one time was the president's press secretary, resigning over what transpired today in Washington. Tell us more.
Because of the violence here. Yeah, Stephanie Grisham, who is actually the First Lady's chief of staff, basically the right-hand woman, if you will, to Melania Trump. And of course, the former White House press secretary didn't hold briefings, but she held that position, leaving her job now because of the violence on the Hill. I'm going to read you her statement that is on the record now to our Monica Alba here on the White House team, saying, "It has been an honor to serve the country in the White House. I am very proud to have been a part of Mrs. Trump's mission to help children everywhere and proud of the many accomplishments of this administration." Savannah, there are those who will certainly say Ms. Grisham is going to be out of a job in 2 weeks anyway, and so consider the timing here. Yet, it is absolutely undeniable that this is certainly the most drastic and significant action that we've seen from any member of President Trump's orbit. We've seen tweets, we've seen statements. We now are seeing a top official, and she is a top official, departing her position, resigning basically in protest because of the scene that we've seen unfolding. Go ahead, Savannah.
Well, Hallie, I mean, you mentioned tweets. We had the former communications director at the White House up until a couple of months ago, Alyssa Farah, saying on Twitter to MAGA Nation, Make America Great Again Nation, I'm one of you, but this is too much. It's too far. Right. The election wasn't stolen. I mean, you're talking to folks inside the White House. What are they saying? I mean, what is the mood of folks around the president?
Yes, Savannah, they're not happy about it. At least the folks I've been talking to and the folks that our team members are talking to. One source familiar with the president's activities, as we were having this conversation, said, there have been a lot of difficult days. There have been a lot of challenging days in Washington over the last 4 years. This is the toughest. And I think that encapsulates the sense of people inside the White House. And I think what you're seeing from Stephanie Grisham is an indication of that. Now, again, critics will argue this is hardly a profile in courage. She knows she no longer has a gig coming up on January 20th. That said, you have to remember who Stephanie Grisham is. Savannah, she is somebody who frankly, I knew from my days covering the Trump campaign back in the day. She was one of the, original people in the president's orbit. When she was the press secretary, she had access to the president. She traveled with him often. She is somebody who knows, everybody in the complex is very familiar with the West Wing and the East Wing.
She's a street fighter, right? Right, Hallie? I mean, she was very loyal to the
president. That's her whole thing.
Yes.
Right. It would issue, and the First Lady, too, would issue these statements that were just sort of scathing, blasting, the media, very much a fierce defender of the people that she worked for. So for her to take this step, I think is certainly significant, despite, I think, some of the criticism that you'll see.
All right, Hallie, thank you. Let's go to political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, I'd love to hear I know your ear's to the ground. I'm sure you heard what Senator Merkley said. It sure sounded like conversations inside that Senate room where the senators are being, or had been being held in lockdown, was centering around whether Republicans could come to a way for Republican senators to mount their objections but move on. It sure seemed like what Senator Merkley, who's a Democrat, was hearing from the Republican side was they're looking to wrap this up. What had initially been planned or expected has been changed dramatically in light of what we saw today.
Well, look, I talked to somebody who's pretty close to a couple of these senators that were in this group of ones that wanted to object. If you recall, it's up to about a dozen. And the appetite has disappeared among pretty much all of them, except what I can't get is a clear read on Josh Hawley, who of course was the leader of this, and Ted Cruz. But sort of everybody else involved, it's my understanding, they're for standing down. They're for looking for an escape hatch here, for realizing they know that they're in a bit over their skis, if you will. So, maybe there's a way that they can put the objection in the record. Savannah, you see that. I'll have the rest of my statement. I'll submit to the congressional record, something like that. Perhaps there's something like that they can do that sort of allows people to record their piece instead of necessarily saying their piece. But it is my understanding that there is some work being done to try to figure out how to bring this to a quicker conclusion.
But Chuck, it's Lester here. Is there still fear, though, of the Trump base? That's what drove a lot of this opposition we saw today, because of the power of that base.
Right. Look, there is, and I think that's one of the issues, and it's perhaps one of the issues why I can't get a clear read on Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz here. And look, you could hear it. You spoke to Lester, Mark Wayne Mullen, and I think earlier he's a sort of a devoted pro-Trump member of Congress who's not even acknowledging that it was Trump people in the Capitol creating this violence. So, look, there is a disconnect still among many of these elected officials who are in denial that it was Trump people who did this. And so that barrier has to be there, and that gets at what you're talking about, Lester, which is this is still, many of these elected Republicans are just live in fear of a Trump tweet or this base, which is why you wonder here if they don't hold him accountable in some way, whether it's what Andrea described, an impeachment without a trial, whether it is the 25th Amendment for the last 10 days here, whether it is simply a censure, having the president censured by Congress, not holding this moment accountable look, I mean, we've talked about, we have lived 5 years where we said, hey, at some point, if you don't stop with these words here, it's going to lead to this. It's going to lead to this.
Well, and
not having a guardrail on this one, God help us what message we're sending for the future.
Well, in literally the final 2 weeks, and this is it. It's kind of the time to speak up or forever hold your peace. We just got actually to that end a statement from James Mattis, the former defense secretary, who says, and it's quite blunt, I'll read part of it, today's violent assault on our Capitol, an effort to subjugate American democracy by mob rule, was fomented by Mr. Trump. His use of the presidency to destroy trust in our election and to poison our respect for fellow citizens has been enabled by pseudo-political leaders whose names will live in infamy as profiles in cowardice. It goes on, but this is striking, Chuck. James Mattis, a former military man, former defense secretary, generally speaking, has held his tongue, but not in this statement.
He has, and been criticized for it. Right? There's been many people, there have been a lot of people who have been tougher on the president than Secretary Mattis and General Mattis. And look, he had his own reasons for it. He felt, being a four-star general, that he had to choose his words carefully. But this is a pretty powerful statement. And I can tell you, I know behind the scenes, whether it's General Mattis, whether it's people like General Milley, former Chief of Staff John Kelly, there is a lot of concern among that group about this president's fitness right now and temperament. That's the other question here. I mean, we have a temperament issue. He apparently is sort of not acknowledging the role of any of this here. This is a serious conversation that people in power need to be having with them.
You have to wonder if he will if he holds any more water with Mitch McConnell after that really impassioned speech he made before the riots broke out, when he was arguing against this opposition. At that moment, it was clear that he was setting the president to sail on his own.
No, there's no doubt. And at this point, though, given what happened today and the president's behavior and his response to it and his blame for it, how does any upstanding elected official on the Republican side of the aisle stand with this man anymore? And I do think in some ways, he actually, we just talked about this fear of Trump. I think this is a day that isn't, we've said, boy, this is the moment. And I'm always hesitating. Oh, this is the moment that everybody cuts Trump loose, or this is the moment that everybody figures out this guy's been selling a lot of malarkey. And so I hesitate to say this, but I think this is a sea change moment. And I just don't think the mainstream elected Republicans here, I think there isn't going to be comfort standing next to him anymore.
Well,
and so I wonder if the president is fully aware of that yet.
Well, Chuck, it is the final hour, as mentioned. And speaking of the hour, in about 12 minutes, 8 o'clock Eastern time, the United States Senate will reconvene. And we're told that Senator Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader, the majority leader, will be the first to address the chamber and address these remarkable events of today. And on any other day, the big story, Casey, would be the elections, the runoff elections in Georgia, which today were decided and have made the Democrats, the new two senators that are Democrats, will mean Democrats take control of the United States Senate. And so all of this tension is the backdrop of what has unfolded today.
That's right, Savannah. It is pretty incredible that this is the reality that we are facing here. And I will say, I think that the politics of that, when we got here this morning, NBC News had yet to call the Senate for Democrats, but it was widely expected that that was what was going to happen. And there was actually a pretty jovial mood among Democrats, and Republicans, I think, were chastened a bit and felt as though it was a clear rebuke of President Trump. And I think that sense has actually carried through the day in a way that is helping to explain some of what is playing out at the Capitol right now, because it's clear that as a country we are having a reckoning with what we have seen and witnessed, and I think we're all just beginning to kind of grapple with what has unfolded here today. But there is a truth that the country had rejected the politics of the last 4 years. Donald Trump lost the election. Joe Biden won the election. And we had just learned that Democrats, to the surprise of most people here, are going to take control of the Senate. Democrats are going to control all of the levers of power. And it takes a significant shift to go from an all-Republican government to one that is controlled by the opposite party. And so I think that's part of what you're seeing as Republicans are trying to decide, okay, how do we move forward here? It is clear that the country is sending us a message that we need to do something differently here from a political perspective. And now you have this incredibly stark illustration of just how dangerous it is if you allow misinformation to go unchecked, that the president is able to mobilize his supporters in this way, in a way that has threatened their safety, frankly, and also their ability to do their jobs and to govern and to perform the duties that they were elected to fulfill. So I think that's part of why you're seeing this determination. We're expecting Mitch McConnell now to speak on the Senate floor at 8 o'clock. You saw those electors, the boxes going back to the Senate chamber. Remember, that is officially what they came here to do today, to take those electors out of their envelopes, to read them out loud, and to declare Joe Biden the president-elect. So they're going to start up that business again in a show of force, I think, in the face of these protests in just a little while, Savannah.
All right, Casey.
Several hours of the siege when nothing seemed